Hey everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. As always, powered by Sneak Energy. Use code FISH if you wish at sneakenergy.com. Now, we've got a brand new caster team today for you. I'm BadasFish80. Joining me today are tODDlife and Planky. Gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. Really excited for today's tournament.
No, it's good to have you here. I appreciate you giving up your time and sharing your very strong and deep game knowledge. Both very experienced players. Both of you, I assume, have been playing this game for a long, long time.
Yeah, you could say that.
So it'd be interesting to see, to get your inputs on today's matches. Today's event is GGtoor's Knights Duel number 6. We are supported by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. So thanks so much for supporting those events. We will have the brackets available in the chat as always, so you guys can keep up to date on exactly what's happening. We will, as always, the first kind of round of the tournament is a little bit of a clusterfuck with regards to just everyone just figuring out exactly what they need to do and where they need to be, making sure everyone's friended, etc., etc. So hopefully we can get into some gameplay pretty quickly. But we will figure out who the first match is going to be, and then we will get that set up. We're going to have our dual deck technology as always, so you can see both players' hands at all times, so we can see exactly what's going on. Now, we will, as I say, we will wait to see what the bracket is. Now, gentlemen, have you had a chance to cast your eye over the bracket, and are there any standout names that you are expecting to see some strong performances from?
Yeah, I mean, we have some very veteran players in this tournament. You know, Lazur and Set and, you know, Nataraja, Dragon, all very strong players. Most of them will be participating in the second round due to just the quantity of players here. In the first round, we do have some names I recognize from the Fish 1v1, Sentera and JaviMC. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out ahead in those kind of medium experienced players. And the winner of that will have a tough match versus Dragon in the second round.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you mentioned DeathShoott's in here as well. And it's interesting to see Memfisto, very old school player who took away some of the early tournaments, or at least they were the tournaments when I sort of started watching back sort of when pre-release of Minion Masters.
One of the interesting things about Memfisto is if you see him talking in the in-game chat, you will notice that he has a yellow name, which is something that I don't know if anyone else has. And that's because he's a tournament winner.
Yeah.
So that's fairly awesome to see. But that's something you don't see very often. Okay, now... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he is participating in the current 1v1 Fish tournament as well. So he might have been entering that to get a little practice up for this event here.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and also just to bring everyone up to date with the cards that are not available. So we were talking earlier off stream. There's a couple of cards that are both cards that have been added to this tournament have been pretty interesting. Sorry, have been added to this season pass with the bear. And also the Diplomancer, both very interesting cards, both fairly meta cards at the moment, but not cards that we're going to see today, tODDlife.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed we don't get to see the bear, but I understand it is a new release card. This is a card that I do see becoming kind of a staple in the format. It has very general appeal and helps deal with a lot of swarm that we're seeing in the meta. You know, it's not as defensive as a tool as like Defensive Chopper or Whirly Scrat at dealing with those. But as far as tanking when you're making a push, it can be a little pesky to deal with because not everyone is running burst tools. You know, they haven't really adjusted to that card yet. So during our next tournament event, I will be interested to see that. And you mentioned Diplomancer. That really is more of a powerhouse in 2v2 right now. So it would be very interesting in the future to see someone running that in 1v1, but from my 1v1 experience, I haven't seen much of that card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see, because sometimes they add new cards and they just feel like not really anything special. But these two new cards they've added, quite interesting. And yeah, as you say, it'd be interesting to see if they do feature in tournament play in the future. And you know, there's been some grumbling about some of the cards as well. So we'll see if there's any balance changes between now and then as well. But just to clarify, we're not going to be seeing any of those today. But it'd be interesting to see what the players are going to bring today. So remember, there's going to be no wild cards as always, and we're going to have the players are going to have some bans. So if we have a look, our first match looks like it's going to be, we're going to see Sentera and Javi. Not 100% sure if that's how you pronounced his name, but those are players that we've definitely had some experience with in some other tournaments. We saw Sentera, of course, in the previous GGtoor event as well. So it'll be interesting to see those. Have we got some ban information for these guys at all yet?
Yes, that has been shared. Javi is going to ban Volko, Lightning Bolt, and ATG Drone, while Sentera bans APEP, Defenso Chopper, and Incubus. And we have seen a little bit of a change in these masters and how they impact the meta. You know, I participated in a GGtoor, you know, a few previous times and in some 1v1 tournaments, and APEP was like always the default ban because of the strength in the meta at the time. Volko to me is an interesting ban because you don't see that a lot in 1v1 in my experience. But a Lightning Bolt is kind of a cheeky card that if you don't know your opponent, right, it's kind of hard to make these bans necessarily. I was mentioning this with Planky, that there is somewhat of a ban strategy. You can kind of just ban what is strong in the meta, like APEP we're seeing, or Defenso Chopper. Those are really strong meta cards. You can ban what counters what you're trying to play. A Defenso Chopper kind of falls in that category too. For instance, if I was running Mardred, I don't like seeing Defenso Chopper or Laser Turret, for instance, right? So those could be some bans. And then like the third level of bans comes in when you really know your opponent well. For instance, if I was playing Duck Westland, right, I'm going to be banning Setsu, and I've been seeing him run like Jahoon and Fanrail, for instance, and I don't want him to play that on Mordar. So there are really different ban strategies, and it'll be interesting to see how those develop when we're looking at players of different experience levels.
Okay, so we've got the bans in. Looks like we're going to go into our first match very soon, and we are going to tODDlife. You're going to join me in this one. We will, as always, swap the casters out as we go. So yeah, we are ready to get into our first game of the day. So we're going to be winners bracket. Probably follow that until we find our first grand finalist. We're going to be best of 3 until we get to the business end of the tournament. So the grand final, the winners bracket final, and the redemption bracket final will be best of 5 with conquest rules, which means you can't play a master if you've won with it. So best of 3 up until that point, and we will certainly let you know as soon as that changes. Some players, as I mentioned at the start, some players just having some issues with getting in touch with each other and just trying to find their feet, especially if they're new players to the tournament scene as well. But okay, looks like we're loading into our first game of the day. It's going to be Sentera, it's going to be Javi, and it's going to be Ravager against Morelia.
Yeah, I'm just loading in right now from Javi's side, so it'll be a second before I get to you. Yep.
Okay. Right, here we go. Oh, it's a Ravager.
Sentera making the first move with the Void Portal, and this is a card that it can be difficult to extract all the value out of. You know, Javi had the good counter right away to throw the rammer down and attack that building.
Yeah, that's a risky play, especially if you don't know what your opponent has. As you see, because it can be fully countered. And that's a lot of mana to put into that Void Altar and to not really get anything out of it. And that's going to put you on the back foot.
They did get 1 proc out of that. Typically, the strategy is wait until you have kind of somewhat of a board state, and there's an orb on the opponent, because as soon as you play Void Altar, it spawns one of the 3 possible orbs. if you could immediately pick that up on the opponent's side, you get some value, and it's easier to then, you know, get the other ones after that. The first orb can be the hardest on the opponent's side.
Yeah, for sure.
Good defense here. And a little bit of a counter push, right? That was the Ravager perk 1 push.
Yep, so as we speak about many times, you've got Masters where their perk is an ongoing thing, and other times you've got Masters that have a one-time thing, and that Ravager perk 1, perk 3, that's a one-time thing. If you don't really do much with it, then you're going to find yourself very behind. But this is a tanky brother of the Burning Fist here, with a Spirit on it.
Yeah, a lot of help from the Spirit. Spirits were recently reworked. So I think you get the full value out of a Spirit on that unit. Okay, here we see the Void Portal again. We'll see if Sentera can pick up more of these orbs and extract more value.
He knows that Javi just played his Rammer and his Fireball. They were the two big counters to the Void Altar. So this is one of the things you've got to pay attention to, is what your opponent has and what your opponent has that can counter you, and playing around those.
Yeah, so this Drone Walker stops in the perfect place to pick up the orb, and it actually is a pretty nice tool in a Void Altar deck. I realized that in a draft match when I was trying to defend against Void Altar, and it'll attack the base and be right in that spot to grab that orb if it comes online.
Oh, okay, the Fireball's good. It's a Dragon Ball, so you get
Dragon
it. Well,
Ball. Yeah.
extra DPS. And that little
Stalker
whelp
is a newer card we're seeing too. Yeah,
that little whelp can do
pesky.
a surprising amount of damage that you get from the Fireball. Even the ground-based one.
Yeah, Javi's a little bit lower on health here, and Ravager perk 3 will be coming up at some point, plus there are these Rammers. So for Morelia, part of her advantage is her versatility, and yeah, a little too late, you know, maybe thinking about draining life to kind of stretch the game out a little bit longer.
Okay, that's our first game of the day. Sentera takes it. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted setting some stuff up that I may have forgotten about. How did you see that one, Planky?
Sorry, what was that?
So how did you see that one? It was quite an aggro setup from both players.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I think that with the spell nerfs and things like, especially in 1v1 where the game can be very swingy, like there's gonna be some aggro, and yeah, we're seeing that already. Yeah, we'll see whether that continues. But it seems both of these guys are very much aggro players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Javi switching to Setsu here, which can be very aggro throughout all stages in the game and gets extremely threatening at perk 3. And Sentera is remaining.
Well, this is a lot of damage straight away.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these tools. Yeah, Glen's Brew and the shield, you know, Sigilite Shield can be really strong tools. Javi's running this little combo here with a unit that can apply Marked and Bazooka Scrat. That can be really strong too, and we'll see. We'll probably be seeing that throughout the day-to-day. That combo is pretty well positioned in the meta. You need to be running spells to kind of deactivate it, and there's different ways to kind of gain advantage out of that. So now Sentera here is pushing again on their perk 1 push. Ahead in XP, but gonna be really defending their life throughout a lot of this match, I feel like.
Yeah, the problem is, you know,
but the Rammer goes, yeah.
If you start dropping HP early, you know as soon as perk 3 Setsu hits, you're going to be in a very tough position to defend against that. But that Brutus, Enraged Brutus, doing some good work, and that Veil Stalker is just shredding. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, these Mortal Ragers are really nice, and I think they're even more effective in 2v2. You don't see them a lot, but you know, applying global rage is very strong. Here,
wow, that was a big push. Okay, I don't think we're going to be having a deep Mana Frenzy game here. Both players doing a lot of damage, and that Brutus just wouldn't die. You know, the Brutus looked like it really wasn't going to do much, but the power of the Brutus is its tankiness, its HP, and the fact it can heal itself to keep itself alive for longer. And we saw it just... And the fact it stayed alive for so long allowed that Veil Stalker to just shred. And look at this, he's within Fireball damage. Next Fireball is GG. Rammer as well.
Javi can apply the pressure here, and yeah, Javi recognizes and goes all in here.
Okay, there we go. The Rammer's going to get some extra hits off. He's got a Rammer coming on the other side, though. This is going to be so close.
Yeah.
Oh, Sentera takes it.
Very aggressive. And I'm more of a control player. You know, sometimes these aggressive strategies can be really hard to shut down, especially when you don't know all the tools that the opponent's running.
Wow. That was two very quick games there, Planky, and something we don't see that much on the ladder, but although we do see it more this season, I think, than we have in quite a while. A lot of those Ravager aggro decks.
Definitely. I haven't pushed that far into the 1v1 meta this season, but like with the nerfs to the sort of typical counter tools with like spells and defensive stuff, like, I mean, it definitely makes sense to play aggro, and yeah, I mean, it showed. I mean, 80 HP in it, but that was enough for the win there. Very close game.
Was a photo finish, and it was all about that first push with the Ravager, with the Brutus. It's staying alive for so long, and that Veil Stalker just wailing away on face tODDlife.
Yeah, I think Veil Stalker had, you know, Mana Surge for a lot of that push too, plus the Rage really just stacks up the DPS. When I'm trying to defend against a strategy like that, it can be better to ignore the Brutus because it is really the damage sponge, and focus all the DPS first, all the high damage units. You know, Veil Stalker not being the highest damage, it's somewhat of a utility card, but it was dealing, you know, a ton of damage there. And then after you've kind of dealt with that, then you can take out the Ravager.
Yeah, the Brutus, you know, it just stayed around for so long, and the fact that, you know, every time it attacks, it heals. So if your DPS is only just above what it's healing, then it's barely going to die. And it was just, as you say, it was just sponging all that, the Setsu attacks. Some of the Marines as well were on it, and yeah, that was just way too much damage. Do you feel like this is a strategy that can get players deep into the tournament, or do you think this is just this aggro deck is just something that can take some players unaware?
Yeah, actually, I do think that these sorts of decks can take games off of pretty much anybody. If you get the right matchup, depending on your like pick ban strategy and stuff, like you can set yourself up for you know, like really taking somebody by surprise with a deck like this. And I know I personally have taken some wins, some surprise wins from people where you know, if you get a good deck matchup, then like sometimes there's nothing to stop it. If you catch somebody expecting you to play a greedy deck and you're playing something this aggressive, like sometimes there's just nothing for them to do.
Very true, very true. Okay, that's our first game of the day. I'm sure we'll see some longer games. I'm sure we'll see some more control games, but we certainly saw some aggro coming out of both those players. But one aggro was slightly better than the last. And with that Setsu deck, the longer that game went on, probably the more problematic it was going to be. And had the players survived a little bit longer, it was going to be interesting to see, could the Setsu player defend against the perk 3 of the Ravager? And if he could, then it's probably going to be GG. But we never got there. But I'm sure we'll see some longer matches as we go on. Okay, so we're going to check to see where we're going next. So it looks like we've got a player here that we're not familiar with. It looks like next it's going to be Set versus RazielSoul. So we will see. We can get that set up as soon as possible for you. I will have Set for sure. The other chap, maybe not so much. But it's always interesting to see.
I'm not familiar with them, and Set is an extremely experienced player. Could be a challenge, and that's part of this tournament. Is, you know, early on you might have more of a skill or experience mismatch, but a lot of these newer players or just new to the tournament scene, right? They can expect, you know, better matches in the lower bracket. And it's fun just to, you know, meet people. You know, I've met people through these tournament series as well, and it's nice just to kind of expand, you know, through the Minion Masters community.
Yes, of course. It's always good to see new players coming into these events. And I feel like a lot of people maybe get put off from joining events because they feel like they're just going to get shredded by the more experienced players. But that, that's part of the learning experience. You can't expect to join and be a champion. Everyone starts at the bottom at some point, and it's part of the learning experience. Coming in.
Some of us stay there even. It's not so bad at the bottom always.
Right. So we just need to see if we can get hold of. This chap's Steam.
And just talking about that previous game again, with aggressive decks, the speed of the game has changed, and people are still really adjusting to that, and strategies are coming out. Right now, I'm actually super happy with the 1v1 meta, the no wild cards on the ladder and things like that. But with, this aggression, starting hand can be huge. If the aggro player has their threats and you don't have your tools, it can really be tough after that first push, and you're kind of just like scrambling to defend, and then your deck's kind of out of order for how you like to play it. Because I tend to be very reactive in the beginning, right? You don't want to throw your mana out and then be caught off guard. And part of that is also evaluating the matchup. When I see Ravager, I mean, that they're typically running mixed aggression, but there are very few control Ravager players, I think,
Yeah, the way Ravager works with his perks doesn't really work around a control deck. It's nice to see that the masters have very different identities, and that some of them work very differently with different decks, and others that will not work with that sort of deck. So that's always good to see. And apparently I've left the Gwyngasm on. Thanks for that, money. God damn it. Okay, so we're just waiting to get hold of one of the players for the next game. We turn these damn sound files off. Okay, there we go. So I've messaged this chap asking to add us on Steam. The players are asked to add us as part of this sign-up process, and unfortunately that never happens. But we should be getting a friend request hopefully coming in from this chap soon. Okay, so we got Set ready to go. We can always just watch it from Set's point of view if we need to. Okay.
Yeah, and Sinobii has shared the bans with us. So Set is banning APEP, Avia, and Scrapyard. And I think Scrapyard is like very well positioned right now. Like that thing could just dump out a ton of mana, and it can be really hard to stop. So I think that's a really smart ban. If you don't know what you're going up against, just like taking your mind off of that. And Avia, I didn't mention this earlier, but I think that is so well positioned in 1v1 right now with the changes they made. It does only require 4 quests before she comes out activated, and in the best case you can get that on 2 plays.
Yep.
Get an activation defensively, get an activation on the opponent's side, and if you do that twice, then on your 5th play she's coming out with her Legionnaire posse and can be really strong in fast cycle decks, paired with an APEP. I've seen her with Diona a little bit as well. And,
okay, so yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so Razzie opts to not do any bans, and I do see some newer players doing this where they kind of just want to face their opponent on their best game. I would say take advantage of those. At least ban a master that you don't want to face, or some random spells that you don't want to shut down your strategy. But yeah, still respect it.
Yeah, it's something we spoke about before, where the bans you either ban based on the meta, or you ban based on what's strong against your deck, or you ban based on your knowledge of your opponent and what they're likely to play. And it can be a little bit overwhelming for the new players, because they're probably not going to be experienced with their opponents. They may not really know what's really strong against their deck, and they may not be familiar with the meta. So they may just say, look, rather than just picking a random card and banning it, just play what you want, and we'll take this as a learning experience. But then as we get deeper into the tournament, we'll see a lot more targeted bans, based on the players, especially when we see these players that we're very familiar with and they know each other. You'll see stuff banned very specifically. And also, as the tournament goes on, although we are on a 180-second delay, we're on a 3-minute delay, the players can still watch the matches, so they can learn what other people are playing during this event, and respond to that as appropriately, because the decks are not locked in, so they can change as we go. Okay, so do you guys... So Planky's going to join me on the cast for this one. Do you have... RazielSoul added yet? He should have sent you a friend request, hopefully.
I do, yeah. I have RazielSoul, so I'm happy to watch him.
So we are almost ready to go here. So is this a first round match still? Not sure. Let's find out.
This is a second round match.
Okay. This is going to be winners bracket round of 2. Best of 5.
Winners bracket round 2, yep.
Okay, let's just add the player's name. So we got Set. So did these guys get buys through to the second round, or have they...
RazielSoul beat Wariest Chair 2-0. So, yeah, that's where we are now.
Right, okay, so we are ready to go. Hopefully, as the stream goes on, we'll be a little bit more streamlined with these matches. This is always how the start of the stream goes, especially with new players, trying to get hold of them on Steam and Discord and all that. But hopefully, we sure keep that to a minimum. So we are ready to go when they are ready. So this is winners bracket 2, round of 2, best of 3 still. We'll tell you as soon as we get into our best of 5. That's going to change. So Set, of course, probably the overwhelming favourite here, you would say, Todd. Very experienced player, tournament player, long-term player of the game, very high-level player.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what he thinks is important to bring at this stage of the tournament. And as you mentioned, where people could be scoping out future opponents, maybe he's not bringing his absolute best deck because he wants to save that for, you know, a later matchup. Yeah, really looking forward to this game, and I'll catch you guys after the first game as well.
Yep, so we're just waiting for the players to load in. Just double check that, because one of the things that I do need to keep an eye on is you set up a spectate on a player and then they restart their game for stability, maximum stability, and then it breaks the spectate, and you're waiting for them to start and they're halfway through the game. Cat is the worst for doing that. He restarts his game constantly. Okay,
yeah,
so
I mean, it's a good idea, right?
It is it's a good idea. It's a nightmare for the casters, though.
Yeah,
these players, you know, when we play this game at a very high level, just very small things can change the game in somebody's favour or not, and they don't want any sort of lag or anything like that. So they restart the game on a regular basis just to have it performing as well as possible.
Yeah. And I remember Set always being, well, like, if I was going to face him, like, I'd always be drawn towards banning Setsu. But I've also heard that he can have quite a vicious APEP. So I'm not surprised to see that APEP was the master that he's banned. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that from him, given that that's been left open. Or perhaps something else, perhaps an aggro Ravager or Setsu or something. And actually, he is up second place on the leaderboard at the moment with a Setsu deck that looks very solid. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Set's one of these players that does prefer aggro as well. I think in general, especially from what I've seen in tournaments before, he does like to play aggro. But, of course, these top players can play whatever they wish at a very high level.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you know, that's a strength, you know, not being typecast in one specific role. Makes it really difficult to play against, makes it really difficult to ban against, if you have no idea really what they're going to play.
Mm-hmm. And the ability to produce a deck on the fly, you know, after bans, you know. Right, instead of just like, oh, you know, this master is banned, I got to shelve this deck, you know, maybe retooling the deck with a different master or, you know, using something else they have in reserve, right? Yeah.
Definitely,
a lot of options for more experienced players to adjust their game.
Yeah. If you don't diversify your strategy a little bit, you're likely to get countered by bans and also by picks.
Yeah, that's an interesting interesting thing that Todd said about how the players at the early stages, they may keep some aces up their sleeve. They feel like they may not need their strongest decks to get through the early stages, and they don't want to reveal what they've got until the last possible moment, so it can't be banned or built around.
Yeah, as you said, everybody's watching, or at least some people are watching, and even, you know, like, word gets around on the grapevine. You speak to somebody who's already played against this person and ask them, you know, oh, did they play something that gave you some real trouble? Then, you know, you can get a picture of what they're playing. Like, there's nothing in the rules against speaking with the opponents of your next opponent.
Yeah, I've definitely done that, and in other tournament formats, you know, I've even asked for replays of matches, right?
Right, yeah.
You know, it's kind of in that gray area of like what, you know, is for the spirit of competition, but yeah, take advantage of anything you can get.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah, and money's on the line, so it's within the rules, then yeah, people are going to do it.
Messaging the players just to find out what's going on. Okay,
we do have some
to start.
We have some results coming in from round 2 as well. We've got, let's see, Nataraja got a 2-0. He's into round 3. Nick Show got a 2-0 against PCAT. He's into round 3. Dark Crow, and some other names that I'm less familiar with. Ainstance. Betowski. Ficus. Ficus looks like he got a bye. And Giovas, which are some, yeah. So,
hey!
Yeah.
Looks like we're loading into our first game of this best of 3. Just a reminder, this is a dual elimination tournament, so although we're mentioning some people that have lost, they still get a second chance in the redemption bracket. So we've got Set playing Diona, we've got RazielSoul playing Morelia.
Fish, you've been playing a bit of Diona yourself, haven't you? So,
yeah, Diona Avea has been very strong for me on the ladder.
Seems like she's in a good place.
Yeah, the nerf, of course, to her traps no longer being able to take bridges was kind of frustrating as a Diona player, but then, of course, those traps really did get buffed to make up for that. The taunt trap with the extra HP and the damage trap can do 800 damage now. Those are real powerhouses.
It seems like they fill a slightly different role than they did before. Like, definitely they were a very, very control-oriented in the past, grabbing bridges and stuff, but now they're really pushed towards facilitating trades, and yeah, I mean, it seems like they're very, very good at that. Yeah,
I started doing something a little bit different with the traps. Instead of prioritizing face with them, I would use them. I'd put them further away from face so they wouldn't aggro on face, and they would just support my attacks. And that seemed to be working really well. Okay, so XP's about the same at the moment.
Yeah, pretty balanced start, really, all things considered. Raziel definitely went quite aggressive off the start. Oh, and that lightning bolt is going to be huge to help him out with the counter push. And this Prowler did some great work as well, yeah.
He's looking to try to support the attack with the trap there, but it didn't really have much weight in the attack. You don't want the trap getting aggro because it's very weak.
Yeah. Raziel had a bit of a mishap with the book there. If you leave the book open for too long, then yeah, you're going to end up getting punished with the reboomer getting an extra explosion off as a result.
Yeah, so if you're not aware, the Morelia will stop attacking when you open your spell book, which can be a problem.
And now a big push coming in from Set.
Well, he rolled the dice on that. Wanted to hit the brother, but didn't, and that seemed like he just tried a little bit too hard to get the luck there.
That's going to cost him because yeah, this push is huge.
Yeah.
And he's going to take some damage here.
Okay, so you see that trap supporting there. It wasn't aggroed on face until the very last minute, so it was shredding as much as it could. And this is looking like it's going to be the first game going to Set. We've got 150 HP dropping down 100 HP. And that's going to be the game number 1 goes to Set there. And
GG.
the brother of... Yeah, certainly a GG. And the brother of the Burning Fist is something that we've definitely seen return to the meta recently. Why do you think that is, Todd?
Sorry, I was just fielding a chat question. Can
No
you repeat
worries.
that?
Why do you think the brother of the Burning Fist has become so meta now?
You know, that Holy Fire can do a lot to support you offensively and to, you know, Set was using it really effectively defensively against those boards, right? And it just is a big bruiser that you maybe want on the front line. It's good to get on face and can be hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's really difficult to deal with. And here we go straight into game number 2. Set playing Diona. RazielSoul is playing Morelia again.
Yeah, so I think it looks like he might have changed things up a little bit. Definitely, I remember seeing this harp in the previous game, but that's going to get shut down very quickly by those Marines.
All will end with me.
Yeah, the brother tanking that. Almost dead, but still needs to be dealt with, especially if it charges up its shield again.
Yeah, yeah. Would you still have that lightning bolt that Raziel got some good value out of in the previous game?
Yeah, certainly does.
Oh, and a Chisma boomstick. You don't tend to see that card very much, but it's interesting when it does show its face.
It can be
It
very
got a lot of
powerful.
burst damage. Yeah. Bit of a lower roll with the infray on face.
So there we see an interesting interaction at the bottom there with the taunt trap. So the taunt trap, when it's stunned, stops taunting. So it didn't aggro both of the stun lancers because one stun lancer hit it, then it stopped taunting because it was stunned, and then the stun lancer carried on attacking something else. So that's an interaction you need to be aware of.
I was wondering there if Raziel was going to roll the dice on that lightning bolt on a 50-50 for the brother, but he chooses not to, and he's going to have to deal with this just with a defensive minion of some kind.
There you see the brother with the holy fire that it drops, just keeping it alive, doing damage. And we saw in the previous... Yeah, go ahead.
Like, everything's fairly balanced here. Both players hitting poke 2 at the same time. Like, in terms of damage that they've taken, they're pretty equal. I feel as though Set's been on the front foot, but actually, in terms of the state of the game, it really hasn't amounted to very much so far.
Well, he went for it again and he didn't get lucky. 50-50 there. Lightning bolt hitting a random target. And
Got
I think
stunned there.
against these top players, if you're relying on luck, then I feel like you're putting your fate in the hands of the gods a little bit. You can see that brother still alive, still going to get a good hit off. And we did see this in the first game, that it was fairly close, and then Set just got a good push like this.
Yeah, relentless now. I don't think there's much holding on to this. Yeah. GG. Just like that.
GG.
Yeah, somewhat expected result there, right? To see, you know, Set succeed. Razzie actually did a great job, you know, in the early games, kind of just like hanging on there. Just a lot of tools for Diona to disrupt play with the taunt traps and winning fights with the arrow trap, and bringing in, you know, the walking blind date for additional taunt. We saw Set use that multiple times effectively to tank the hit from the prowlers. And, you know, they were running multiple prowlers there, the rabbit and the regular prowler.
Okay, so Set fairly comfortable there. The game's appeared close, but then it just spiraled out of control. How do you feel about the lightning bolt? Do you feel like that's just something, just in a tournament scene, is that just relying too much on a coin flip result, or do you think that's something that maybe the lesser known players can use strats like that to maybe get one over on the accomplished players?
Yeah, something like Lightning Bolt and Ghost can catch an opponent off guard. You know, just participating in the Minion Masters Discord, I see a lot of newer players leaning on those cards, and they can be very successful. But when you're playing someone so experienced, the best you could hope for is to catch them off guard once, and then they're going to play around it. So it does tend to be a bit more of like an intermediate approach if you really want your lightning bolt to do a lot of work. First of all, you're just forcing your opponent to play differently, right? So just, getting one use off of it and then forcing them to throw out Swarm to soak up a bolt. And you got to be patient, right? I would never take a 1-in-3 shot of a Plasma Marine and a 7-mana tank, because you're just down the tool, you're down the mana. But if you get one really good usage, you take a Colossus out or a Harbinger that is hard for you to deal with, it could turn the whole match. And it'll be interesting to see who uses tools like that, like Lightning Bolt, Ghost, maybe a Wizard Puff. They can be disruptive, but they do require strategy for full value.
Yeah, some of these cards, it's worth just holding on to them, and then just when you get the perfect opportunity, you get the value from it. We've seen, although it's a bit different now with the ghosts no longer being able to possess the mythic minions, but we've definitely seen games before where if you're playing against a Morelia and you have a ghost, you will hold that ghost for as long as possible because you want to surprise them on that dragon. Because if you've played it earlier in the game and you've got a bit of value out of it, that's okay, but you've given your opponent the knowledge that that's a tool that you have in your armory, and they're going to be prepared. They're going to know that you're going to want to play that on the dragon, and they're going to be holding their counters to it. So, sometimes you just want to hold these counters until the last possible minute to get the maximum out of it. But even in that game, the Lightning Bolt, I don't think it would have changed too much, even if it had taken the brother out. The Lightning Bolt is best if it's going to be nailing something that is the centerpiece of an entire deck, and that wasn't really the case. The brother dying would have been a problem, but he would have had other ways to deal around it. And of course, the Lightning Bolt, it takes mana as well. You are spending mana, so it's all about mana trades. And he did roll the dice quite a lot, trying to get some value out of it, and he never really got the value out of the Lightning Bolt there.
And there are a few other tools, mostly spells, that have high upside, but you don't want to just play it, right? And a deck can tolerate one or two of those that sit in your hand the entire game. And this is other advice I give to players when they're deck building. You don't want too many of those because you don't want an awkward hand, but at the same time, it's fine to have a card that's totally dead, that you don't play the entire match. Because the one time you play it, if it's the right opportunity, could swing a game, right? And it's just, analyzing the game state, understanding that, understanding if you need the deck rotation, if you need to hang on to a tool for the right situation. And there's going to be plenty of more opportunities to evaluate people holding on to answers and to threats to play around their opponents.
Yeah, sometimes a card could be incredible, other times not so much. And sometimes you just have to know, you just have to make the choice. Just look, this card is no good for me right now, and I'm okay with that. You see people forcing it, and that's when they get the bad trades and stuff, because they feel like, oh, I've got this card in my hand, I've got to use it. And sometimes, if you can deal with playing around it, if you can deal with that dead card in your hand, maybe that's the best choice. Not always, but maybe it's the best choice. And maybe later in the game, something will present itself to make that a better opportunity. Right, okay, so it looks like we're getting some bans in. Todd or Planky, if you'd like to go through what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, we're moving on farther in the tournament. This is round 3, so we're seeing, as we would expect, more experienced players. We have Ficus versus Memfisto, and both of these, like I said, participate in Fish 1v1s and have been here before. So Ficus is electing to ban Setsu. That's a master I really struggle playing against. Good Setsu players can totally disrupt the game because there's so many options on how you want to interact with Setsu on the field. Also banning Sunburn and Avia. I think Avia, again, is a great ban. Not sure if that's something that Memfisto will lean into. But Memfisto bans Apep, which, again, is a great 1v1 master. I think these master bans, you can hardly go wrong. And also banning Once Bitten and Infiltration. Infiltration, I find, is an interesting ban. Maybe Memfisto wants to run some air and wants to, be able to avoid worrying about that backline infiltration. It's something that I feel like is kind of easy to shut down. Once you see it again, Whirly Scratch shuts that down, Screaming Scratch shuts that down, Illusionary cards shut that down. But again, if it's a strategy that, hey, I'm running flyers, I don't want to see that card, right? So it does make sense as well.
Okay, so we got the bans in. This is gonna be tODDlife joining me with this one. It's gonna be Memfisto against Ficus, both experienced players. Memfisto, old school legend, recently returned to the game, which is great to see, and to return to the tournament scene. Just like riding a bike, I assume, and then Ficus as a very experienced player, very experienced tournament player as well.
And this once bitten ban is somewhat interesting. Again, Memfisto is kind of a more veteran player, so we've seen lots of different metas. Once bitten, I'm seeing less popular right now because of the nerf to that broken drone walker, right? Because it was just an easy like 3-mana combo for a wolf. But also the change in like the fact that effects don't transfer to the wolf, so we're not seeing the rage wolves anymore. So that's something that I'm not sure if Memfisto is 100% up on the meta or things like that. I'm not seeing once bitten as much anymore. So it's an interesting ban from my eyes.
I do think it's still quite a solid staple, especially in like those cheap cycle decks, where if you're playing like a cheap APEP, a cheap like Diona, or even something like perhaps a Volko or something, where you're getting a lot of benefit, or a Setsu, getting a lot of benefit from your master perks, which are in the cycle, then you can pull through 2 cards very quickly with something like a Elite Swarmer, Once Bitten, and you see people on the leaderboard making good use of that. Pom and Set, the top 2 on the leaderboard right now, both using Elite Swarmer, Once Bitten in their decks. And Memfisto is up showing on the leaderboard as well with a Morelia Future Present deck, which is also using that for the cheap cycle. So valuing that very highly. Surprising to see the infiltration, as you said, but we'll have to see if perhaps Memfisto pulls that out himself and gets some great value out of it.
Yeah, you mentioned like the 2-card combos, right? Like Once Bitten and Elite Swarmer. And right, how much that helps a cycle deck, use 2 cards at one time. But then you also see experienced players that understand how minions interact with each other, and when you can get a cheeky wolf off of a Scrat that's up against a Blastmancer, or a Plasma Marine that's getting hit by a Horde, you can really extract a lot of value out of that card. So you are right, and they buffed wolves a little bit when they changed the other Once Bitten changes, right? So can be really potent, and again, especially in cycle decks.
I was thinking about this the other day. A lot of people were saying with the Wrecked Walker and the Once Bitten combo, they were saying that they felt like it was the Once Bitten that was the problematic card. I was thinking, how would you feel if they changed it so that instead of being able to just throw it on a unit that's almost dead and getting a wolf out of it, they put in a restriction where if you put it on a unit that's under 50% HP, then you get nothing from it. Like you can only play it on something that's over 50% HP, so you can't just instant wolf something. I just thought
that definitely changes the card, and it's a huge design consideration on how much interaction you want to see in that front, right? I would sometimes like Pincer and Arcane Bolt, walkers, because you don't want the wolf to pop up, even if you're losing mana on the trade or going even with it. Sometimes the wolf is hard to handle. It is interesting. I think there are maybe some targeting changes you could do if you would implement something like that too, because it can be hard to hit the right target in a Horde. And this match is kicking off.
Yeah,
as
here
well,
we go.
so it'll be interesting to see who they bring. Oh, Stormbringer v Stormbringer. I love Stormbringer. It's the starting master, but I do have a lot of fun with the play. Interesting to see if we would expect Scrapyard. That's a really common strategy here.
Yep. It's good to see that although it's the starting master, it's by no means a weak master. I think that's a misconception that some players may have.
Right, exactly, yeah. And Ficus has tech, right? He played the stint for the bridge grab, and it immediately spent tech on a contested bridge, right? So he kind of, exhausted that tech. But we see his hand and what he's running, and he has a lot of Outlander cards. Memfisto played a stealth unit. I'm almost certain that's a Veil Stalker.
Yep. So how's he going to deal with this ATG drone? Let's find out. That's the thing that's a problem.
huge DPS from the ATG drone, from things like Razor Squad, which Ficus also has. And Stormbringer does struggle defensively in certain situations because it's single target, right? Struggles with boards and struggles with high health units because his DPS is just really low.
Yeah, those pings do get annoying from Stormbringer, but yeah, trying to remove something with decent HP on face, that's not something that Stormbringer's going to be able to do on his own. But here we go, Rock Rivals.
Rock Rivals here.
Now, does not
take care of the back line. It's not terrible, you know, good value there. It makes it easier to go defend against this push.
He would have liked more.
Again, gonna shred.
Yeah, he would have liked more meat for the Hypno to shred, but it worked out fine. Remember, the Rock Rivals, you just got to get through the first activation, deal with that statue, and then you're going to be
I'm typically happy to go even on the first one, right? Get no additional value from the golem, and then knowing your setup in the future. We mentioned these Stormbringer pings, right? Like, if Ficus is like thinking about this ATG here, he really probably wants a frontline unit to absorb some damage.
Yeah, it does definitely change how you play when it's against a Stormbringer, because you have to just consider because something's aggroed at all times. Well, those archers, though,
really got very limited value there because of Stormbringer just pinging it down.
Yeah, and those archers were mana surged as well.
Experience. Ficus controlling bridges right now and has mana to spend here. In a strong position, and here we see the rival.
Yeah.
The blue golem coming out with taunt.
No, this guy's
it's hard
the
to do
rock.
with this backline when you're trying to push through a taunted unit like that. You know, Ficus uses Hypno elsewhere earlier, so maybe a little bit out of cycle from what he wants.
Yeah, the Hypno's not available, and when you know your opponent's got Hypno, you've got to play around that a little bit. You can't clump too much together, which is a little bit frustrating.
A ton of value,
yeah, which is a little bit frustrating for Memfisto, because his strat is basically to push behind that golem, and the Hypnotize is going to make that golem his worst enemy. Okay, this golem at the bottom is going to get absolutely shredded, though.
Yeah.
Massive DPS coming out. But that Arcanist doing a great job shredding everything at the bottom. She's going to keep going. She's mana surged. Goes down to the Marine, but gets some good value out. XP almost identical.
Arcanist is kind of one of those lesser used tools. You know, we see it in Guardian strategies, but it doesn't appear as much in the meta for how much value it can produce, especially, you know, with a lot of Swarm. We see a ton of Swarm now. You know, always fighting for bridges is really important in this game.
Yeah.
So the Arcanist, right, has huge upside, and it's just a little squishy, you know.
See, we're going to probably see a Hypno here.
Yeah, there's a Veil Stalker in the top lane, so it's going to get the face, maybe.
Yeah, so the Veil Stalker is one of those cards that you can forget even exists in the game, because it's so slow. You've got to, it can really take you by surprise, and I see people on the ladder over and over again just playing hordes into it, just forgetting it's there, and not only do you have to remember where it is, you've got to remember it can jump as well, so it's almost everywhere. But this is some good DPS coming out from Ficus.
Yeah,
you can taunt these away.
This Infray is going to go through those Razor Squad. Yep.
Okay. Now he's
use the taunt on the golem to kind of preserve some health there, but kind of exchange the golem, you know, for it.
Yeah, that golem's going to go down pretty quickly.
Ficus has a good amount of experience here and has the health advantage. So if he gets the Mana Frenzy first, you know, it can be really hard for Memfisto to keep up with this defense. And,
yeah, we got a good XP lead for Ficus at the moment.
Yeah, these air units can be really hard to deal with. Because they're no longer bridge grabbing, you see people carrying less anti-air, even though Memfisto does have a good amount. These are really tanky flyers and can be problematic to deal with. It's kind of like an all or nothing thing, right? You see people running a lot of heavy flyers or sometimes, you know, no flyers at all.
Yeah. Your camera's exploded a little bit, but I'm not sure if there's anything we can do about that. It's just gone all fuzzy.
Fuzzy wuzzy, you know.
Okay, 250 HP left for Memfisto. He's got to be super careful, even with the Stormbringer pings on face, and this ATG drain seems to have been a real problem. Plus that Hypnotize. That Hypnotize has basically shut down his entire plan.
Yeah. Looking like the end is in sight, especially because, you know, Ficus is approaching Frenzy here, yeah. Didn't even need it.
Ficus taking the first game. Okay, and as soon as that's over, boom, your camera comes back. Perfect timing. GG. Okay. Did you expect to see Ficus taking that first game off Memfisto there, Planky? Memfisto, sorry.
So yeah, Memfisto definitely. You said a bigger name, but Ficus has been very active in the last sort of year, and yeah, really haven't seen much of Memfisto. So it could be a bit of rust. Could be that it was just a good matchup. I think a lot of it came down to just having the tanks available for like dealing with those Stormbringer pings, because the crystals are really quite vulnerable, and yeah, like as you said, the hypnotize combined with the constant pressure from the Stormbringer pings was just making it too difficult to keep the pressure off of the very defensive crystals.
Yeah, his whole plan was to push with that golem and the range behind it, and the hypnotize just shuts that down completely. So that, you know, that could just be just a deck matchup that there wasn't really much he could do about that. You know, once that golem got taken out, once that backline got taken out, he was really struggling to deal with the ATG drone, with the rest of the stuff coming in as well. So, you know, sometimes you just come up against a deck that just has certain stuff in it that just counters you, and there's not really too much you can do about it.
And these Outlander cards, you know, they're relatively recent additions to the game. Definitely weren't. It wasn't really a deck archetype in the past, where you'd be playing things like this Razor Squadron and ATG drone to get that high DPS with just some solid tanky units. Things like just little amounts of healing from the Tranquil Monkey. And stuff, just mitigating that constant pressure from the Stormbringer, I think was perhaps like quite a big deal in that matchup, actually, where just constantly just getting like small advantages, and you know, they were pretty close at perk 2, but by the time we got to perk 3, yeah, Ficus was just constantly pressuring, and Memfisto couldn't deal with it.
Okay, let's see what happens in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm always interested to see how players come into game 2 off of game 1, right? In some previous matches, we saw people running the same deck. Like, if you're on the losing side, do you try and bring something that counters the first deck you lost to? Do you move to something that you're more comfortable with? And then if you're the winner, it's the same thing. Like, do you just like put the onus on your opponent to say, hey, I played that, you got to beat it now again? Or do you run something totally different that, you know, maybe they're slotting in tools to deal with that? And yeah, so we'll be interested to see in the second game.
Okay, we're loading into it right now.
Masters of minions and minions of masters, prepare to duel!
Stormbringer versus Ratbow, and those Scrats can absorb some of the Stormbringer pings, right, to kind of relieve some pressure from the tower. Looks like Ficus is running the same deck, if not very similar. I did see them in deck building, right? So maybe there are a few changes here and there.
It does look very similar. And as you say, the Scrats are going to have a much better time just tanking these the hits from Stormbringer. We're going to see that Tranquil Monkey healing at the bottom, a little bit frustrating. But sometimes you just have to let it heal and then deal with it. You know, we see new players just pushing into it and just wasting mana over and over again. And, you know, it's frustrating to just watch it heal, but sometimes that's the best choice.
This Defensor Chopper getting a ton of defensive value, right? Totally mitigates all this damage here with the Horde and the Tranquil. And the thing about Rappo, we see Memfisto on Rappo, the Daka can help him deal with ATG. So maybe that's why he adjusted to this strategy, or maybe it's for another reason, but we'll see how he uses that once Rappo reaches perk 2. And the other real advantage of Rappo is just the constant bridge grab pressure. You know, he plays his Defensor Chopper in the back, maybe he can get a Scrat going to contest the bottom bridge, you know, or fight top. So really, we'll see how that plays out over this match. Memfisto also bringing in a lot of like Daka-specific tools, right? The flyby there and some board.
The ATG drone is very frustrating. And of course, Rappo's auto attack not like it used to be. This is a lot of damage coming out here. He can soak up some of the hits here.
Pumps out damage, yeah.
No Daka available.
The board, right? Because the ATG is targeting multiple units. You know, bringing that off base Memfisto also has the Scrat Tank, which he used, that can absorb a lot of these flyers damage. Memfisto also running a very scrap-heavy deck, because you see Jolo spawning there with haste. And Jolo can be a really problematic unit to deal with, and a big, damage threat, especially with the haste.
Is the Daka powered up by the flyby? I always like to see the Daka plays, because the Daka is incredibly strong, but it's also relatively easy to play around. So it's about...
I think it's the most counterable master perk there is, right? You could stun the tower, you could black hole your units, you can put weak units in front. So experienced players are going to wait until they know what they're targeting and things like that. But there still are ways to get around it. We haven't seen any stun in any of these matches yet. I don't think I ever enter a match without a shock rock, right? Because you can just always get value.
Yeah, stun is very strong. But Memfisto did drop a lot of HP with that earlier attack. Needs to be careful with it. Now those Razor Squadrons, they will slowly die with the damage they take when there's no tech to consume. Now he wants to... Now here he goes with the Daka. Right, he gets it. That's exactly the Daka that he wants.
Yeah, Ficus was maybe trying to sacrifice the Tranquil Shihu there. It's hard to say exactly what he wanted, but it was already locked onto the ATG at that point. There's that small time span where you can get it to redirect to a different target. Yeah,
I feel like him countering that Daka is going to be huge in this game, and if he... Like that, because we saw earlier that ATG drain is really difficult for Memfisto to deal with.
Unholy Ground can be one of those tools to counter a Daka, and it's a real feel bad when you go up against it, right? You have to kind of spawn it early, but yeah, if that Daka re-aggroes to a skeleton, man, that just is really
with those Unholy Grounds
a priority target.
On face as a Ratbo, that's very much feels bad. But here we go. Right, there we go. That's what he needs to do. He needs to counter that Daka every time. Perfect.
This is could be a really tough push. Again, dealing with the ATG. Okay, using the Scrat Tank, that's great. That's what you want to see. ATG getting aggroed on other units, so it's really going to avoid the rest of that tank.
Okay, and Memfisto doing a good job closing that out. He's ahead on XP now, so he's going to get more bridge pressure from the Scrat. So this is a close one for sure. Now, Memfisto, he's seen Ficus counter the Daka previously, so he may decide to play it differently and try to get almost guaranteed value by playing it on units on his side of the field. So we'll see.
Yeah, so Razor Squadron played up top. We know the Flyers aren't capturing bridges right now or anymore.
The Scrat Tank is so good there.
Marines. Yeah, so you could steal a bridge that way with Rising Marine, goes to contest these bridges, but the tank turns around. And like you said, yeah, the tank just avoiding all that damage.
Well, he had his finger on the Daka butter there. He had his finger on the Daka button, but that warrior didn't die. But here we go. Here's the Daka. That's what he needs to do. There's no real way for Ficus to deal with that except for the Unholy Ground. But you can't spawn the Unholy Ground and once it's happening. You've got to preempt that.
You gotta predict. Yeah.
So this is just a race to Mana Frenzy from the looks of it at the moment. But again...
Yeah, unless Ficus can push out the rest of this damage. But right, Memfisto knows all the threats now. He has plenty of tools to deal with these Flyers. The tank opened up because of the Warrior, and the Razor Squad is shredding. But they're going to extend all their attack and not be a threat to phase here.
Yeah, it did tank for a long time, though, taking no damage. And especially against the Razor Squadron that's going to start killing itself. That's perfect. Okay, Memfisto needs to hang on for an attack or two, and he's going to be at Mana Frenzy. But... See, here we see the Unholy Ground. It's going to be frustrating because he's not going to be able to use the Daka on anything until that subsides. There we go. He waited for it. Good value. Now he gets so close to Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, he's got to hold those bridges as well after reaching Mana Frenzy, right? At the time we were talking about it, right? He didn't have either bridge, so he wasn't gaining any XP, but it also wouldn't gain any mana after reaching Friendly. But now he's in a bit more control of the board state with both bridges, just hit Frenzy.
This forces Ficus to
try and hold off.
Yeah, it forces him, Ficus, however it's pronounced, to really be aggressive on the bridges, and consequently probably going to get worse mana trades. And here we just see the Scrat Horde pushing on each side. The Daka not really doing the work. But...
And whatever pronunciation you take of Ficus, I'm always going to choose the opposite, right? Just,
one of us has got to be right.
Yeah.
Okay, this is just Mana Frenzy. Ficus can't do anything really.
Can't get these bridges, right, yeah.
The ATG drone's just shredding everything, but it's ultimately not going to be enough. This is going to be Memfisto bringing us back to 1 game all in this best of 3 series. This is game on.
And this is what I expected in these, you know, as we develop through this tournament bracket, we're going to see more, you know, give and take in these matches. So now we'll see if Ficus brings a different deck for game 3.
Okay. Memfisto seems to be in control of that one, Planky. Always ahead on XP. Ficus did an okay job playing around the Daka, but we saw some good value from it at times.
Yeah, definitely. As you guys were saying, you know, the Daka and the Scrat Tank, I think, were really instrumental in that. Like, Scrat Tank could do so much against heavy ranged Stormbringer decks, and Memfisto got so much value out of it. It was really good to see that, and yeah, took a lot of pressure in the early game. Actually, you know, easy to forget, but Memfisto was really on the back foot at the start. And yeah, he did a good job of turning that around, getting the value out of all the scrats. Ficus had tools to deal with stuff, you know. Those pings from Stormbringer do get stopped from scrats, but things like Marines and even the Razors with very high attack rate can quickly take out those hordes of units. But yeah, enough to get through at the end and get the win for Memfisto, so good job.
Yeah, we saw some ideal setups there for Memfisto with the Scrat Tank aggroed onto the Razor Squadron. Scrat Tank taking 0 damage, Razor Squadron starting to tick through their own HP. Definitely, with the lack of tech, and that's such a nice setup.
And Ficus was spending some of his tech on the bridge grabs from the stint. A little bit of anti-synergy there. Like, I mean, I'm quite happy to put both of those in my decks. I think that depending on the situation, you might want to spend more on one or spend more on the other. But yeah, definitely you want to, you're generally going to have like a sort of primary tech dump in your deck. And it was the Razor Squadron for Ficus, but those Razors just didn't quite last as long as maybe he would have liked, and yeah, Memfisto ended up getting the upper hand.
And we saw a reasonable amount of tech generation there with the Plasma Marines and the ATG and the Razors, you know, generating their own tech. So there are plenty of different options for how you want to generate and spend tech. And like you mentioned, stint, right? You get the decision, right, of whether you want to spend it, unless both bridges are being contested, right, and you kind of throw away that tech. It gives you an option of how you want to play. And it's really just tough to fight against Ratbo in the bridge game, you know, because Ratbo is just getting free bridge grab. And I know you're really experienced with Ratbo, Planky. We saw the flyby there. Do you like bringing in specific tools to support the Daka?
I don't think I would play a Ratbo deck which didn't have either of Scrap Horde or flyby. Like they facilitate the Daka so much. They give so much value. So yeah, like I will always be running one of those, and yeah, Memfisto choosing both.
Game 3 has kicked off, and we see both players going for different masters. Interested to see their strategy. We have Volko for Ficus, and can struggle defensively in some areas, but excel in others with his you know, ground-only kind of AoE style attack. It's like kind of moderate DPS, but you know, really deals with swarms well.
Okay, we've got a Bounty Sniper from Memfisto, and Bounty Sniper is one of those cards that if you don't have a good counter for, can almost be a win condition on its own. So it'll be interesting to see what Ficus has.
Yeah, Ficus played it well there by letting it just like come to the bridge and not get extra value. It did get, you know, 1 kill there, and it took the bridge. You know, Memfisto may be trying to like line up his cards in the way he wants, and he did get the shield on the Bounty Sniper too.
I'm not really seeing any counters to the Bounty Sniper at the moment. He's got Unholy Ground, but that's not really a direct counter.
Yeah, that seems more to support Volko defensively. Burn bridges can be good, but then you're right, kind of giving up time, right? A lot of problematic units can be dealt with by just letting them push up. But yeah, no pincer, no arcane ball, no other spell, even if the Bounty Sniper doesn't have shield.
Yep, see he tried to use the Unholy Ground, but it's not really achieving anything. Doesn't even get a hit off on that sniper.
Yeah, Memfisto had mana in the bank and played the Jolo there, which dealt with the emerging skeletons.
And if
drew
Memfisto's,
aggro, which was important.
if Memfisto's identified that the Bounty Sniper doesn't have a counter, then he doesn't really have to worry about trying to get the shield from the XP on the Bounty Sniper or anything like that. It's fairly safe. And again, he's got 2 snipers in his deck that are fairly uncountered at the moment.
Yep, snipers can be really tough to deal with. And Memfisto running a pretty low-cost deck overall, so should be able to outcycle Ficus and get to the threats that he wants to play more and more frequently.
Yeah. I mean, without the counters to the snipers, Ficus is kind of required to play defensively. Keep it deep, allow the snipers to get onto the bridge, and then he can deal with them. But that makes it very difficult for him to push in on anything. Because he knows
we've seen this game go kind of back and forth in terms of XP. It's very close. And no tower under a ton of pressure. Memfisto has slightly less health here, but Ruffles can gain back that health and generate other advantage throughout the course of the game.
Okay, here we go. I think that's a real cleaver. But he's played it straight into
the trap.
Into the bear trap. And that's one thing you've got to pay attention to. It's very hard to pay attention to that, to be fair. Because that bear trap...
I totally agree. That's something I fall for all the time.
Yeah. The bear trap is
Bounty Sniper
invisible.
Can get a ton of value here, a few experience here and there, because there's just nothing to pressure it.
Yeah. But there's some decent face damage coming out. And you have to be so careful against Volko, because with the Rage and Berserker Rage on units, they can start shredding a lot of stuff. Right.
Shielded Crossbow Dude's an interesting tool as well. Not something we see all the time. It's something I'm pretty happy to take in draft, but something I seldom use in constructed formats.
There's a lot of face damage coming out, and the trap, remember, that trap does 800 damage if uncontested, so it has to be dealt with. So both players taking some decent face damage. Memfisto is slightly ahead on XP at the moment.
And that means more traps, more abilities to disrupt Ficus's play. We see one here, just kind of applying some defensive value. Ficus kind of not sure what he should be doing. Just plays the Unholy Ground in the back to not burn any mana.
Yeah.
And here it comes more of a push now that he was able to wait for those snipers to develop.
So now the Rage, he's not really able to benefit hugely from the Rage. If he can get a Rage Cleaver, there's not that much for it to shred.
Jolo is just
laughing at it.
Technology.
Yeah. XP leveling up though. Ficus back, slightly ahead.
Very close, very give and take match here. Yeah, could come down to Frenzy, could come down to a Duel Frenzy here, and Bounty Sniper is also a very good duel, once both players are in Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, Bounty Sniper is one of those cards that can allow you to be behind, defending throughout Mana Frenzy, but then you can build up an attack, especially if you get 1 or 2 of them up, and it can just get out of control. But yeah, this is going to be very close. This could be a game that's
very
just
close. Hard to say.
Whoever gets the Mana Frenzy first, if they're able to secure those bridges. And we saw Ruffles grab some XP, which really helped Memfisto in this very close setup.
Yeah, I think Diona just is kind of advantaged in a long control game. But Ficus has been doing a great job applying pressure and contesting bridges. But yeah, it looks like we are approaching Mana Frenzy for Memfisto here.
It was very nicely dealt with at the bottom there for Memfisto, because you've got the sniper, but the snipers... you've got the cleaver that's then supported by the grenadier and stuff that's going to clear the horde, so you have to make sure you deal with it in the correct order. Otherwise you end up with a cleaver just shredding everything. But here we go. Mana Frenzy for Memfisto. He's got the bridges. He's putting a lot of pressure on face, and this is the power of Diona with those traps.
Yeah, I had the offensive trap and the taunt one.
It's going to be too much. There's no way he shuts this Jolo down. That's going to be Memfisto taking the game 2-1. He will go through into the next round and will drop his opponent down into the redemption bracket.
Extremely close game. Ficus was able to hang in there without having necessarily all the tools to deal with those snipers that he would like.
Yep. It was close there, but those unanswered snipers were a bit of a problem, Planky, for Ficus.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it really came down to the wire. Like when somebody wins with half their health left, you can think, well, it wasn't that close. But yeah, the XP game was really to and fro, and that bounty sniper for Memfisto definitely kept him in the XP race. Um, and as you guys said, like there were a few moments where Ficus was able to just, clutch, like take out the bounty sniper on Memfisto's side, but in general, it was able to just farm up kills, and yeah, that felt like the determining factor in the end that just pushed him over the edge and gave him the XP that he needed to get the frenzy.
Yeah, the problem with those uncounted snipers is
interesting to see.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, Volko, as you guys said, very, very much less common in 1v1 at the moment. So it was good to see it from Ficus, and it'll be interesting to see what he can do in the lower bracket as well.
Yeah, the problem is you get all those raged units, but Memfisto didn't really have that much meat that the raged units could really start shredding through. So they just didn't get huge value. And the problem with the snipers...
small units, things like the shielded crossbow dudes and the scrats were often picking up the rages. I'm not sure I even saw rage on a cleaver in that game, although I mean it wouldn't have made a huge difference since, as you say, Memfisto had with so many tools, Screaming Scrat, Scrat Pack, Jolo, to tank up the cleaver and the bear trap itself, meant that the cleaver wasn't really much of a threat in the end.
Yeah, and those snipers, the more that Ficus pushed into it, the more value that Memfisto could get out of those snipers. It's a very difficult.
Absolutely.
And I think that contributed to the fact that Memfisto was able to get that better bridge control, because Ficus couldn't push into those snipers. He had to wait for them to get into range where he could deal with them with the bridge burn, or to get his units on top of them, and just that time that he has to wait for that to happen over the course of the game. It just ends up to just be that extra XP that Memfisto gets.
Yeah, I was kind of reviewing taking the opportunity to review the bracket right now, and it's developing mostly like we would expect. One matchup that is an interesting result is Betowski defeats Lazur 2-1, and Betowski is an amazing player as well. But that will feed into our next broadcast match, Betowski versus Nataraja, and the other match was Nick Show losing to Set 2-0. Nick Show is another very competitive player, and I expect to see them progress in the lower bracket.
Yep, so normally what we do is we follow through the winners bracket until we get our first finalist, and then we drop down to the redemption bracket and see what's going on there, and follow that through to find out our second grand finalist. So don't worry, these players that we're seeing, if they're losing at the moment, they're dropping down to the second bracket and they get to go again. That's the beauty of the dual elimination setup, is you always get that second life. So we're going to see Betowski against Nataraja. So we're just getting set up here. It looks like we've got some ban information. Would one of you like to go through the bans that we've got from these guys?
Yeah, interesting. So Nataraja has banned Wrecked, Defensor Chopper, and Marines. And Betowski also banning Wrecked, and then Hypnotize and Daggerfall. So slightly different lines on the card bans. Nataraja banning some staple units, and then Betowski going for some of the higher choice cards. And Hypnotize is something which can definitely get a lot of value and shut down certain big pushes and things. But it's interesting to see Daggerfall on there. It's not something which I particularly would think of as like a high priority ban, since there's kind of alternatives to it in things like Poison Strike or Blast Crystal. So I wonder if there's any specific reason that he's gone for that choice in ban, but I guess we'll see.
You do tend to see
I
players...
think Wrecked is a very strong ban. I see that a lot in the 1v1s. Wrecked is an extremely strong master in 1v1, but also extremely skill intensive. So both of these players are a little, afraid to face it at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and just building on what Planky said about, you want to ban something that's really difficult for somebody to just replace. If you're banning an AoE spell, then they're just going to play something else. If you ban, like for example, if you ban Azali. That's a very specific card that, you know, if somebody has an Azali deck, then that's banned. That's that whole Azali deck out. Whereas if you're just banning an AoE spell, then they could just say, well, let me just run something else instead. So that's it's interesting to see. We see the bans, but we don't get the specific thought process behind it. So that's something we had to try to just fill in the gaps a little bit and try to guess what the players are thinking.
Seeing the bans can also inform what deck you're going to run, right? So if my opponent bans Defenso Chopper, maybe they're running something very swarm heavy, and Defenso Chopper totally shuts that down. So I might, you know, tech in like a Blastmancer or something. You know, you usually bring something like Whirly Scrat as well, because those kind of deal with the same threats. But the bans might inform some play, right? So what could Daggerfall inform? You know, maybe he's running Sniper Pack or something, but like Planky mentioned, right? Resonating Blast and Poison Strike are really solid alternatives that do a very similar thing.
Yeah, like the Hypnotize is a strong ban. You know, Hypnotize can't easily be replaced by anything that's going to do the same thing. And we saw, especially earlier in the tournament, with the pushes with the Rock Rivals and the units behind it, the Hypnotize shut that down completely. So, you know, if you've got that kind of setup, maybe you'll think, let me go for a Hypnotize ban. But yeah, these top players, when they're playing against each other, every bit of information is incredibly important, and that's, you know, whether what they've been playing on the ladder, what they've banned in their previous matches, what they just banned now, what they've played in their previous matches, what they like to play. You know, everything is hugely important, and it's the players' jobs to try to come together and put all that information into one pot and come out with an idea of what they should ban and what they should play. Right, here we go, Planky. Nataraja against Batowski. So we got Nataraja playing Mordor, and we got Batowski playing Diona. Everything okay there for you, Planky?
Yeah, I was just making sure that I had somebody to spectate.
Cool.
Yeah, got Nataraja up now.
Okay, so we've got Mordor, and we've got Diona. So we haven't seen the Mordor yet, I don't think. And it looks like it's going to be
Mordor was in a really strong place, and got some nerfs recently, right? But I still think, Mordor can cause a lot of problems. And as you say, Fanriel, with the first Tombstone, see what working can do.
Yeah, so we'll see. What does Batowski have? He's going to put a trap down to put some DPS on the Tombstone. That's great, because that Tombstone's going to die pretty quickly and there's going to be no res.
Yeah.
From the looks of it. From the looks of it.
Ooh.
From the looks of it! Oh, goodness me. That was close. And this is the thing that we see a lot in Mordor matches. It's not as coin flippy as it used to be, but it's still pretty coin flippy with, you know, had he got that res, that would have changed the dynamic of this completely.
Definitely. Like, yeah, it's a 7 mana swing right there. 8 mana? How much does Fanriel cost? It's a big unit. Oh, and Jolo going down right there. Mordor not very good on the defensive. That was an unlucky death from Jolo, and that's going to cost Nataraja a lot of health, actually. He's
losing a lot of health, and he's quite far behind on XP as well. And just missing that Tombstone. And that's the recent nerf in action. That would have rezzed before the recent nerf to the Tombstone, where the Tombstone now has to get 50% charge to res anything.
Yep. And this time around,
there's no trap available.
Yeah, getting a little bit more mana to support as well before throwing that down to make sure.
Okay, he needs to be careful though, because he almost missed that res. That almost died quickly enough. He needs to be careful, because we saw in the first setup that just missing that res is huge. Okay, the trap. And he's got to be, Nataraja's got to be ready for that trap, because he's going to be playing that trap. That's his only counter for the Tombstone.
Yep.
And that's perfect for Nataraja, because Batowski used his trap but didn't shut the res down.
Yeah, Batowski's doing a great job of trying to deal with these Tombstones, but when you spend all that mana to try to deny res, maybe that's gonna, like, if it steals that monkey, it's gonna heal right up.
Yeah, that's great.
That's actually huge.
He did a good job. He could see that the monkey was going to die, so he threw the stint down to save it. Mordor's one of those masters that can start off weak, but then as you get a few reses changed, it can get out of control. No Shock Rock, but Betowski makes the tombstones very difficult for him to play around. There's 2 tombstones available now for Nataraja. He's got to wait for the charge, but the charge is active, so whatever dies next. And he's getting the fan rail res every time, and that's exactly what this deck is built around.
That's actually huge. Like, Nataraja's forced to play some other supporting minions to try to make sure that these tombstones are safe. But yeah, so far he's only got good reses when they've actually resed. So see if that continues.
He plays the tombstone at the, the tombstone at the bottom, which is a little bit interesting because it's going to be straight into pressure. On that tombstone, if that tombstone gets shut down, that's going to be that's huge. Yeah. I'm surprised he played that tombstone on the bottom lane. That seems very risky. And if he misses this res at the top as well, which he does, okay, this is becoming problematic. He missed 2 reses there, and that can really swing things. Betowski grabbing a heal from Ruffles as well.
Yeah, Tranquil Monkey is not a bad res, but I mean, it's just a lot less value than a fan rail.
Oh, the monkey's going to heal though.
Okay, okay, that's actually a better option here. Getting the Wizard Puff is going to be really nice support for this fan rail.
Okay, you need to be careful with this Wizard Puff. What's it going to kill? What's it going to kill? It gets the brother. Okay, that's a bit of luck for Nataraja there. That's now we got some pressure coming on.
And Betowski, in all of this, has gone up quite a lot of XP, but this is where Mordor really kind of pumps up into high gear.
I feel like Nataraja is catching up. Now, that Ghost is unlikely to do anything. Okay, what can he get out of this trap? Oh, that trap's got some good value.
Great value.
Nice.
Yeah. Is Nataraja going to try and save that monkey? No, he's not. So I think that's a good decision. Got to make sure that he doesn't overinvest. You can overinvest in both directions with a Tranquil Monkey. If you spend mana to try to save it and it ends up dying, or try to kill it and it ends up healing, you can end up losing out a lot.
Okay, but, no value from the Wizard Puff really there.
Here if,
yeah, you got to be super careful with that.
But it gets the fan reel. Oh,
Mana Frenzy. Yeah, this is problematic. No fan reel res. Tombstone getting aggro. This is probably the beginning of the end for Nataraja here.
Yeah.
The traps are going to start supporting everything. Although Mordor is one of those masters that can play against Mana Frenzy. When he keeps doing his AoE attack, shredding everything, it can be very difficult to deal with.
And he didn't reset there, which is actually quite big. Like, Mordor takes a long time to sort of spin up his attack, and the fact that he's constantly had things to attack is going to really shut down these pushes a lot more than it would if he'd actually just reset there.
This is not over.
That is rezzing, so he doesn't get a fan reel here. Can his Mordor attack deal with this Brother of Light, which is going to be healing? And there's another brother coming in as well.
Yeah, this could be spiraling out of control a little bit. But Mana Frenzy for Nataraja almost there. Even if he hasn't got any bridges, it will help him with his mana generation. But is he going to be alive at that time?
Yeah, and a trap as well. Damage is piling up.
This looks like it's going to be too much. That smite used just to help tank. And, it's going to be too much. Fanreal's going to just get shredded in the corner. Wow.
Hitting Mana Frenzy at the end there, Nataraja, but just not enough. Wow, that was a
great
close
game,
one,
great showcase of
GG.
How Mordor can hang in the game and how important those resurrections are, right? We talked about the first missed one that was just nearly there, shut down by the trap, and a few other things I wanted to talk about. So we saw 3 ghosts come out of that Walking Blind Gate, which is probably like the worst possible pull you can get. And another thing I wanted to highlight is Betowski brought in Empyrean units and had some that would be beneficial, that would benefit from Empyrean army buff, which requires 5 unique Empyrean cards in your deck. He only brought 4, but Diona's trapped our Empyrean units. So that's just a showcase of, a high level of game knowledge, right? It put his Smite online and his Lost Legionnaires. And then the final thing I wanted to discuss was the Future Past pulled a wall, which was really crucial in stopping the fan reel. Just gave him an extra tool. Other than that, he had like the Elite Swarmer to deal with it. But that random card pool, a 1-mana wall, it really could have decided that match. That is just kind of harder to see in the chaos of it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, if you roll those dice on a future card and you get something which is helpful, then it's gonna benefit you a huge amount. And sometimes these decks, they can be high variance, but they're also quite high for skill expression. In that, if you get like an obscure card and you can really make good use out of it, then you can just constantly cycle and get that benefit.
Okay, yeah. So the wall, as you say, was a very big pull from that, and sometimes you do just get the perfect counter to what your opponent's running. And that's just, sometimes you just have to own that luck, whether it's in your favor or against it. But yeah, we definitely saw the coin flippy nature of Mordor, with the reses so close to happening but just missing, and especially when that's on a big unit like a Fanriel, that tempo that's either gained or lost from that res is huge for the game going forward. And I think that's why we saw Nataraja just being behind on XP. Had he got those 1 or 2 reses that he just missed, that would probably have changed it. And we could see that he was hanging on against the Mana Frenzy, just ultimately not long enough. So had he not been able to hang on for quite so long, he could have potentially got his own Mana Frenzy sooner and potentially got back into it.
Sinobii handling a lot of the admin work in the background, and the amount of work he does is just tremendous. And he highlighted an issue that I think we all missed, is that Nataraja banned Plasma Marines, and we did see them in Batowski's deck. So that is likely to result in a forfeiture of that specific game here, and we'll just see how that plays out. It can be really hard, right, when you're in the heat of the tournament and you have a deck and you don't fully check it, in the 2v2 tournaments, you can't have duplicate cards, and sometimes it happens. So we'll see how that shakes out. Yeah, confirmed Batowski used a banned card, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, Plasma Marines are such a staple, so it's like, I have them in every single deck I run. So I
always wonder how these things happen, and I guess it just must be an oversight. But I feel like if it was me, I would just have like a process where right, okay, these are the banned cards, let me just double check my deck. But it seems like sometimes these players make these mistakes, and it's definitely not the first time we've seen this, and we see some of the top players in the game, they do make these errors, and I guess they just overlook it, and it can be hugely detrimental. Batowski took a good game there and ultimately threw it away just on a little mistake in the admin of it. So that's going to be frustrating for him, and that he's got to pull himself back from that and try not to let that affect his performance too much.
That's really unfortunate. I mean, he's shown that he's capable of taking games off of, or even winning sets against people like Lazur and now Nataraja. So let's see what he pulls out in this next game.
Yeah. It does surprise me that the players make these errors, but I guess, when there's a lot on the line, when you're thinking of lots of different things, it can just slip through.
And Tournament Day is an endurance match. These guys have played multiple matches already up to this point, and they're looking forward to other matches as well. For me personally, I find the tournament experience very draining, and it's really hard to stay on my A game, after playing all day and just waiting idly for your next match. It can be really difficult. So it's understandable, that kind of lapse in awareness, and it's unfortunate to see a match decided by that. But I mean, it is fully on Batowski to respect the bans.
I feel like the players have to have a procedure where they just, one of the last things they do before they click ready or say they're ready is, let me just double check my deck, let me just check what the bans are, let me just make sure, because it's ultimately such a small thing, but it has such a big impact And
Yeah,
you know,
and in your tournament for the 2v2 I mentioned, right, you can't have duplicate cards, right? No wild cards, and no duplicate cards between you and your teammate. And, you know, Gwen and I are participating in this one, and sometimes, you know, in game 2 and 3, you're just like totally making new decks, and we always like double and triple check to make sure no duplicates, because it's easy for someone to, have 2 shock rocks, you know, or to each have, you know, a scrap pack. Some of those staple cards like Marines and Crossbow Dudes, we're always vetting, you know, to make sure. And right, different players have different processes, and
yeah, it's frustrating to see, but it happens. But hopefully other players will learn from the experience. Batowski will learn from the experience. Just say, look, what can I do to make sure this doesn't happen again? You know, something in my procedure is not quite right. I need to just add another step, just to double check before we go live. We'll see. We'll see if we see any more of this. But yeah, we've definitely seen, you know, some of the top players right at the end of the tournament do make these mistakes as well. And as tODDlife says, you know, some of these events go on for a long time, and it is an endurance thing. And you know, when you've been playing for a long time, your brain gets a little bit frazzled, and these mistakes are easy to make. But we're still quite early in the game, early in the day, so things may get worse. Right.
And it looks like we are, coming into another one, and it's an APET mirror. Interesting.
Let's fight.
Okay. Oh, we got an Avea APEP as well.
Yeah.
From Nataraja.
And also representing the Bazooka Scrat here. That's an interesting choice. Could potentially cause a lot of damage with that. I wonder if he's got the Vulture Prime to support that, or if he's just using that as an aggro.
He has the
tool.
Prime.
He does have the Prime.
Okay, so Avea, one of those cards that, or the only card in the game that has a quest to shield units. Every time she takes damage, if she's activated, then she will shield units around her. She's got to do that 4 times. She's got to shield at least one unit 4 times to become activated, and then she will spawn with her Legionnaires. So that was one activation in the first play. And ideally you want to get 2 activations a time. Okay.
Yeah.
This is interesting because both players have got decks that have that build around a specific card that will power up as the game goes on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these match up, and potentially the Avea may come online a little earlier if Nataraja gets his way. But,
yeah, I feel like Avea is quicker to activate, but not quite such a power spike.
Yeah.
It's a smaller spike, but for longer. So what we're talking about is Nataraja playing Shield Captain Avea and Batowski playing the Demon Warrior. There you can see the Demon Warrior is on stack number 2. Needs to be played 6 times to get activated.
This Boomer from Batowski is, it's just shutting down the Avea instantly each time and just making sure that it doesn't get 2 stacks. And Nataraja, just playing the Avea, opting to play the Avea early, as soon as possible. He played it at the very start of the game, rather than perhaps playing it defensively and trying to get that second stack to go off. And we'll see how that works out for him.
Yeah, having played Avea a lot, I feel like it's best to play her defensively, get that activation, and then charge up and hopefully get a second activation before she dies.
Yeah, and this time around, Avea going into an empty field, maybe with a better chance of getting that second, that final activation.
Yeah, she's definitely going to get it. There we go.
Yeah.
So next time Avea spawns, she has the Legionnaires with her.
Whereas this Demon Warrior is still down on stack 2 at the moment. If it's even been played,
it's going to be stack 4 when it's played next.
Oh, stack 4. Okay.
So it's still a way to go.
Stack
though.
3. Yeah.
Nataraja's taken a lot of HP damage so far. We've got a heal puff from Batowski as well, so he's healing up the damage he's taken earlier. Right, there we see activated Avea. And she can deal with the Demon Warrior okay, especially with all her Legionnaires with the shields. The Demon Warrior does need support.
Yeah.
The Demon Warrior still needs to be...
A full cycle with the added pressure from Avea.
Yeah.
And Nataraja's probably going to pull ahead into part 3 off of that. Oh, but that was a fast cycle from Batowski. The mana vamping up and really going to be assisting Batowski in getting that active Demon Warrior sooner rather than later.
Both players are utilising the Blood Imp, but I think only Nataraja has... Sorry, only Betadwarf has the heal puff. I think that's contributing to the big difference in HP that we see at the moment. Okay, big Demon Warrior about to come online. Needs to be careful though, because that Bazooka Scrat can be really good against it. We'll see. Okay, a Bounty Sniper from
very
Nataraja.
well equipped as well to just deal with a unit, one big unit. If it gets to face, just shield the damage and then play something to take that unit out. So good defense, but more pressure coming in, and
that's
a rammer.
So perk 3 rammer from Nataraja gives him some pressure, and that's useful, especially since Nataraja is low on HP.
Yeah, that Blood Imp's card is going to be a dead card for the rest of the game, I would expect, for Nataraja.
Yeah.
Just
Needs
going to
to
give
be
the
very
task
careful.
pressure. And we were talking about the werewolf combo being a cycle option. Betadwarf also having essentially Blood Imps and Heal Puff as another sort of 2-card cycle combo, which is going to get him through to those Demon Warriors very quickly and help keep putting the pressure on. And between those and the Boomer, like, I mean, his deck is extremely cheap, extremely fast to cycle. He's pumping out those Demon Warriors now.
The pressure from the rammer is going to force him to use his shield a little bit earlier than he wants to, and it may allow the Demon Warrior to get some hits. And this big Demon Warrior is changing things a lot here. Jolo's going to help, but that Bazooka Scratch shuts it down very, very substantially. But again, here comes the next rammer, and he doesn't have his shield available, but it gets shut down. Nice.
That's on a timer now, so as we get further into the game, the shield totem won't be up for every rammer, and he will be able to play it when the shield totem is not available and force another response. But XP is still very close.
Yeah, here comes the rammer again. Betadwarf's still able to use his Blood Imps because he's got enough HP from that heal puff. Right, Bazooka Scrat.
Yeah, it's not going to be targeting the Demon Warrior because...
Oh, yeah, that Demon Warrior hits so hard you can't even allow one hit at this part of the game.
That'd be 300 damage right there. 2 hits would be lethal.
But this activated Demon Warrior has allowed Betadwarf to just have a bit more presence, and that's why he's going to get to Mana Frenzy first.
Both players having a push though on opposite sides. This rammer's just going to take out their shields.
There's a lot of Horde, which is great for dealing with the Demon Warrior. But Betadwarf's dropping down... Oh, Betadwarf's dropping down a lot! That Bazooka Scrat getting in the last hit off there. Both players very low HP. Okay.
Nataraja just stopping that rammer.
Heal Puff activated at the top though, and that could be massive. Rammer coming in. These cycles are going to get faster and faster.
In Betadwarf's favour at the moment, and Nataraja needs to contest that top bridge.
He does, and all the while we've got 2 Heal Puffs at the bottom, and you know this can be a situation where your opponent's at 50 HP and then suddenly they're at 3000 HP.
Yeah, and allowing for the use of those Blood Imps.
These Bounty Snipers could be massive. Look how many Bounty Snipers he's got up, and there's no counter from Betadwarf. 3 Heal Puffs at the bottom, they're going to go down.
There's actually a huge amount of pressure from Nataraja's side now. Oof. And takes a hit, but
this could be the comeback.
This might be too much,
Yeah, these Bounty Snipers are just shredding. There's no answer to them. They're generating XP, which turns into mana at Mana Frenzy. So now he's got the bridges. It's going to be almost impossible for Betadwarf to shut this down. Nataraja looking to close this game out 2 games to 0.
Slow push.
And that's going to be
push just there. And,
wow. That game kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's an amazing game. And there are just so many things to like evaluate when you're talking about an APEP versus APEP matchup and what's going on in the field when both players are in Mana Frenzy and they're cycling to their free cards, and the dynamic between the Blood Imps. Because Nataraja took a lot of damage on an early push as he was setting up. And I think that made him shy away from Blood Imps a little bit. And he was, behind a little bit on experience at that point, where Betadwarf was able to heal and still push imps. And Betadwarf had the Boomer, which deals just ridiculous base damage if you're getting that on imps. But being able to shield with Avia, there's just so much. And the dynamic between, Avia and Demon Warrior, I think Avia is just, much better positioned in this meta but we can still see how much of a disruption, you know, a full Demon Warrior can be for the game. That's just, you know, an amazing close match there.
Yeah, and we saw the power spike from Avea, but we also saw the power spike from Avea was delayed, definitely a few cycles by only getting one activation a cycle. So that could have certainly changed the way the game went out, because Betadwarf was having to wait until really quite deep into the game to get that activated Demon Warrior, although he got it almost as quickly as possible. But it was just an example of that. Demon Warrior is such a huge power spike that was able to change the match in his favor. How do you feel about
the different tools, the rammer versus the bounty sniper? And I don't really remember the perk ones. Maybe the wall came out of perk 1 for Betadwarf. All those little things when you play APEP, you know, it can really decide a match.
Yeah, for Nat, it was the Illusory Cleaver, which he was able to get some decent value out of. Just one of those cards which you can trade with. You can even use it as DPS, actually, like doing 100 damage to something. If you support it, can just, you know, it can just take out a unit and then potentially kill a horde as well with its explosion. So yeah, can be a strong unit. I think a bit underutilized at the moment.
I feel like the bounty sniper was huge in that situation. We saw that the Mana Frenzy was for Betadwarf first, but he didn't have a counter for those bounty snipers. So those bounty snipers build up. He had sort of 4 of them at a time, and the DPS that they provide, plus the XP and ultimately the mana they're generating in Mana Frenzy, that allows you to soak that damage that's coming in on you, especially when you've got the shield and things like that. He had a lot of horde to deal with the Demon Warrior, and we see that where he was behind, he soaked the attack onto him and then pushed, and as soon as he got those bridges with the bounty sniper support behind, it was only going to be one outcome in that point.
Yeah, it just came down to that clock essentially. Nataraja, with the draw of the bounty sniper, was always going to have a bit of a better end game, and it was going to be down to Betadwarf to try to pressure with the rammer and the extra healing and the blood imps that he had from his deck, and try to push out the win before Nataraja got the opportunity to get that extra value from the random cards that he picked up. So yeah, great game.
They both got very good perk 3s, very different perk 3s, but ultimately Betadwarf needed to close that game out. He wasn't able to survive a situation where Nataraja was defending and pushing and building up those snipers. So, and you know, he had a sort of, he was on a timer almost. He had to kill the game before there was too much of a push that was going to come back and ultimately kill him, and he wasn't quite able to do that. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing with the game in general when you're making a defensive stand and you're just like stacking units to apply defensive DPS, and if you're not, you know, using them to, you know, take hits, then as soon as you kind of gain momentum defensively, your push is just huge at that point. And, you know, they were bounty snipers, right? So they were generating more and more mana there. But in general, that's just something you can see in this game, you know, kind of stalling units to turn defense into offense.
And interesting how it was kind of reminiscent of the first game, actually, where Nataraja was defending with the Mordor, having those snipers, and was building up. But then we saw how it can easily swing the other way, and Nataraja was able to get to Mana Frenzy at the very end of that first game, but Betadwarf was able to just, you know, force the issue with those extra heavy units and pressure down and get the win. So yeah, definitely it easily could have gone the other way, and it could have looked very different as a result. But Nataraja able to take that one and progresses on. So congrats to him.
There are definitely certain masters and certain cards and certain setups that allow you to survive through that Mana Frenzy and to push back. And the Bounty Sniper, anything that's kind of range, getting value, especially the Bounty Sniper generating the XP and the mana. If it's and that's the problem you have. If you have a deck without any spells, any range removal, then you're at the mercy of things like that. And we saw it definitely in that situation. Okay, so the next game we're going to have is another winners bracket round of 4. It's going to be DeathShoott against Zaya? Not 100% sure how we pronounce that.
Yeah, not a player I'm familiar with, and they did beat Yaya in the previous round. You know, a pretty strong player themselves. So I'm looking forward to seeing this, you know, player unknown to me in this matchup versus DeathShoott, who is an incredibly strong player and, you know, tournament performer.
Okay. Right. Okay, right. Have you guys received friend requests?
Well, I have DeathShoott on my side. I'm not sure, you know, Jaya's, what their in-game name. You know, it seems Chinese to me, and I got a friend request with Chinese characters, so I'm not 100% certain if that's them.
Yeah, that is them. Okay, well, you need to, as long as you've got one to spectate, that's fine.
Yeah.
I believe that I have both of them set up. We're ready to go when they are. Okay, so this is still best of 3. Todd, you're joining me on this one, correct?
I am, and I am excited.
Good, good, good.
All
Okay.
these games have been really good, and yeah, this should be, you know, follow that trend.
DeathShoott, definitely one of the players that's likely to be there or thereabouts at the end of the event. Very high performing, very experienced player, and we'll see what he can pull out of the bag here. I would say he's definitely the favourite going into this. If we look at the bracket, we'll put the bracket in the chat so everyone can check it out as well. So Shia has beat Yaya and Dimlight. So those both experienced players. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to stack up against the might of the DeathShoott. Right, so we're ready to
DeathShoott is
go
one of those
now.
players that I just am like always amazed. You know, I watch him play 1v1, and I just like can't even identify where he's generating all of his value from. At the top level of this game, timing and positioning become incredibly important, and knowing where to take fights and when to push bridges. So he's about to demonstrate some of that skill for us, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those players that has a lot of success with a deck, but then other people can just not get anything out of that deck because he just understands how that deck works on a different level. So we're just waiting for the players to load in, and then we will be good to go. I will quickly find out whether I've spectated the correct person or not. That's all part of the fun.
One of our regular tournament participants, Duck Wesselin, is not here today. Had a conflict. You know, that's saddening for me personally because I always like watching him play. He's one of my favorite deck builders out there, and he always brings some pretty unique stuff. So we'll have to wait another month for the next tournament to witness him.
Yeah, he does definitely bring some different things.
Did we talk about the bans?
Good call. Good call. Do we have the...
Yeah, we do have them. So we have DeathShoott banned Wrecked, Whirly Scrap, and Scrapyard, and Jia bans Wrecked as well. Frostfeather Flyby and Stun Lancers. So again, we're seeing Wrecked coming up as a staple ban from some of these players, and I mean, I've seen a fair bit of Wrecked on the ladder. So yeah, as you guys already said, a lot of skill expression and very high skill cap and power cap on that master. But again, slightly different bans. Scrapyard coming in again, and Frostfeather Flyby is an interesting one, and Stun Lancers. So yeah,
Stun Lancers are an interesting one because they're not as strong as they used to be. You know, they stun for 5 seconds now, so it's not a guaranteed stun. So even if you play a Colossus into them, eventually the Colossus is going to come out. So it's an interesting one, but we could maybe think behind the reason why they would ban that, and they're going to have some big units that will struggle against stuns, and we'll see if that turns into the correct assumption or not. But here we go. We're loading into game number 1, winners bracket, round of 4.
Stormbringer versus King Puff. King Puff is something we haven't seen any of today, and can be a very disruptive master with the bridge swap, and can generate some value with the buffs, the shield and the rage buffs. But I think the best part about King Puff is the Night Puffs once you reach perk 3.
I still think they're one of the strongest perks in the game, and the power spike that can happen at that point can just suddenly change a game from a close game to just GG.
And Zia using that once bitten on the Marines, that was one of those like interactions I was talking about where you could just get value off that, and you don't even have to use a 2-piece combo. He used the Marine for bridge grab, saw it was going to take damage, and decided to generate a wolf out of it.
Okay, Grenadier's
using some very typical Stormbringer tools here. Grenadier, Cannon Roller. Can be tough to deal with when they have that marksmanship from perk 2 as well.
Yep. Okay, so XP slightly in DeathShoott's favour, but no, it's exactly the same in fact. There we see the bridge switch. Of course, it stuns the enemy units at this point in the game. What is it? So that helps him get some more damage out at the bottom there. Okay, so we got a King Puff Scrapyard deck from DeathShoott.
I actually like the combination of Scrapyard and King Puff because you could defend the Scrapyard with bridge swaps and kind of split your push. So it is a very interesting tool, and I know DeathShoott has been kind of working with this. That's a great bridge swap to stun the brother there.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Okay. Scotty was standing with 1% HP that was going to make him stop, but he just shredded everything. Right. DeathShoott building up tech, just controlling the bridges at the moment, and he's going to wait until he's got probably as much tech as possible, and then he's going to drop the Scrapyard. So if you're confused with how the tech works, how Scrapyard works, I'm going to make a video on it soon to explain how it all works. It can get a little bit confusing. But basically you're generating tech from the Outlander cards that you're drawing into your hand, and then different cards will use that tech for different things.
And as I mentioned earlier, the marksmanship from Stormbringer perk 2, I think a lot of these ranged units are going to outrange King Puff's power defense. So
yeah, that can be a problem.
Needs to hold on to tools right here, you see, right, to not just take damage. Great Shock Rock there.
Yeah, Shock Rock allowing something to win that wouldn't. Okay, so it's at 140 tech. Okay, it's been consumed.
He played it right behind this rage buff too, which seems very strategic for DeathShoott here. Yep. Yeah, that was amazing. He placed the whirly in range of the range buff, but not to pick it up, knowing what comes out of Scrapyard would grab it and give range to those units. I mean, that's the kind of play that DeathShoott does that you could just totally miss that, right?
Yeah, just extra value that you could have just completely missed. Just small things at this level. And then we can see suddenly a lot of tempo from that Scrapyard. DeathShoott held it in his hand for quite a while, building up the tech, but also paying attention to what his opponent had that could potentially counter it. And I think he realized...
Stormbringer struggling defensively here against multiple units, coupled with shields, and just lower DPS. And again, all built off that Scrapyard push and the infiltration here to just squeeze more damage.
Yeah, it's not over yet. It's really not over yet with this push. Those Marines still going. Stormbringer's going to struggle to shut them down, dropping to 210 HP. And behind that, DeathShoott's built a big XP lead. And now we're going to see the power of perk 3. He's going to get friendly units on the bridge, he's going to swap, he's going to generate Night Puffs, and they're just going to melt everything.
They are surprisingly effective at dealing damage. They're pretty weak HP, but if you do it with a bridge swap, then, your opponent's minions are stunned. Yeah, just dominant performance by DeathShoott there, being really patient, knowing when he wants to strike, and just, again, mastery of positioning and timing.
Yeah, power of the Scrapyard yard there, Planky, but also the power of the Patience Scrapyard. Playing it when you've generated the tech, you're fairly certain your opponent doesn't have a good counter to it, and then just taking the game to your opponent at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. These generator buildings can really dominate a game if they are played and they're not able to be countered. And Scrapyard is probably the most extreme version of that, where if you get up to that maximum tech amount and then you play it and it doesn't get countered, it's going to generate a ton of value and a ton of pressure and tempo in that time. And as Todd said, with that great little sort of not a micro play, but just a small adjustment to the way that you play with playing the Scrapyard behind that rage buff as King Puff. I mean, that's something which I hadn't seen before, and just gives so much extra value and so much pressure with that infiltration that DeathShoott had. Like that deck is like a really well-tuned deck for just having that constant, just playing the regular bridge control game. It's not like he was down on XP, but able to really turn it on, in an instant and get that pressure.
Yeah, you could see he was just waiting for the perfect time to play it, and he got so much value out of it. It did so much damage, and then perk 3 was almost irrelevant at that point. The perk 3 just pushed him over the line that he was probably going to get to anyway. But yeah, we've seen definitely some interesting King Puff decks from DeathShoott in the past, and that's definitely a non-usual King Puff deck, tODDlife.
Yeah, it's so hard to shut that scrapyard down. Like, I don't even know if I knew I was playing scrapyard, like what are the tools you bring in? Like Magma Storm, maybe. I mean, any other spell, you're kind of losing a mana trade there. And yeah, that's why I would just be, I would opt to ban that in pretty much every matchup, because it's something that it doesn't even require a huge level of experience to extract a ton of value there. I mean, we see DeathShoott getting even more value out of it, but it's a very strong card right now. Basically, he's just generating value off the other cards in his deck. It's not like future cards or other cards that like bank mana, like Restless Dead, that you have to like take a deficit to then push value later. It's like, no, it's just a deck building cost. If you have Outlander cards in your deck and not even that many, you can just jump a ton of mana on the board at one time.
Yeah, there's definitely a skill of using it at the right time. People feel like they've got it in their hand, they just want to rush it out, and then it gets countered and they've lost so much tempo, but DeathShoott just held it until he was fairly certain that his opponent didn't have anything to counter it. He already had pressure on the board, and picking up those buffs just now allowed him to just put so much pressure on.
Yeah,
and,
in 2v2 you can definitely put yourself at risk by relying on a strategy like that if your opponent happens to have a big removal spell or something, but we really haven't been seeing any of that in this tournament, or really in 1v1 meta recently at all. So strategies like this, or like the heavy aggro decks that we saw at the very beginning of the day with Rammers and big Ravager pushes, can just run somebody down, and as we saw in that game, just take somebody down basically from full in one push.
Yep. And here we go, loading into the next one. And looking back to the bans, I don't think the Frostfeather Flyby and the Stun Lancers would have affected DeathShoott in any way, shape or form with this deck. Okay. So, here we go. Game number 2. But it's King Puff again for DeathShoott, but it's a different King Puff.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned before that I'm not familiar with this player, Gia. But I just noticed there as we loaded into the game that they're part of the Maha Shoujo Guild, which is one of the top guilds in the game, right? So they obviously have a level of experience to be at this part of the tournament.
Yeah. And time zones definitely have an effect on people's ability to play in these sort of events. So it's good to see somebody here looking from China playing in the event. Right, so again we see the Brother of the Burning Fist, staple.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Arcane Ring too, which can be pretty strong and frustrating to deal with if you don't have the right tools. It's just a lot of damage for the mana.
Yeah, this is a scary push. I think that bridge switch was trying to jump out of that blast, but ultimately wasn't able to do that. Keeping the Scotty unaggroed.
Yeah.
Can it... Okay, that's a good res though.
At half health, but going to recover some of that health with the
Scotty doesn't even touch him. And here comes a big push with Fanriel. Okay.
Swap to get the stun off. Yeah, put some DPS on that unit.
That was good. DeathShoott had to very quickly cycle his cards there to get that bridge switch out, and he did so perfectly. Okay, choosing to remove that whelp, because that whelp could do a lot of damage, especially if it's not aggroed.
Right, because the brother had all the aggro there, would have dealt a decent amount of face damage. And again, we're talking about this matchup with Mordar, where you can play behind in experience and really hold it together even against Mana Frenzy. You know, already got a really strong res and turned it into a push. DeathShoott does have tools and knowledge of the game to, you know, shut down a lot of this as well.
It's a big spirit though. We're going to get a couple of lashes, but the spirited brother is got as much value as he could really. But the spirit on the brother really just keeping it alive.
Potential bridge swap here if you want to split this push or just stun these units. Yeah, get the stun, or I mean get the stealth hit. Ooh, actually just narrowly missed. Good timing there.
There's a little bit of mistakes from both players there, I think. Like the succubus being ahead of the brother was a little bit of a problem. And then the assassin dying as well. But here we see the true damage shredding through from Fanriel at the top. Needs to be careful here. He's got multiple things to deal with. This is where it can get tricky.
And a tombstone that'll be coming online and just feeding into this next push again as well.
Okay, looks like it's going to be the brother that reses.
DeathShoott has no real way to stop these unless he wants to use the lash, which he's thinking about.
Yeah, it's very expensive. We've got two brothers out now.
And the spirit, yeah. It's gonna res and just be two pushes on one lane. Wow,
this is scary to deal with. Perk 3 available now for DeathShoott. Can the Night Puffs change everything? Okay, there's one Night Puff there, but he's going to get a massive slap. Okay, that's very nicely done. He's got another bridge switch available, and that's something that the new King Puff can do, which the old one can't, is where you can have back-to-back bridge switches.
And DeathShoott shut down that that tombstone there, which could have been problematic, right? He stuck the assassin in there to deal with that.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit scary for Zhao at the moment.
These Night Puffs are less effective against Mordar, who can just like clear out a bunch of Swarm. I don't know how many hits exactly they'll take, but less threatening against the tower than other, you know, masters.
Here comes the Night Puffs.
Which can still do a lot of winning fights.
Yep. Those Night Puffs need to be dealt with. Looks like we're going to get
a few hits from Mordar before they disappear. Yeah. Definitely good to clear those out with the Resonating Blast. That has a lot of damage.
Okay, the Tombstone here is not going to res anything. And it's likely to get some aggro coming up here. He's going to have to defend the Tombstone. Right. That Spirit's going to drop. But oh, again, there's going to be a huge lash.
Yeah.
That lash is going to go again. Wow.
Right. Knowing that it was going to res the Succubus, but then still just die to the second lashing was, you know, pretty heads-up play there.
Yeah, the lash. The lash is a very high skill card, I think. When you see the super value people get out of it. Okay, this assassin's going to shred. Oof. No, it's not.
The Dragon Ball came in just in the nick of time. Yeah, that was a stealth assassin with rage, so that first hit is a ton of damage.
But look at the XP lead for DeathShoott. Mana Frenzy now. Bad res coming up. You know, there's no tempo on the field right now. DeathShoott looking like he can close this out. He's already 1-0 up. Looking like he's going to close the second out.
Scotty, a big
yeah, Scotty's going to close this down.
Yeah, that's going to be GG.
GG. Two very different looking King Puff decks, but ultimately the same result there, Planky. King Puff in the hands of DeathShoott is just incredibly strong.
Yeah, and utilizing some of the same tools that Scott in both games was getting huge value, especially with the support from the stuns of the Bridge Swap and Shock Rock. And interesting to see Lash of Amun, I think an underutilized card, which was generating a ton of value. Getting that double hit on the Succubus, taking it out, and I mean, it felt like the game was a lot closer until DeathShoott started to get control of over those reses. But when he was able to deny them and force reses onto things like Dragon Whelps, it really swung very, very quickly into his favor.
I think we saw how strong the lash is in the hands of a very good player, because you get so much value out of it, but it's difficult to use because you've got to pay attention to how stuff is going to move around. It takes a little while to aggro. You know, what's it going to aggro on it? And again, with that Tombstone, killing the Succubus and then getting it again as it rezzed, that's huge. And I think as a player playing against that, you've also got to keep that in mind. You know, like what when you're placing units, are you setting stuff up that's going to allow a huge value lash?
Yeah.
Because that lash killing that succubus twice is massive.
I expect you can also use it defensively. I don't play a lot of King Puff, but I've used it in Volko, and you can pick up a rage buff with a lash and get that extra 50% damage. So, or I mean 100% potentially in Volko, I think. But yeah, it can make all the difference. Get that extra value for that mana. So King Puff can do the same thing.
Okay, so our next game is going to be Dragon against Nataraja. It's going to be the first time we see Dragon today. This is going to be a tough one for both players.
Yeah, and these 4 remaining players in the winners bracket, right? Really no surprise. We're going to see, Dragon, Nataraja, and the next, DeathShoott progresses on to face Set. I don't think anyone's surprised to see those people in the, approaching the winners bracket finals here. And in the lower bracket, we still have some big threats here. Nick Show's going to face Dark Crow. I think those two are very strong players. And, Memfisto and Batowski are still fighting, their tournament down there as well. And, there's some other people thrown in the mix there. So should have some great matches ahead of us.
Yep, so, we can have setups where players meet each other twice in the event. And the first time they meet is ultimately going to be a learning experience for both players for potentially when they meet again. Maybe in the final. Who knows? But yes, so we've got some big names here. Dragon against Nataraja. Dragon, of course, a multiple tournament winner. Nataraja has featured many times deep into these tournaments as well. So it'd be very interesting to see where these go. If you had to put your money on one of these players, Planky, who would it be?
Oh, okay. Well, that's a really tough one. I would say that Dragon is a very smart tournament player, and he often ends up with the advantage in both pick ban and in deck matchups. Nataraja is also an extremely strong player, and they've played with each other quite a bit as well. So they will have a pretty good understanding of one another's strategies, but both of them have a very versatile sort of list of tools at their disposal. I actually don't know what the head-to-head is like, but yeah, I really don't know. I think I might be inclined to lean towards Dragon, but it looks like Nataraja has been having a really good tournament. He 2-0'd Batowski, who was the guy that knocked down Laser. So, I mean, perhaps my money would be going in the wrong direction there. We'll have to see.
Okay, so we've got Dragon banning Stormbringer, Grenadier, and Stint. We've got Nataraja banning Wrecked, Defenso, and Rock Rivals. So, what can we glean from that, gentlemen?
Well, Rock Rivals is a tool that we've seen just drag and extract value out of, on multiple plays in previous tournaments. So this is kind of that third ban strategy where you're banning because of the opponent you're facing, where Dragon, is electing to ban Grenadier and Stint, which in my mind are just like staple tools, right? Grenadier is just super effective at removing Horde for very cheap cost. So, it's hard to say if Dragon's going to bring in some extra Horde because, he doesn't have to face that threat, or if he just wants to totally avoid seeing that card. I think these are really high-level bans from some high-level players. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us today. This is Knight's Duel number 6 from GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. We are currently in the winners bracket round of 4. This is going to be Dragon against Nataraja. We are best of 3 still. We will certainly let you know when we move into a best of 5 setup. We've got the bans. The players are online. The players are ready to go. We are just waiting that to happen. Now, so if we think back to the last tournament, I think Dragon won the last tournament, unfortunately, due to a forfeit, which was a little bit frustrating. And then if we go back further, let's have a look what we have here in our lists.
I think Dragon is like the winningest tournament player of all time. Maybe not overall money, because I know early on in Minion Masters there were different tournaments that I wasn't a part of because I wasn't, in the community yet. But you know, through your tournament series and this one, I think Dragon's won the most tournaments out of anyone. And both these players just have a ton of experience.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we've got Dragon having won one of these big tournaments before. Nataraja has been a runner-up previously, so both these players know what it's like to get deep into these events.
Give me those viewers, masters. Get dueling.
But let's see who can go the deepest. Here we go. Dragon playing Apep, Nataraja playing Mordor. tODDlife is joining me on this one, I believe. Are you on this one, tODDlife, or is it Planky?
No, this should be Planky.
This is me, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Dragon opting for a you know, a cheap cycle deck and well, a cheap cycle master at least, which kind of reflects some of the things that he was banning, Grenadier and Stint, and Nataraja going for some of those higher value single units. And again, so both players coming with a slightly different strategy. But kind of somewhat reflected in their bans as well, in what they're valuing very highly. And again, we see the Fanriel, Mordor, Tombstone combo coming in.
So we would expect to see Nataraja fall behind on XP at the start here.
Yeah.
Dragon has a far more control-orientated deck, and that Tombstone getting taken out at the bottom there is massive.
Yeah,
that was looking to be a Fanriel, and that's very frustrating for Nataraja. We've seen earlier in the tournament how just missing one or two reses can really change the ultimate outcome of these games.
And this time, Dragon opting for the Ghost Turret, that was something which I thought was really nice to see in Gia's deck in the previous Mordor that we saw. That spirit going on a unit like a Brother with Burning Fist or Lord Fanriel was generating a huge amount of value, but Dragon's going to be showing that it's also usable, you know, in some of these cheaper decks just to get that value.
He needs to play around the Wizard Pup a little bit here. You see him throw down as many little units as he can.
Yeah, not likely to cause too many problems for this cheap Apep.
Right.
Is Dragon going to choose, to fight this on the bridge?
He wants to fight it and try to kill it as quickly as possible, and it's going to go down before the Tombstone reses.
Yeah.
Wow.
Another huge win for Dragon there. And if this Tombstone does res, it's it's only going to be a Jolo, but it looks like that's not going to res anyway.
He's going to get nothing out of it, and that's huge. He needs the pressure of these Tombstones to help.
And all this time, Apep is building up a commanding XP lead. Nataraja up to two Tombstones now, so he will have some options and be able to start generating some pressure. Probably going to start getting some actual reses, but yeah, this start has been about as good as you can hope for Dragon in this game.
I think the important point at the top there was Dragon identified that he had the opportunity to try to DPS down that Fanriel before the Tombstone was ready. And you can see he committed straight into it. He knew exactly what to do, threw as much DPS as possible, and the outcome was perfect for him.
So again, we see Nataraja throwing down the Tombstones with the Fanriel. This time, it's very likely that those Tombstones will be up, so there's really not going to be much denying that first res. But it's yet to be seen what comes out of the second Tombstone. And the good thing about Fanriel is that since it charges down the board like that, firstly, it'll generate a lot of extra follow-up value, but it's also quite likely to potentially force a second res. But this time it's Jolo.
Oh, there we go. Fanriel clearing up everything there. Okay, this is better for Nataraja.
Yeah.
But has he fallen too far behind after that? Is that a Chisma Boomstick perk 3 from Dragon?
That's right, yeah. So this is going to just sit behind and potentially generate a huge amount of value if Dragon's able to protect it, but it looks like this time it'll go down.
Okay, we see a good XP lead, again, as we would expect from Dragon, but can Nataraja start coming back? Now we see he started his Tombstone charging before the Fanriel was spawned. He's learnt his lesson from that getting shredded earlier on, and he doesn't want that to repeat itself.
Yeah, make sure that first Tombstone generates a Fanriel, generates that value. And Dragon's going to have to be defensive for quite some time off of these two Tombstones. And it's a double Fanriel res this time.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to force the res of the Arcanist there by picking it off using the flyby, but wasn't able to do so. Right.
And the Apep Shield Totem, of course, not able to actually deny the damage from Lord Vanriel as its true damage.
Vanriel
So,
just laughs
yeah.
at that. But I feel like the issue was Nataraja has that huge pressure, but then he loses it once the tombstones are not available.
Yeah, yeah. But this
And
time
then he
around,
has
I
to
mean,
start again.
yeah, it's back up again. It really felt like that Vanriel had only just died, and Nataraja's back on his tombstones again. So,
So Dragon's trying to hold on, get to Mana Frenzy if he can. Okay, he's using the trap, the shield there as a tank. Again, here he's trying to force the res of the Arcanist.
I think it's too late though.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, that was so close.
Wow,
And the difference between an Arcanist resin and the Fanreal resin is huge in this.
it's absolutely huge, and this pressure is just constant from Nataraja. Can
No
Dragon
shield
defend
available.
this?
Fireball
Oh, he
comes
played
in.
into the fireball.
This is a lot of damage.
Dragon
He does
have
have
a shield.
He has the shield, but the true damage lasts in the face of the shield. But everything else doesn't. Right.
He's so close to Mana Frenzy. Can Dragon hold on?
Yeah, so this is exactly what we thought was going to happen. Dragon was going to be ahead and Nataraja was going to start coming back. Tombstone active. It looks like it's going to be the Whirly Scrat though. That's not the res that he wants.
Nice. Yeah,
It's helpful, but it's not the res that he
Dragon-
wants. Like,
Yeah,
Mana
he could
Frenzy.
have contested that bridge much earlier, but choosing to try to force that Whirly Scrat to res, this is, yeah, really heads up play from Dragon there.
Both players about to be in Mana Frenzy.
Yeah,
The Dragon has a lot more pressure on the bridges. He's had them for a
Yes.
while as well, so he's building up that extra mana advantage.
and as we
Flyby
said
putting...
before, yeah, Mordar very effective at potentially defending pushes like this, where APEP has lots of small units, so it's not over yet, and whilst Nataraja is very low, he can still generate pressure here, and Dragon's not out of the woods yet.
Yep.
It's going to be probably a Fanreal res here, and well, we'll have to see. Oh, it turns out to be a Tranquil Monkey. That's actually really good. That it's not another Fanreal coming to churn through these units.
Yep. I mean, this is not over, but it's going to be tough. But as you can see, Mordar is one of those masters that can really hold on against Mana Frenzy. Can't be losing Tombstones though. That will signal the end. If he starts losing
Yes.
Tombstones and gets no
Yeah.
reses. Now, Dragon
But
is cycling the flyby on face. He can see that as a potential win condition. Just kind of slowly chipping away at Nataraja's HP. Okay, this time he decides against it.
I don't actually know now with the speed of flyby if the Frost Feathers are able to actually get to face. I wasn't seeing earlier how much.
Oh,
damage
that's a
was doing, but
huge
yeah.
Fanreal! Okay,
Still pressure on the bottom lane though for Dragon, and Nataraja's health is getting whittled down.
yeah, that tank's going to be a problem on face there.
Here we go, GG's thrown out, and I think that might be it. Yeah, 160 health left for Nataraja. He does hold for the moment, but it's only one or two flybys left. Oh, it was the Chisma that finished it.
Chisma?
GG.
Boomstick. Wow. A close one in the end there, Todd. And
What an amazing game. Both players really just, playing to their win conditions. We haven't even talked about Fanreal in the meta, and it used to be a bit of kind of a joke card, and there were some players that would champion it and play it to success. But in solos with Mordar, it is a serious threat, and the problem is it just exhausts your counters because you really want to stop that charge, right? So a lot of times it's getting value on the charge before you could even stop it. Then you throw like an Elite Swarmer in front of it, a wall, a Tranquil Shihu, but then you res it and it's coming down the other lane, and now you're like fumbling over answers, right? Getting a lot of good value off those resurrections, shutting down some of the resurrections, forcing some bad reses, and APEP and Mordar are really. It's a tight matchup. Who jostles for first place? The XP was very close, and it almost made brought it out for Nataraja. Dragon just playing his cards the best he could, and it's hard to analyze because it was just so entertaining to watch.
I feel like it was another situation where just those missed reses earlier in the game compounded a lack of XP, and ultimately, you know, he was holding on really well against the Mana Frenzy, but just having to hold on just too long. And had he been able to get those Fanreal reses, they could have changed things. Super close.
Extra Fanreal can really make a huge difference in a game. Absolutely.
Yeah. And you got to remember as well, so the Fanreal could become a Fanreal and then another Fanreal after that. And, you know, you could, by missing that first res, you've ended up missing 2 reses, which could be huge value.
Interesting. There's a bit of a stubborn matchup here. It looks like we may have the exact same deck matchup. I don't know if Nataraja is playing exactly the same, but I wouldn't be surprised. Looks like Dragon is running the same APEP deck. Yeah, so yeah,
and I feel like
running it back.
I feel like Nataraja can get a better trade out of it if he just gets some better early reses.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. This is going to put that theory to the test.
Yeah.
How much of a difference might it make if Nataraja gets a successful... Ooh, Sunburn, is that new?
No, I think he had that before.
That.
Yeah, he did have that before. He just didn't use it too much.
Right. Yeah. This time around, Nataraja has a slow push building, well, has a push coming when he has perk 1, but is he going to use his Tombstone on this, or is he going to go for a Fanreal?
Okay, looks like he's going to allow everything to die and then go Fanreal. He needs to be careful. Can't afford for it to die so quickly. And the reason it died so quickly a number of times was the Ghost Turret and the Curse Bearer, which both are not on it at the moment, so it should survive for a while.
Yeah, now Nataraja is just going to need to make effective use out of his mana and still potentially allow that Fanreal to res.
Yep.
But that Tombstone
needs to be
is
careful.
dropping low.
Ooh, okay, there it is. Nicely done.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dragon was trying to kill the Arcanist. Didn't. The Arcanist is going to take that top bridge, is she, before she dies to the curse? Okay, good. The other thing to remember with Fanreal is a Crystal Elf unit, so Mana Surge is huge for it. You can see in the mana bar, if you're on 6 or more mana, Fanreal starts really shredding. But again, as we saw before, Dragon ahead on XP.
Yeah, definitely. And it does feel a bit different though this time around. We've seen that high pressure. Kind of feels like how it felt in the later stages of the previous game when Nataraja was closing in on Mana Frenzy and he had those Fanreal pushes with the Tombstones up. This time around it's come much sooner with the extra reses, and he's already pretty much caught up on XP, and both those bridges are in his favour. He's going to get the reses, and he's going to have another high tempo push here.
And there we see the Ghost. The Ghost Turret's going to DPS here, but the Curse Bearer is at the top, so that's the power of putting the Tombstone on the other lane. Is, as Todd mentioned, all your counters are on the wrong lane.
Yeah. And even though it was just a Tranquil Monkey resing from the other Tombstone, it was already able to win a trade and get a heal off, so generating a lot of extra value for that, that free cycle card.
The XP's in a completely different state than it was in the previous game.
Yeah.
Dragon was well ahead at this point.
Ahead. Yeah.
Right, here we go again. Double Tombstone up, Fanreal going through. Shield Totem used, so that it can't be used as a wall. But the Ghost Turret's going to start shredding it, but...
Dragon's forced to take this on face though, and yeah, a lot of damage coming in.
Okay, needs
and
to
this Tranquil Monkey is just going to heal because Dragon's forced to try to deal with the Fanreal, which is going to res again if he doesn't do anything else about it.
This is what Nataraja's deck's built around. He learned from the mistakes in the previous game, or just the way the previous game went. Fanreal trying to get res. Right. You can see Dragon spawned everything kind of middle bottom to get everything to go down. Okay, do we get a res here?
And there's Tombstones back up. I mean, yeah, maybe this Fanreal won't res.
It does.
Maybe it will.
It does. Oh, 2 Fanreals at a time.
Oh wow.
This is going to be so difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He doesn't. That's GG. Wow. And then we saw
power. What a game. You know, when you're facing the same deck, and both players there, I think, acknowledged the fact that they were running the same deck. So it's interesting to see, you know, the adjustment after narrowly losing the first one, how to succeed with that matchup. The other thing I would point out is Dragon is not running a Shock Rock, which is like a card that I would like heavily associate with him always being able to extract value from. No real way to deny the tombstones, which even with a Shock Rock can be tricky to do with multiple tombstones and things like that. But I found that particularly interesting.
Definitely. After perk 2, it can be very difficult to deny reses, and with the current state of tombstones, sometimes they can res after you shock them anyway. But yeah, definitely, if you can deny that critical res, as we saw in game 1, you can deny a lot of that pressure that Mordar can apply, especially on a deck that's really, really tailored to focus on the reses and benefit from them, as these Fanrail decks are.
I think what we
Makes
saw
me
there
excited to see in game 3 and what these players are going to bring, because Mordar Fanrail is like such a specific deck.
Yeah,
it's hard to tech against, because I would expect Nataraja at this point to switch decks up, and I would expect Dragon to as well.
Yeah, it's all part of the mind games.
Also, it's a very quite a unique deck. Like, you don't really see any other decks which are quite like a Mordar Fanrail deck. And I mean, other Mordar decks, like Mordar as a master, is just it's quite different from all the other masters in the way that it plays and the way that you play against it. And so we'll have to see. I mean, perhaps some of these players who are playing around the Fanrail Mordar will end up drawing bans either on Fanrail itself or on Mordar in the future to try to deny one of those strategies. But then again, there's a lot of strong strategies out there, and this is only one of them. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think we have to say props to Nataraja for that one, for adjusting the way he played. It was a mirror matchup, the same decks again, and a completely different outcome. And that was just because he learnt from the first game that if he loses that Fanrail res, it's incredibly detrimental to him, and that Dragon did have the tools to absolutely shred it. So he learnt from that. He played his tombstones much more smartly, I would say. He wasn't trying to wait for it to charge and then just get the res. It was charged plenty of time, and then those Fanrail reses, they come back and back and back, and then he cycled through to his next set of tombstones, and that's just the pressure that's insurmountable. And we saw at the end there, he gets two Fanrails at a time, and Dragon just didn't have a course of action.
Yeah, even that first tombstone actually in the in that game, we saw Nat just waited a long time on that first tombstone to make sure that it was played just at the right time when everything else was dead. He's able to push with the Fanrail immediately and make sure that there's no counterplay for Dragon, given that he already knew the deck that he was up against.
Okay, game number 3. This is best of 3, so this is the final game in the set. We've got Dragon playing Morelia. We've got Nataraja playing Wrecked. Completely different setup.
Wrecked is this master which we've been seeing banned a lot, and finally we get to see it showcased. I mean, obviously you can play a lot of different stuff, but it'll be very interesting to see what Nataraja brings to the table with this master.
We've got Wrecked, Rock Rivals, we've got Razor Squadron. This is a deck that I think we've seen something very similar, very high up on the leaderboard at the moment.
Right. Yeah, and that Razor Squadron was able to shred through that living statue, able to counter the sort of extra value that you give to your opponent through playing that first.
Saving that top bridge with the flyby was very nice. Dragon's got a big XP lead already. Look at it.
Yeah.
And again, he saved that top bridge with the siphon.
Dragon's holding a bit of a surprise up his sleeve here in this deck.
He certainly is.
So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to even activate that early on in the game, because Nataraja's given up a lot of pressure and XP in playing the early Rock Rivals. Now he's going to start reaping the rewards of that and start benefiting from that extra value. But it does mean the dragon's not taking any damage yet.
Yeah, I always find it interesting how players play with a red golem in their deck. Do they play and just allow themselves to take face damage to get that activated, or do they just play normally, defend as normal, and then if it becomes necessary, then the red golem is there as a kind of a backup plan?
And Dragon does have tools in his deck, which I think are very important for having a deck centered around red golem, where you're able to manage your own health. He has Blood Imps, which is where you're able to sacrifice health, and he has his book where he's able to drain life and potentially regenerate some of that health if he drops too low. And yeah, I think that's really important. And sometimes you see APEP decks which just play like a way of losing health but no healing, and yeah, it can be very risky, very dangerous to try and play around a red golem where you potentially put yourself at risk of just dying to a single push if you get yourself too low.
This is really looking like we're not going to see that red golem. We got Dragon well in control right now. Yeah,
he doesn't know what to do with his mana, just throwing down a Ghost Turret just for the spirit at the moment, just since he's so far ahead. But this is where Rekt starts to be quite scary, where he's generating a slow push. But I mean, Dragon's already at poke 3, and he throws down the Niv here to counter this very effectively.
And all that blue golem is scary, but with all the horde he's got, that really shuts down its usefulness.
Yeah.
He has to be careful playing around the Rekt clones, that the horde doesn't just explode, but he's doing a good job so far of that.
Yeah, I mean, Nataraja's got a real uphill battle here to try to deal with this. He's got a full health dragon pushing down on one lane, and he's got this huge XP deficit that he's got to deal with. And yeah, Dragon with all the tools to shut down those Racer Squadron. They are gonna decay and die. Yeah, and this Dragon still needs to be defended.
It just feels horrifically one-sided right now.
Yeah, like I mean, Nataraja needs to deal with this push. He needs to catch up on XP. Like, I don't know what Nataraja does to come back in this game. And Dragon even draining life here. So I think he's answered that question as to how he wants to play around the red golem. Is that I mean, he doesn't need to play around it. He just
he's in control already. Doesn't need to risk anything.
He doesn't even need to reveal it. I mean, I guess this is the last game in this series, but there's an argument to be said for potentially like holding on to a card like that and not showing it. You might find that if you're in the longer series, your opponent never even gets to see it. Although if we're playing in the finals, which is where it looks like some of these players, one of these players is definitely going.
I mean, Dragon is dropping HP. He's getting closer to that 1500.
Yeah, that's true.
Barrier.
And every drain that he does allows him to play more Blood Imps. So I think that does explain why he's been relying on that Morelia spell. They did change spirits obviously recently, a few times actually. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to be using the drain.
I mean, the Siphon's really useful because we saw a couple of times earlier that he used it not necessarily for the healing, but just the fact it was going to kill a unit and stop the bridge grab. And those are just useful little things that you can grab and just force your opponent to take extra, spend extra mana. But here we go, Mana Frenzy.
Yeah.
There's no way Nataraja can hold this. Rekt is not a master that's going to be stomping and shredding everything. He's going to really struggle here to hold on.
Yeah, and all these small targets, we don't even get to see a good target for the Rekt perk 3. Yeah, too much pressure. It's unfortunate. So that felt like a bit of a, I don't know if it was a matchup win, but
Dragon, he was so far ahead on XP just the whole time.
Yeah.
And he even had that red golem.
That's what Blood Imps can do in your deck, like he was fine spending health, and he really didn't even, it wasn't even an issue at all, to enable the red golem strategy, but a 1-mana cycler that grabs both bridges and gives, pretty decent DPS for their stat line is pretty nice. What's
Yeah.
funny is actually Dragon hit a Curse Ascension at the end of the game there, having no payoff cards for it, just from cycling his turret, the skeletons, and the Curse Bearer. That's how I expect Dragon to perform. Doesn't matter who his opponent is, he really can dominate a match. But a great overall match between these two high-level players.
Okay. So
Dragon really liking Flyby as well, which we called out earlier. Someone banned it.
Yeah.
It overperforms for its mana cost, and it has a little bit of a skill requirement. I'm actually kind of surprised that it kills an Arcanist. And there was a really small interaction there that I didn't even realize, right? So there was an Arcanist behind the Rock Rival, and the taunt does not affect the Flyby bird, which I've never seen before, because it's just such an edge case. But I was surprised to see that.
Yeah, you can't save units with taunt from Flyby, but you can save them with Unholy Ground. I don't know how Flyby interacts with Vortex now, but I would assume the Vortex is able also to take them out before they get to unit.
Yeah, because they're a lot slower now.
Yeah. Okay,
so just to clarify, that was a winners bracket round of 5 match. So that means that Dragon is into the winners bracket final. Then we're going to see on the other side of the bracket, we're going to have Set versus DeathShoott. And we'll see who's going to join Dragon in that final.
That was round 5. It was a round of 4. It's 4 players in the round. But, right.
Yeah, sorry, I just say round of then the number, not the number of people in it. Round 4. Yeah, sorry.
No, yeah.
No, I've confused people like that before. Don't you worry. Okay.
Yeah, Set coming off a win from Nerzel, right? And we watched the previous DeathShoott match versus Zia. So another real, like I said, like the 4 players that were left here at the top of the winners bracket are all exceptional players. And I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see one of those specific players sneak out of the lower bracket, even though there is some competition in there. Now, when you go through the lower bracket, the thing is you just have to, it's more of an endurance match. You're waiting for opponents. You have to play more overall matches, right? So we could see if that plays an effect later into the lower bracket.
Yeah, the first person that gets into the grand final has a good long rest before they have to play again, which is, it's a double-edged sword. You have to sit and wait and stress, but you can relax a bit, whereas the other person has to go through the redemption bracket final and fight their way all the way through. Okay, so Set against DeathShoott. This is going to be winners bracket round of 5. Winners bracket round 5. Round 5 confirmed. It's going to be still best of 3. So do we have some...
Yeah, so the bans are here too. Set elects to ban APEP, along with Grenadier and Stun Lancers, and DeathShoott is banning King Puff with a Whirly Scrat and Plasma Marine. So those are all some pretty good bans there. Maybe the APEP, Set banning APEP against Disu is a little bit surprising because we just saw Disu perform extremely highly with King Puff. But both of these players are really not restricted by the master they choose. They all have multiple decks and can perform highly with a number of masters.
Actually, yeah, really interesting. I think Set is very scary on APEP, and Disu again very scary on King Puff. So it's interesting to see those bans kind of flipped around. Kind of. Yeah. But I think probably my take from that would be that that's the masters that they are valuing very highly, rather than a specific opponent centric ban. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, or even the matchup they want, right? Like banning APEP is really not wanting a long game or wanting to outperform in the long game, right? I guess if you're going aggro, you kind of would want to see APEP because you can really get underneath him. So Set banning APEP, maybe he's going to say, oh, I'm going to play Diona and win the long game, or play APEP himself.
Well, even Diona can be used quite aggressively, and I think if Set was going to play Diona, even if it was a fairly cheap cycle-centric deck, those traps are going to be used in a very aggressive manner just because that's the way stylistically he likes to play. Getting rid of an APEP, makes sense with that. And Grenadier and Stun Lancers, Grenadier and APEP definitely sort of fit together, as that sort of cheap controlling style, which Set is probably expecting from DeathShoott. So not that surprising to see things like that. Even though I think King Puff would
Okay,
have made perhaps more sense.
Sorry about that, just grabbed a drink. Right, so are we ready to go? Right, who's joining me on this one? Remind me, guys.
It should be Todd. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right, so we got
I get another DeathShoott match. Nice.
against DeathShoott. Yeah, I would say DeathShott's the favourite here, but Set is a very strong player and can definitely pull out something unexpected for sure. Both experienced players. Right, thanks for joining us today. Just to remind you, this is Night's Duel number 6 from GGtoor. GGtoor, Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy putting on this show. Thanks so much for those guys supporting the event. Thanks to tODDlife and Planky for being here with me. Thanks for Sinobii greasing the wheels behind. And thanks to everyone in chat for joining us. We're just awaiting the winners bracket round of 5. God damn it. See, that makes sense to me, winners bracket round of 5, but to everyone else it just confuses them.
Well, yeah, a round of, like, 8, for example, is when there's 8 people left in the round. Whereas the round number is just how many rounds we got through.
Winners bracket round 5. So we'll just let the players know that we're ready to go. Have we gone through the bans for this match while I was away?
Yeah, Planky and I discussed that a little bit while you were away.
So it's it looks to me at least that Set's gone for banning the things which he reckons are strong, and Deadshott's kind of done the same thing. It's things that we would expect to see from those players rather than from their opponents, perhaps. But well, we'll see what comes out, and perhaps we'll be seeing Set playing Apep, Grenadier, and Stun Lancers, and DeathShoott playing King Puff, Whirly Scrat, and Plasma Marines. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Okay, yeah, so, as we alluded to earlier in the cast, there's many different ways to approach the bans, whether you ban targeted on your opponent or whether you ban just based on the meta or what's strong against what you have. But DeathShoott is contemplating a card. We're still waiting to go, but he's almost ready. So remember the bans, you've got to be ready to react to the ban, whether you change a deck or if you change out a card. And sometimes if something's banned, it's not just a case of swapping out a card. You've got to swap out a few cards just to make everything work together. Like we always see the Stint and the Plasma Marines together. If you ban one of those, you might almost be banning both of them. So we'll see what these players bring to the table. So the winner of this goes through to the grand final, and the loser goes down to the second, the redemption bracket. They are almost ready to start. We do have a giveaway running in the chat, so make sure you grab that entry. Ooh. Exclamation point big dwarf pack if you wish.
Very nice. Yeah, even getting knocked down, obviously you want to be winning this match and getting into the grand finals. But at this point, you've earned the right not to have to really fight through that long extended lower bracket. And so even the loser of this game is going to be very, very close to the grand finals. So we may well see. Well, we will certainly see more of them, both of these players.
And of course, the huge benefit of getting to the grand final from the winners bracket is you have that second life still intact.
Yes, yeah, huge.
And here we get to see a Wrecked versus Wrecked matchup. Yeah, this is something that I've seen DeathShoott perform really highly on, and I'm excited to see it in a tournament setting here. So some of these masters, kind of have like built-in tools to their kit. Milloween has the turtle and it's built-in anti-air. Volko has the built-in horde clear. But Wrecked kind of has a combination of built-in anti-air and built-in horde clear with the clones that do, their damage when they expire, and then having Wrecked, the actual unit behind your push to deal extra damage and to deal with, pesky ranged units. And it's all about, how you want to push with this master and what other tools you're using to support him.
I think it's a very high skill master as well.
I think it's the highest skill master. In my mind, it used to be Setsu because there's just so many decision points. But it's even more, and there's just more to pay attention to with Wrecked. And again, like we mentioned, high skill expression. Like you can really outperform really well with Wrecked. And that's why we've seen some people banning it because they don't want to face it against skilled opponents.
Yeah, using those shadow clones to jump around, to do the AoE damage, to keep your real Wrecked alive, to
take bridges when necessary, yeah. Provide, you know, draw aggro, provide distractions, yeah. Magma Cannon. This is a really interesting tool. I used to really like running a lot of turrets in my decks. You know, I laser turret initially, and then I saw the value of Magma Cannon. And it can just like deny these bridges.
Yeah, it just makes it so difficult to push
it's gonna
into.
hang out there for a while, yeah. And a great DPS on this brother here.
Yeah, that brother absolutely melting there. Right. DeathShoott gets to perk 2 first. More clones available.
Little dancey dance.
We've seen some of the ways that these Wreck decks are played. They're played as control decks, and when you get to perk 3, you try to put on face pressure and try to get that one-punch blast on face. And just basically repeat that over and over again.
Yeah, so One Punch is a really interesting tool as well. I don't know the specific damage range it does, but I was watching DeathShoott stream the other day, and based on timing, you can punch right before a dance, and it's kind of like he was, you know, comparing it to DACA and the fact that you could DACA and then play units to be counted towards the DACA value. So again, it's just really edge case value that these high-level players can extract when the situation is right.
Yep. And when you're playing against it, you want to try and just keep weak stuff in front of it to tank that hit. But as you say, you can do the dance and insta hit, and then it's almost uncounterable. Right, here we see the pressure. One of the things that makes it so difficult to deal with is the fact that the clones can jump so wide that they can take stuff out that's in the pocket. So even the units that you normally just put in the pocket to just safely defend can no longer do that. And look how much damage is coming out here onto Set's face. And now it's perk 3 for DeathShoott. A big XP lead.
DeathShoott also using another unique tool in his deck with the Ion Grenade, which, you know, its effectiveness is based on how much tech you have stored. And I believe, you know, the Rex clones are Outlander units, right? So you kind of generate a little incremental tech from playing and cycling those.
Yep. Okay, so the brother not really getting much value, and DeathShoott putting on a lot of pressure here.
Yep, and winning the XP game, and it's really tough when you have a master matchup, right? Because a lot of times you're trying to play on the same pace, right? It's not like Mordor versus APEP where, you know, Mordor can tolerate being down a little bit. Unlocking perks, the same perks behind the other person can be costly.
Right, now we have some counter aggression from Set, doing some good work.
Yeah, that was a nice
But
offensive push there.
It's the XP that's
He's still buying his time, knowing how he wants to defend that.
Yeah, it's the XP that's the real issue at the moment for Set. He's using the Wrecked at the top DeathShoott there just to tank. I mean, it feels like Set's getting more of a grip on the match, but it might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, 30 XP difference, but control of the bridges. Okay, see it swing the other way a little bit.
Yeah, Set needs to somehow kill DeathShoott before we get to the Mono Frenzy situation.
Which feels hard with these tools at this point of the game. I think that's, you know, he has the cannon to defend properly, you know, not his cannon, but cycle to it. And then, just right, yeah, that blast was really good. One punch.
DeathShoott closing in on Mana Frenzy now. That's his win condition. Set, there's not really much he can do about this. That Magma Cannon just getting so much value, so tanky, such good DPS. Everything just getting shut down. And here we go, Mana Frenzy for DeathShoott, just about to tick over. He's got one bridge. I mean, he should be able to close this out. He's been able to
just looking to overwhelm,
control
and
this.
dance around a bit and get some pressure on face. Doesn't have really like any designated pushing tools. It's just overwhelming numbers here.
Here we go, that brother getting absolutely melted, and yeah, this is just going to be too much. The bridge control was just in DeathShoott's favour for the entire game, really, and this is what it gets you in the long run.
GG.
GG. DeathShoott's bridge control is just a step above in that game, Planky.
Yeah, both players kind of playing to their strengths. Set being definitely a more aggro-oriented player, and DeathShoott being more on the bridge control side. But yeah, both showing the strengths of those strategies. But DeathShoott pulling ahead and yeah, really able to take out all those pushes very effectively and just control the game. Really, good job.
Yep. It's always interesting to see when they play the same master, but wow.
Yeah, those decks didn't really feel like the same master almost. They're so different stylistically.
Yep. And, that magma cannon, not something we see too often, but it just puts so much pressure on the bridge. It makes it so awkward to push into, and it just, it's not really about the damage it does. It's just preventing your opponent from pushing into it. They have a...
Right, you don't want to throw mana away at it just to grab a bridge, right?
No.
Even if you need the bridge, it just feels bad. Especially as the game goes on later, if you would get in a mana frenzy face-off, having that just at the center there and cycling back to it so quickly, being able to hold a specific bridge, it is a really strong tool that finds a value in a lot of matches.
Yeah, it's great to see Magma Cannon again, actually. I used to use it a lot in Stormbringer decks, and it hasn't seen a lot of love since the marksmanship got removed from buildings, the Stormbringer buff. But yeah, it's good to see it, and yeah, I mean, I might give that deck a bit of a go at some point.
You're basically saying to your opponent, do you want to leave me having the bridges, or do you want to push into them and get shredded? Yeah. Your opponent doesn't have a good, unless they've got some good range units, which wasn't the situation in that. You're putting your opponent in an awkward situation, and whichever one they choose, you're going to come out on top.
Mm-hmm. And the placement really does matter. We saw some great placement from DeathShoott where he was getting that maximum value, placing the Magma Cannon where it was going to be at maximum range to deal with pushes on one side, and then also take out a push on the opposing side. With the correct timing. It's a lot more skilled than just well, I'm just going to put down a turret and you're not allowed to push. I mean, you can do that and it can be effective, but yeah, there's definitely more nuance, more skill expression if you choose to make use of it.
Yeah.
And I'm just really enjoying the state of the game right now. I've spectated other tournaments where it feels like people are kind of leaning on the same few deck builds. And we've seen just a lot of variety today, and I feel like there are lots of decks that operate at a same power level. And I've always thought in general that just players have a lot of options for how they want to play the game when it comes to aggro, mid-range, or more control. And it seems like all really viable right now. We saw control in the first match we covered today. But I think one of these more experienced players could surprise their opponent with it as well at some point if they want to bring that out. And and that Ravager deck again with Morgul's Ragers and tools like Succubus and Rammer can be really threatening at slow control decks that don't have the right tools on on the opening hand.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see all different types of decks, different masters, different strats being viable, and I think that shows how well balanced the game is. And when wildcards are removed from the situation, then, that balance that everybody's looking for is certainly more achievable.
Okay.
Game number 2.
Guyona. Yeah, this is going to be very exciting. Again, we've already talked about some of the limitations of Volko defensively, right? Not being able to do air defense. And Set was, I think, running Razor Squad in the previous deck, or has before. So it'll be interesting to see what tools he has to take advantage of that, maybe, and apply pressure.
Looks like a Future Past has given him a Void Altar.
Okay, now that is a very build-around card in my experience, but having it at reduced cost, maybe the opportunity will come up to get value out of it.
That's a card that needs to be played at the right time.
Absolutely.
And the difference between it being the right time and the wrong time is huge.
Yeah, that's a card I like to compare to Scrapyard too. Like, look at the value Scrapyard can generate, and Void Altar can generate a lot of value too, but it just takes so much more investment, it's so much more expensive. It can be a lot easier to shut down.
Interestingly, he does have Flyby in his deck, so he can use that to pick up some of the orbs if necessary.
That is a great tech tool there, yeah. One of the other tools, right, when you're building around Void Altar is like Jumping Monkey, I like, and Rammers to make, you know, to ensure grabbing orbs on the opponent's side. And previously I talked about, you know, the timing of playing that when you have a unit that's over one of those orbs, just for the lucky immediate pickup shot. So 1-3.
I feel like it's just not a good card to put into just a deck that's not built around it. It's not a
total builder.
It's not a generic meta card, and it'd be interesting to see what, if any, value he can get out of it.
We see DC with a slight XP advantage here. Diona can really operate at a lot of different speeds, extract different value out of her traps. Can kind of have some comeback potential with Ruffles in terms of, you know, giving up health or you know, being a little bit behind on the XP game. You know, it's not really a position you want to be. Bridge Burn being an extremely strong tool for Volko and a great usage of it there. You know, just good positive mana value.
Like we saw in the first game that DeathShoott basically won it through his bridge control, and here he's got a substantial XP lead as well. Stint grabbing that top bridge, forcing the response.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those plays from DeathShoott, you know, playing the Stint specifically to grab a bridge and playing a Stint specifically not to grab a bridge to preserve his tech. I love what they did with attack, and, you know, how some of those Outlander cards have more value and just kind of more reason to put them in your decks as well.
Yeah, it's also interesting when you've got multiple cards that benefit from tech and playing them in the appropriate order so you get the buffs where and when you want.
Another opportunity to burn there, yep.
Nice use of the trap, but it's not going to last very long.
Yeah, not against that brother there, just one-shots it with the other DPS around.
The smite really helping out though, but again, he's had that Void Altar. Oh, he messed up the bridge grab at the bottom there. Tried to use it with the collision, didn't get it. That's frustrating because he has to either leave that bridge or commit something else there.
Still about a 15-point XP differential. Now,
he's going to have to...
I don't particularly think that Volko has a huge power spike at per 3, so, you know, if Set can hang in the game and try and win after achieving per 3, but before DeathShoott gets Mana Frenzy, I think that's the win condition he needs to play to. I don't think you can beat him in this XP game at this point. You're not going to beat him in the Frenzy. It doesn't seem like it.
Like, he needs to use this Void Altar. I feel he's got to get value out of it. That's the card that can change the setup at the moment.
Absolutely.
But he can't throw away that mana. And
Yeah,
being on the
time to use it when you
being on the he's defending too much, too constantly, and he's never able to get that.
Yeah, so I was just talking about how Volko's perk 3 is, like, you know, not super influential on the match, but that brother did have
that's another mistake.
And did deal a wallop to the tower there.
Ruffles dying as
and
well. That was
denying the Ruffles heal.
Yeah, he missplit those. Okay, here we go. Didn't get the...
Good timing. He could have gotten the orb on the bottom side.
He could have, yeah.
You know, yeah.
He would like it now. Oh, it's going to be very frustrating that it's... Oh, he didn't get either of those orbs. That's really annoying. Okay, the fly... He can use the flyby, though, to pick up one of them. Hopefully he's identified that as a potential. We've got one in the middle waiting to be collected.
So that was the Shadow Whelp that came out of that. You know, if you don't see anything come out, it's the Shadow Whelp. You know, that Void Altar will spawn a Shadow Whelp, an Incubus, and a Succubus. If you get all 3 orbs in a random order, just like...
Okay, he's going to get the bottom one. Nice. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so that's pretty good. Getting 2 orbs on a 1-mana reduced Void Altar is decent. You know, it's really good when you get all 3, but that's a fair use of it. Oh, and he cycled back to it already.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he needs to risk it. That's his only win condition, really, getting huge value out of these. I don't know if he knows that you can use the flyby to pick them up. I feel like he could definitely be utilizing that. It's a cheap way to grab them.
Yeah. Because again, the card is so specific. If you haven't played with it or seen a lot of play of it, you know, it's hard to say, right? And my understanding is he could just like fly by tower here and pick up maybe both of the orbs on that side.
I don't know if I don't know if you can get both of them. I feel like you could definitely get one of them.
And DeathShoott about hit Mana Frenzy here, and yeah, it seems really hard for Seth to come back on this one.
I think he was unlucky with his future there. You can see that he got very little value out of it. You know, the power of the future is the fact it's cheap and you just want to use it as many times as possible, and we've seen that he's just been completely hamstrung by it and not being able to use it at all.
When I have a really big, you know, matchup difference, when I'm playing a player that has a lot of skill on me, I will lean into Casino APEP and run both the futures, you know, and just really low cycle, and just try and extract value out of the free cards and the reduced costed cards.
DeathShoott's going to close this set out 2-0 right now.
Close the set out and the set, indeed.
GG. Okay.
GG, very well played by DeathShoott. I mean, he, again, is one of the top players in this game. Set is an extremely fierce competitor as well. It's kind of similar to what we saw with Dragon and Nataraja, where players can like make the game further than the actual skill difference, right? Like DeathShoott is, yeah, just a monster here.
So Planky, just bad luck really there for Set, do you think, pulling that Void Altar?
Definitely that was bad luck. It's hard to say how much difference having just the right card would have made. It definitely would have made the match look very different. I mean, the first, the bulk of that match, like Set had just spent 3 mana to not have a card, you know, to be playing down a card. So yeah, definitely he managed to get decent value out of it when he did play it, but yeah, it's unfortunate. DeathShoott's control was obviously very good. So yeah, sometimes if you're going to play a card like that, then yeah, sometimes you're going to get something that you don't want, and yeah, worked out that way for Set.
Okay. Yeah, we have to be careful. Sometimes people come into the chat after their game and say something, forgetting that we're on a delay, and we don't want anything spoiled. We're on a 3-minute delay here.
Yeah, the interesting thing about flyby, I don't know, since you guys were talking about it grabbing up orbs, I don't know. I imagine it might be able to grab both of those orbs, but one thing that was also a consideration was that DeathShoott was holding Unholy Ground for some of that time.
Oh, and, yes.
Yeah, like potentially could have made life very difficult to get value out of that flyby and trying to grab those orbs. But
Unholy Ground is another one of those tools that you may build into a Void Altar deck, because you can kind of grab those orbs on the opponent's side with just the 3-cost spell.
Definitely, but yeah, like it could well have been that. I don't know whether DeathShoott did it intentionally. He probably did, knowing him. There was an Unholy Ground right in the middle, in front of the first Void Altar, which probably would have shut down any flybys aimed at those backup, those orbs on the opposing side.
The interesting thing about
we're preparing for the winners bracket final, which is
yeah, I believe so.
Dragon and DeathShoott, which will be a best of 5 and follow the conquest rules, which means no using a master that you've previously won with. And I'm just going over, looking over the losers bracket as well. We see Butowski's going to face off against Nick Show. Zia is going against Nerzel, and the winner of that will feed into Nataraja, and the winner of the Butowski-Nick Show match will face off against Set, and I imagine we will catch up at losers bracket, the lower bracket, round 7, after we catch the winners bracket finals.
Yeah, interesting. There's some interesting results there in the lower bracket as well. Nick Show was able to take down Memfisto. There's
and Zia defeating Lazur, who we didn't get a chance to watch Lazur today, right? But normally one of those players we expect to do very well.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay, so yeah, just to clarify, this is going to be the winners bracket finals. So that is going to be our first best of 5 of the day. There are, as I think Todd said, we're going to have our first conquest rules of the day. So a master being played and one with can no longer be played again. So it should certainly spices things up, because we've seen a few sets where players have won with a deck and then they've just played the same deck over again, and they can't do that anymore. So let's see. We're going to wait to find out the ban information to see what these players are banning. Both of these players will, of course, know each other very well, very experienced playing against each other on ladder in tournaments. Well, it'd be interesting to see if they target the bans very specifically or not. So if you've just joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 6, provided by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. We are in the winners bracket final, so the winner of this will go through to the grand final. The loser will drop down into the redemption bracket final, and will have a chance to go again. So we're going to be seeing Dragon against DeathShoott, both previous GGtoor event winners, I believe. So very strong players, very experienced players.
I'm just happy with myself that I haven't messed up muting the mic, you know.
Legend.
It's a big accomplishment for me. Yeah.
We can take turns with games if you want, whatever you want to do, either that. Normally we do that with just the grand final. But maybe we can have one of you do the winners bracket final, and then the other one do the losers redemption bracket final, and then switch for the grand final.
Yeah. I'm happy with anything. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so do we have any ban information from these guys yet?
I haven't seen it yet. Let me check the server.
Ban selections. Oh yeah, there we go. Just come in, I think. Yeah. Okay. News hot off the press. Okay, so we got bans coming in. DeathShoott has banned King Puff, which we saw him play earlier. So remember, the player bans for their opponent, not for themselves. We've got Whirly Scrap banned and Scrapyard banned. So DeathShoott kind of banning everything that he plays. And Dragon has banned also King Puff, maybe in reaction to what he's seen DeathShoott play earlier. And he's banned Grenadier and Stint. So Grenadier and Stint, just very staple meta cards that are not necessarily that easy to replace. Grenadier, really cheap AoE for its cost, and the Stint, of course, gives that extra bridge control with the tech mechanic. So Dragon not really targeting the ban, I don't think they're just nettering the ban, apart from the King Puff ban.
Yeah, I think a good decision there on banning the King Puff. DeathShoott was looking pretty scary on that earlier on. But I mean, yeah, very versatile player, so he's obviously got a lot of other options. And then Grenadier and Stint, as you say, just cards that he values very highly. But they might steer DeathShoott away from some of those cheap control decks and sort of tech-centric decks. DeathShoott going for a similar line of trying to remove some of the tech-focused decks, but focusing specifically on the Scrapyard. Interesting to see if DeathShoott will perhaps bring out his Scrapyard deck, although that was a King Puff deck, wasn't it? So
yeah,
I don't know whether he would choose to run a similar deck with another master, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, so when we say a player with the conquest rules where you can't play the same master after winning with it, you can still play the same deck with a different master, and we've definitely seen some decks are very strong with a variety of masters. There may be a master that they're strongest with, but they're still strong, and we've definitely seen setups before where players have won and then they just change the master and carry on with the same deck. So it'd be interesting to see if we see something like that. Okay, so who's joining me on this one? Sorry, is it Planky?
I will, yeah.
Okay, let's just make sure we're ready here. So we got DeathShoott against Dragon.
Who should I take?
I'm maining Dragon.
Okay, I will spectate DeathShoott.
Okay, so thanks for joining us, everybody from home. This is our first final of the day. This is the winners bracket final. This is going to be a best of 5 conquest rules. Dragon versus DeathShoott, both previous tournament winners, both vying to book their place in the grand final, and force the others down into the redemption bracket where they have to fight through to try to get back to the final. So there's a lot on the line here.
Players letting us down with their performance thus far in the tournament, and this should be a really fierce, close matchup. And with the rule change and the conquest rules and the best of 5, it'll be interesting to see how the match progresses itself.
Yeah, both these players are very, very mechanical players. They don't make very many mistakes. So it's on their opponents. They've got to try to force their opponent into mistakes. They've got to try to adapt to what they see going on in the match and try to look for just small things. You know, sometimes these matches are so tightly bound that just very small things can push somebody over the line.
Yeah, DeathShoott is definitely that player that I would think of when you're talking about like little intricacies and skill expression. Dragon is going to have his work cut out, but yeah, maybe he will be able to sneak out some advantages either in with his sort of slightly more tempo centric playstyle rather than like small trades, and with the deck selection itself. We'll have to see what happens, but they're both going to have to show a variety of things, and I think that's probably what we will see from these two, since they're very versatile players.
Yep. Okay. Both players still in deck building. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
there's really just a ton to consider when you're in this type of matchup, right? Because both these players have a ton of, a ton of skill in their repertoire. They can really bring a lot of stuff. All right, I'll see you guys after the game. Good luck
Okay.
after the contestants.
Here we go. The first final of the day. It is Dragon versus DeathShoott. It is Apep against Wrecked. Who will strike first? Okay, so Apep control deck, as we would expect. A Wrecked looking relatively control-y as well.
Yeah. Shot, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Deadshott's burning some mana at the start there.
That was interesting. Guess he really wanted to make sure that he got the right end of that first trade, but it looks like Dragon off to a good start here. That monkey's not going to heal, and he's pushing both lanes.
Okay, so DeathShoott is playing the Scrapyard.
Yeah.
So he banned the Scrapyard for his opponent. Okay, right. Oh my goodness, there's puffs everywhere. Now, I don't know if the players see this. It could be fairly distracting for the players, to be honest, in a tournament setup.
I don't see this.
You don't see the puffs?
No.
I saw puffs everywhere.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Yeah, so DeathShoott playing another Scrapyard deck. Definitely going to be able to make a really scary push when he does unveil that card. But yeah, the upper hand definitely going to Dragon to begin with in terms of health and XP. But we'll see what happens when DeathShoott actually finally plays that Scrapyard once he's generated enough tech.
Yeah, I think when we saw him play the Scrapyard before, he was so patient with it, just held it, generated the tech, and then just played it once, and that was GG. And he's going to be doing the same again. His opponent, of course, doesn't know he's got that.
Oh, here we go. Dragon immediately responding with a flyby. This Tranquil Monkey is gonna heal up though. And yeah, that flyby just doing a bit of damage to the scrapyard. Because the scrapyard had generated so much tech, that's actually going to be quite a good mana trade, I think, to spend that 2 mana to deny.
Yeah, I mean, it consumes all the tech, so if you shut it down before it gives that tech back, then that's a great trade. Okay, so XP is very close. So I think all those puffs we saw was only something that happened on my screen. I don't think the players saw it. FDM's going to get a spanking for that.
And yeah, DeathShoott managed to get a good amount of damage from that first expenditure of the scrapyard, and you know, he's kept up on the XP. In fact, he's slightly ahead now. But let's see if Dragon's able to sort of work his way back now that he's.
Dragon knows he's got the
you know, dealing with the pressure.
Dragon knows he's got the scrapyard now, so that's interesting information for him to have, and he's going to be prepared for it better. Here we go, scrapyard number 2.
Yeah, the scrapyard comes down just after the flyby got used, which was what Dragon used to chip away at that scrapyard last time. So
yeah, the scrapyard, if it can be just left to just spit its units out, it can be quite destructive.
And it looks like that's what this one's going to do. Like, it's already got most of its value back, and there's no likelihood of any push coming in before that expires. So that was a full scrapyard, and yeah, that's a lot of units which it's managed to generate.
Yeah, here we see DeathShoott getting to perk 3 first, doing some decent face damage. He's going to have the one-punch blast as well, and
Good thing
he's
Dragon
just
played that shield, but still hasn't spent the one-punch blast, and yeah, now DeathShoott might be able to send that to face if...
And the thing is, this attack's still going, so DeathShott's just getting even more ahead on XP.
Yeah.
Got a Lone Scout, which Dragon got from his perk 1. His perk 3, we're waiting to see what it's going to be. But again, Dragon hasn't seen a bridge for a minute. It's Stun Lancers. Could be useful.
Constant pressure. Stun Lancers are nice.
Nice
be able
split.
to win some of these trades, but yeah, the pressure's mounting, and
It's like DeathShott's too far ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. If Dragon's not able to push down the scrapyard, then I don't think he's going to be able to compete in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even using his flyby on the scrapyard, so that's going to leave the scrapyard uncontested to just spit out more units.
Yeah. How do you even, yeah, like, well, at this point, yeah, there's
Just
really
look how
not
much is on the
to,
field. There's just a sea of DeathShoott.
Yeah. Like, this pressure is just insurmountable. Like, Dragon's gonna have to, yeah. There's no defending a push like this when you're that far ahead. That scrapyard deck, yeah. I mean, I think that explains why DeathShoott is banning scrapyard, because that really looks very, very difficult to beat, and that's the second master he's played it on now.
And even when you like try and ban some of the other tools, right, like the King Puff there, it doesn't really matter. I mean, Stint was banned as well. It's not necessarily the thing you always want in a scrapyard deck, but it is welcome there. And yeah, if there's a single card to ban that can really pop off, I think scrapyard is one of them. You know, the other maybe being the fan reel, but fan reel you can really shut down by just banning Mordar, where there's no other. It's hard to really shut down a scrapyard through bans that don't directly impact scrapyard.
Wow, yeah, that's just the power of the uncontested scrapyard. You know, again, that's another one of those cards, and if it gets shut down, it's terrible. But if it's uncontested, it can be game-changing. And again, he was so patient, not playing it in the early stages, so that he was going to take his opponent by surprise when he could get maximum value out of it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, maybe we're going to be seeing scrapyard from a lot of DeathShoott decks. Definitely, yeah. I mean, we're certainly not going to be seeing that master again because of the conquest rules, but DeathShott's already demonstrated that it can be played effectively on Wrecked and King Puff. So you know, perhaps this is something that he could play behind a Ravager push or something. I probably wouldn't be so inclined to do that, because it's very much you know, those pushes are at a set time, and DeathShoott won't be able to generate as much tech as he wants before the first perk. But you know, there's
Does this force Dragon to tech in some anti-scrapyard tech? Throwing in like
Dragon,
a fireball or something?
You got to think about it, right? Because
Yeah.
you don't want to lose another match to that card. And as I was talking about earlier, like it's hard to bring in cards that deal with it. Like, yeah, because of the investment, like in the scrapyard, like the only cost is the deck and just like, you know, saving tech for it. You know, a fireball doesn't even one-shot it. It's going to, you know, extinguish all their tech, but you're down a mana, right? And it's needed. It just doesn't always feel good, you know. It's hard to win a match when you're doing -1 trades every cycle.
Perhaps Lash of Amun would be a better option for taking out the scrapyard itself, but even then, you know, you're looking at a negative mana trade, and if you're choosing to tech that into all of your decks, then that's going to limit your deck selection as well. So,
yeah, and you've got to be careful you don't tech around trying to counter something that then isn't played. You know, DeathShoott could not play it.
Yeah.
So, you know, you've got to hedge your bets either way. Okay, here we go. We're going into game number 2. This is best of 5. DeathShoott is 1-0 up. Can Dragon fight back? We shall find out very soon.
Okay, so DeathShoott going for a change and Dragon staying on the A pair.
DeathShoott playing Avaya.
Yeah.
Something we've seen Cat desperately try to use in tournaments before, but it just wasn't quite good enough. But now with the recent changes, only needs 4 activations. Is Avaya now tournament ready? Let's find out. Okay, we get him mana burn. DeathShott's burning a ton of mana again.
I don't think he burned much. He might have burned 1 there, but
it looked like at least 1. He mentioned in the chat that he burnt mana in the last game because he was stuck in the emote wheel at the start.
Oh yeah.
But what he wanted to try and do is to spawn Avaya as deep as possible to try to get an early activation, then a second activation, which he wasn't able to do. Okay, he's got a Lone Scout as his free card.
Yeah, he was looking for a good route for that double activation, but one didn't come up, and so yeah, only 1 proc off the first one means that there's no way that Avia is going to be active on the 3rd play. But if he does get 2 off of maybe his next Avia or the following one, then he can still get that 3 Avia activation.
I do have a video almost ready to go for Shield Captain Avaya, so if you're not sure how she works or how best to utilize her, check out my YouTube. There'll be a video on that there soon. Put a link in the chat. And okay, here we go, Avaya.
Yeah, choosing to play Avia into a Ghost Turret, which I think is a risky option.
It's only going to get 1 activation again, I should think. Or could get lucky. So the thing is with Avaya, you've got to remember she does self-damage, so that really does limit her survivability. But it does help you because she can trigger her own shield.
And in all this time, DeathShott's been working on the activation of Avia. We haven't really talked about the health and XP, but Dragon is substantially ahead on both fronts. Maybe not so far ahead on XP, but yeah, DeathShott's had to trade a lot of health in the early game in order to keep up in sort of bridge pressure and board pressure. So we'll see how this pans out.
The defense is going to be frustrating to deal with the DeathShoott and the Avaya. Okay,
DeathShoott even considering fireballing it here, and yeah, it opts not to, but
you need something near that Avaya. Oh, okay, just in time. Because remember, you've got Avaya has to shield another unit. Shielding herself doesn't count, and so I think.
Yeah, it's not active yet.
No, he still needs to go another cycle.
And that really is a big deal. Like, if you're not able to activate it twice on any of your plays, then like you'll have to go through one entire extra cycle through your deck. That's a free set. It's 5 mana difference basically. Like a set of Legionnaires costs 5 mana. And,
it's a big power spike, and you want it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And it becomes a battle where you've got to play it to try to maximize your activations, and your opponent has to try to do whatever they can to minimize it.
Ooh, great Daggerfall there from DeathShoott. Able to keep his keep his Arcanist alive, and yeah, that's gonna help him out a lot. But let's see,
so
Cannon Roller for free, is that?
that's nice against Avea and her. I mean, the shields are going to be frustrating, but some extra ranged against that is going to be good. So the Defenso is going to be difficult for DeathShoott to deal with. The Cannon Roller as well. Let's have a look. DeathShoott behind on XP is going to get the power spike from Avea the next time he uses her. Here we go. Avea is going to spawn with her Legionnaire buddies.
So yeah, Dragon just has to ride this advantage now. Like, get the most value that he can, keep the bridges when he can. But he's going to be on the defensive all the way between now and Mana Frenzy, thanks to that extra pressure from the Avea.
But this power spike for DeathShoott could have come a lot earlier if he was able to get more activations out.
Definitely.
Which is good news for Dragon.
Yep. And you know, that is a substantial XP advantage for Dragon.
Perk 3 for DeathShoott is a free Curse Bearer.
Curse Bearer's okay. It's just a unit, you know, just a body. But
it's more meat.
There's nothing huge from Dragon's deck that Curse Bearer is going to really be able to get full value out of. And yeah, DeathShoott burning a bit of mana again here, trying to figure out the timing to get that Avea onto the.
It's 25 XP behind, so we'll pay attention to that and see if he can catch up. But again, that Defenso Chopper getting a Spirit as well. That's been really frustrating for Avea to work through. 20 XP and now.
It's going to come down to who gets Mana Frenzy first, because like if Dragon spends any significant length of time in Mana Frenzy, he's just going to overwhelm. Even with that extra value from Avea, yeah, DeathShott's not going to be able to defend against an APEP that's just churning out units.
Again, he spawns Avea as far away from the Defenso as possible.
Yeah.
But with the cycle, there'll be another one soon.
There's, yeah, like a lot of the AoE tools that Dragon had were spent on that bottom side. So
awesome. Good face damage coming out though for DeathShoott. He's really pushing his advantage in at the moment.
Yeah.
Now he's still 20 XP behind, and that's the problem here right now. And I think that's down to the fact that he wasn't able to get the Avea activated as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. This is looking really dire for DeathShoott. He needs to hold those bridges because Dragon is going to be hitting Mana Frenzy, and this is DeathShott's last opportunity to counter pressure.
He needs to hang on. Now Mana Frenzy for Dragon. Yep, he's looking to close this out.
DeathShoott does have these removal spells where he can try to deal with these big swarms of units, but he's got a really long way to go to try to get out this last 10 XP.
Yeah, the Cannon Roller is going to be a pain at the top there. Okay, does go down. It's under 600 HP. Okay, Dragon's trying to close the match out. DeathShott's trying to hang on with his toenails.
Yeah, I mean, how do you... Yeah, you...
All the spirits.
Dragon's just pressuring both lanes all the time. Avea's coming in, but there's a Defenso Chopper there, there's a Cannon Roller. And
that's going to be GG. Dragon brings this back. 1 game all, and... Again, tODDlife, this is something I don't know if you've seen in previous tournaments, but we've seen some of the top players trying to play Avea, and she's not just quite being strong enough. Maybe that happen again.
Right now Avea is strong enough to win matches, unlike what we've seen before. I think it's just, you know, good play to shut down the double activations. You saw him swarming Avea to try and deny the second activation, and DeathShoott just not really getting the value defensively. He was stumbling over his cards a little bit, which to me is surprising. But other than that, I think you guys, kind of explained this matchup really well. The delayed value from Avea leading to the XP differential. Again, with mirrored masters, they have very similar strategies where they just want to, win at Mana Frenzy and overload the board. And the advantage Dragon had was enough as he approached, and you saw DC making a little bit of a comeback, but yeah, pretty much just like that. I'm also interested in what spells people are running now, because we haven't seen a single Shock Rock, and we've seen a lot of Flyby. So, right, these top players kind of know what they want, and they know what value to get. With all the spell changes where everything kind of went up in price, Flyby is still one of those cards that really can assure you positive value trades.
Yeah.
Um,
That one kind of went under the radar.
That should go back to Fireball, because it was a kind of a classic staple that got overshadowed by some of the other stronger spells that came up. But now that the playing field is kind of more even in terms of how much value spells can generate, they each kind of offer their own little thing. And Fireball is pretty nice. It wasn't enough there, but it definitely performed well in its uses.
Yeah, I think the fact they nerfed all the spells just means people have to think a bit more about whether they use it or not. You've got to try and get that value out of it. And you can still get the value out of it, but not quite as easy as you used to be able to.
And maybe you just don't pack the same spell density in your deck, because those tools are going to sit in your hand, especially with APEP where you want to be cycling, only having 1 or 2 spells makes sense.
Yeah, and the Flyby didn't get a mana nerf, which I think is why it ended up being played quite so much. And it did get a nerf in its effectiveness, but it definitely didn't get nerfed as much as other things.
It is funny to me, right? We see it used every time on an Arcanist, for example. Arcanist is like one of the cards that you play to then deny a Frost Feather, but these players just know, when to hold their tools and when to use them. If you try and Frost Feather something else and someone has an Arcanist, you probably, there's a chance you lose that Flyby. And it really just depends, again, on positioning and timing and something that, these players excel at. So some high-level plays, some smart tech cards to bring in. And again, what's going to happen in this next match, Disu has the option to stay on APEP if he wants. He can bring in Avia and maybe play it a little differently, or fall back to a different Scrapyard deck, which he had really good success on. So, not disappointing in this winners bracket finals.
Yeah, I think the way the cheap spells work is that there's far more of a propensity to get a really good mana trade out. With a Fireball, you're like, I'm hoping, can I get a reasonable mana trade? Can I at least trade evenly? Whereas the Flyby, you can trade really well with it, and I think that's why a lot of people will use that. And it's always that slow's always nice as well. Sometimes that slow comes in clutch, even if it doesn't kill things. That slow can really help against certain high DPS units. Okay, so
and it works around shields too, for other snipers and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, so we are 1 game all in this winners bracket final. Dragon versus DeathShoott. DeathShoott took the first. Dragon fought back. DeathShoott Surveyor just not quite strong enough. And yeah, it can feel very frustrating when you're not getting those double activations out of Avea, and you've got that power spike coming, but you've got to go through another cycle just to get it out, and just the delay of a cycle or two can change the ultimate outcome of the game. Okay, game number 3.
Interesting. So DeathShoott does run it back. He takes the Avea APEP once again. And this time, Dragon's the one playing Wrecked. I wonder whether Dragon will be playing the same style of Wrecked as we saw from DeathShoott, though.
I think what we've seen Dragon do a number of times is just play a deck and switch masters. And it looks like he may be doing something similar here. We've got a lot of the staple cards we've seen before. The Cursebearer, the Marines, the Stint, the Elite Swarmer, the Flyby. And that's something we've seen a lot.
Yeah, this time DeathShoott waited quite some time to actually play that Avea. He had it in his hand, but yeah, he chooses to take a trade where the Avea does win the trade pretty quickly, and he might get that double activation.
Double activation, that's perfect. So you can...
much better this time.
Probably the best case scenario is getting Avea double activation 2 in a row, and then your third spawn is activated.
Yeah. But even if he doesn't get that double activation next time now, he's shortened that timer down 1 full cycle. That's actually really huge. So yeah, maybe this will work out a bit better for him. He is down on XP and on HP a little bit, but mainly it's going to come down to that control style for both these players and who can hit Mana Frenzy first.
Okay, that's going to be only 1 activation, so... That's okay for Dragon there.
And the heal puff does go down before it generates too much value, which is gonna, that's gonna be a big factor probably in determining how many times DeathShoott can get that value out of the Blood Imps. But for the time being, Dragon's up, you know, at perk 2, where DeathShoott doesn't yet have that bridge.
DeathShott's a long way down at the moment.
Shield totem, excuse me. You know, defensive tool for APEP to help him deal with these trades. Okay, getting good value off of his perk 1 there with the illusory well.
DeathShoott just needs to be careful he doesn't get too far behind though, because we've seen these power spikes bring the player back into the game, but if you're too far behind then you just can't catch up. Avea's going to be activated the next time. Yeah,
setting up to try to maybe support Avea for the extra proc, but like he didn't need that. Perhaps this is a card that he hasn't played quite so much. He's definitely somebody who plays a very diverse set of cards, set of decks, and maybe Avea is something which he hasn't played quite as much of as some of the other things like that Scrapyard.
Yeah.
Great Daggerfall here for DeathShoott, yeah.
Okay.
Ton of value. And here we go. This is the first active Avea coming up.
The XP is so bad for DeathShoott right now.
Yeah.
Which is such a weird thing to say. Right, here we go.
But this is a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure. This heal path could potentially generate a lot of value. The Blood Imps are going to be generating value, and DeathShott's going to be on the defensive for a while here, trying to deal with this massive counter push.
Yeah, and DeathShott's going to be trying to cycle to get ready for the next push. He wants to keep this pressure on. So here we're going to see he's done a lot of damage. Okay, if he can keep doing those pushes, then Mana's going to become irrelevant. XP, sorry, is going to become irrelevant.
One more push like that. He has the illusory Dragon Whelp again to deal with this horde of units. Yeah, like DeathShott's fine for health at the moment. He's still got enough to work with.
This Grenadier's getting massive value though. Gets shut down. Now, can this be the turnaround DeathShoott needs? He needs to forget about XP really and just try to do face damage at every opportunity.
Yeah, he's still miles away. He's not even that close to perk 3. I mean, he's coming up, but it's crazy to see him that far behind on XP at this point in the game.
Yeah, Dragon just needs to hold on. Well, he tried to block it, I think. Tried to block the one-punch blast, but didn't. Right, okay. So we saw that one push do a huge amount of damage. The second one after that didn't do so much. What can we see here?
Oh, interesting. Okay, DeathShoott choosing to play the Zap Shrine there without using the heal path. I'm surprised he did that, because he could have got a stun on everything.
Yeah.
There.
So that Zap Shrine's his perk 3, which can get some value. He is healing, but the XP's the thing at the moment. He needs an XP path, not a heal path.
It really looks like Dragon's going to be pushing Mana Frenzy before DeathShoott really gets to get anywhere remotely close. So he's going to have to counter push and just win off of one huge push.
Yeah, that one push that one big push that DeathShoott did that did a lot of damage. It looked like that was maybe a sign for things to come, but none of the other pushes have done anything near that sort of pressure.
Yeah. Maybe that sort of shook Dragon up and made him realize that he really needs to defend these very, very cautiously. And as a result, well, all of these other pushes, he's really kept the face damage to a minimum. And here comes Mana Frenzy for Dragon. DeathShott's going to have to grab these bridges and hold them for the rest of the game if he wants to stay in it.
He's so far away though. How can he possibly do that?
APEP is very strong defensively, but I mean, this Zap Shrine, when you have nowhere to place it, is not generating anything. And yeah, here's the pressure. Dragon's pushing in for the win. Yeah,
Dragon taking it 2-1, and again, DeathShoott betting on Avea and not coming out on top.
Crazy.
Yeah, and losing the XP game there is really tough. You know, that is an area where you expect APEP to shine. And I'm wondering if you guys saw anything, like what was Dragon doing that was giving DeathShoott so much trouble, or was it just the fact that, you know, DeathShoot's all-in Avia strategy, which, you know, wasn't enough to contest as well?
just the control from Dragon at the start just put him so far ahead on XP. DeathShoott got Avea activated a lot quicker than the previous game, and it looked like it was really swinging in his favour. That first big push he did with the activated Avea did huge damage, but that was pretty much the only big push we saw. And he just wasn't. He was just so far behind on XP, which is so unlike DeathShoott. Just not able to.
And
claw
not what
it
you
back.
expect to see out of APEP as well. You know, getting the free cards and just being more inclined for cycle-based stuff. You know, you expect really good bridge contention, and I think that just shows that the toolkit that Rekt has to like control the field, to apply pressure, and to dance around and fight bridges. And even Disu's perk 1, the Shadow Well or the Illusionary Well, can't contest bridges or anything like that right now, like some of the other tools that he could have possibly had available to him. But he did extract good value out of that too, I think. I don't expect to see DeathShoott go back to Avia in this match the way it stands right now, but I wouldn't expect him to remove it from his repertoire if he drops to the lower bracket, or if they would face off again in the future. But for this matchup, I think that he might shelf that.
Yeah, one thing I would say is that looking back to the bans that came out, the King Puff ban from Dragon, obviously we don't really get to know how impactful that was, but Grenadier and Stint are two of those real staple cheap cards which will power up one of these cycle decks. And the Avea is able to be played much more frequently if you have a very cheap deck, and those cheap high value removal ranged units are going to generate so much value, and maybe just the fact that DeathShoott has to work without those tools available was enough of a factor that it was costing him enough pressure that he just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, that's some really good insight that I hadn't considered, is how much those bans are affecting that sort of APEP deck. Because like I mentioned, Plasma Marines are a card that I always bring up, and then Grenadier and Stint, when I'm running APEP, that package of cards is almost always there, because they're just so easy to play and get value from and fight for bridges with. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I think there's two things there. You had the bans that really impacted potentially his deck, and also, as Serzo in the chat mentioned, the Zap Shrine and the Illusionary Dragon World, that really didn't help him with regards to bridge control as his perks from APEP. So they kind of compound each other a little bit.
Yeah, Zap Shrine does not help you come back. Like, if you're already winning at that point and you have like a Tranquil and you can like zap the whole field, and like it'll help you win in Mana Frenzy probably, but it's not going to help you come back from the XP deficit.
Yeah, and Zap Shrine, it used to be a free
Play cards.
Okay, here we go. Game number 4. Dragon leading by 2-1 in this winners bracket final. Dragon is playing Milloween, and DeathShoott is playing Diona. Is this the first time we've seen Milloween today? Quite possibly.
It is, yeah. But I mean, definitely a very strong master still, and I've seen a lot of people trying to get a lot of value out of the golem, even using things like Rampage to support it, and cheap spells. And,
so
it can definitely be a lot of pressure.
Rock Rivals Millow is quite a classic deck. We see it, it's a deck we see quite a lot. Now, this first interaction is always going to be a little bit scary, but the Curse Bearer just absolutely shreds that statue. Nice Shock Rock, though. Oh, that's great play.
Yeah, Unholy Ground's going to take out that ATG drone. And,
but that trap allowed that ATG drone to get a lot more value than it could have, should have done.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a good decision from DeathShoott to utilize that free living statue that he got. But I mean, Dragon, you normally expect that first Rock Rivals to be a real sacrifice in tempo. Dragon managed to come out of it. Yeah,
absolutely
way
shredded
up in health, and only down a tiny little amount of XP really. Although both bridges are in DeathShott's favor now, so let's see what happens.
Just staring at each other for a little bit, playing defensively. Right, DeathShoott playing into the Rock Rivals with the.
And this is a spirited blue golem, which
that's scary.
Wouldn't have mattered so much in the past, but that's a huge extra health total now that the spirit has changed, and that's a really massive unit.
Yeah, that's like 400
coming
extra
down towards the-
extra HP, so it would have been dead by now. It's not.
Yeah.
Still getting good value though from his scrapyard, but DeathShoott will be okay at the moment because he's ahead on XP.
Yeah.
And he looks like this Tranquil Monkey's going to heal, so that's almost a free unit. Let's go.
Very nice. Very nice.
Go, Rebels!
See if Dragon can utilize that spirit again. Getting that spirit onto a unit like Rock Rifles is just huge.
Ruffles
And,
dying at the top was sad times.
Hmm.
Okay, now he decides to play on the opposite lane with the scrapyard, but then he needs to try to deal with the push at the bottom. Hopefully the ranged units will come out and aggro on it.
He's going to have to
Or not.
kill all of this.
Okay.
Like, it's a huge push. He's going to take some damage here.
The ATG drone's going to do a great job. The Shock Rock's going to re-aggro the Golem at the back, but the ATG drone just works through everything. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, very solid defense.
That was nicely handled because it was looking fairly scary, and now we have the push coming again.
And this is a huge counter push. Like there's a lot of mana in play here. That's an Annihilator and an ATG drone. Like those units do huge DPS, and yeah, they
Putting on the pressure with the traps as well. Okay. But all this time, DeathShott's getting an XP lead, or maintaining or increasing his XP lead. He's at perk 3 almost now. That's going to be his second trap. That's going to help him hopefully win these battles even easier.
Yeah, yeah.
But of course, perk 3 for Milo is a big power spike. That big golem.
Yes, yeah. It's going to be really difficult to defend those pushes. If Dragon's able to make a big push like he did earlier with a spirited, potentially blue golem, or even spirit on the
that Tranquil Monkey is surviving almost every time.
Yeah, yeah, ton of value. And that's the sort of micro trades that you expect from DeathShoott. He's going to win those trades and get a ton of value. Here we go, perk 3 for Dragon, and that Arcane Golem grows to 5 stacks, so that's going to be winning, like generating him a lot of mana, a lot of tempo every time it gets played. But he is still got a long way to catch up against DeathShoott.
Yeah, and it looks like that.
Keep this Tranquil Monkey.
That Tranquil Monkey has been insane. Okay, trying to put pressure on. DeathShoott blocking it, trying to get the max value out of that scrapyard. DeathShoott ahead on XP, but this is where it's going to get a little bit scary.
Dragon trying to push down this the scrapyard, but DeathShoott has all the tools to defend, and it looks like he's
all
going
this
to hold
ranged
off this
units.
push.
The trap is great. The Tranquil Monkey. I don't think he's going to survive this one.
This one dies, yeah. But that scrapyard is able to live, and it generates basically its full value there, which is great for DeathShoott. But nevertheless, the pressure's still on, and there's a fresh blue golem and an arcane golem following up this 10-stack arcane golem at the front.
Yeah, DeathShoott just needs to hold this push, and then he can almost be on his own mana frenzy.
Yeah, but there's a lot of value here. There's a lot of pressure, and yeah, DeathShott's got to defend very accurately if he wants to hold this game.
It looks like he's going to close this down.
The XP deficit has definitely narrowed. It's a lot closer now, but DeathShoott with a counter push.
Yeah, this is where DeathShoott needs. Yeah, this is where he needs to have the pressure on the bridge. Try to close it out here with his own mana frenzy, with the bridges on his side.
Oh, playing into the push here. Let's see, but he is going to hit mana frenzy.
Nice use of the trap at the top.
Yeah.
Can't take the bridge with the trap, but you can deny a unit from taking it. Right, this is huge. Does need to commit at the top because he needs to get a mana frenzy benefit.
Though. This is not over by any means.
No, DeathShoott committing maybe a bit too much at the top.
Yeah, holding that bridge is important because it's going to generate him mana, but at the same time he's got to defend. He's got to try to hold on, and Dragon hitting his own mana frenzy now. DeathShoott not getting the bridge at the top, that's actually a big deal. He spent an extra 4 mana just to take that bridge using the Tranquil Monkey, and Dragon's pressuring on the bottom side. He's going to
double ATG drone's going to absolutely
yeah, but the ranged units behind are going to take it out pretty quickly.
Right. This is very difficult to say which way it's going to go.
Yeah, it really could go either way. that trap is going to get killed by the Arcane Golem, and that Arcane Golem is going to start working through this bottom side push. Dragon's got the top bridge, and DeathShoot's not really able to contest it.
Both players have the opportunities to do face damage.
Yeah, he's gone for the scrapyard here. This is getting pushed down. If this takes hits, this is really scary now.
Yeah,
ground.
He's doing a great job keeping that alive. But here we see Dragon's starting to go face, and that's with all the spells he has in his arsenal. That's a real strong thing that he can do.
That's a huge push on the top side. DeathShoott hasn't even dealt with the bottom side yet. How does he defend this? Yeah, DeathShoott. Yeah, he's got the bottom side. He's got the bottom side pushing, but the top lane looks terrible. He's not able to really play another scrapyard for the time being, and there's an Arcane Golem.
He's doing a good job defending this though. The trap's really helping.
He finally gets to take some bridges here, but there's more pressure coming in from these.
That blue golem dying before it almost gets to the bridge. Okay.
Dragon's choosing to throw these spells face, not choosing to use them for the trades. I don't know whether that's the right decision. We'll have to see. But
it's not the right decision. I think if DeathShoott blocks them relatively cheaply.
Yeah, exactly. And Dragon is taking these bridges again, but like he's lost all that pressure, and DeathShoot's got this scrapyard alive now. DeathShoott again able to block the arcane missiles, although not the.
Got a heal in there from Ruffles as well.
Get a heal from Ruffles. He's not
Russell.
really losing Russell's. Yeah, he's not losing health. So yeah, I don't think this face strategy from Dragon is gonna pay off. I think he needs to work on the bridges and keep pressuring and kill DeathShoott with units. Because he was able to.
Oh, he missed it.
That time he did get to face, but 500 health is a lot to work through just with flybys and arcane missiles.
Yeah, and Ruffles potentially getting heals as well.
Coming. This might be too much for Dragon to defend. He's taking a lot of damage.
That whirly scrap making it so difficult to put anything down. DeathShoot's going to take this.
25 HP. GG.
Wow. DeathShoott
I'm
defended
not sure
so well. Time and time again, but there was so much on his face, tODDlife, over and over again, but he seemed to minimize any damage he took.
That is just an incredible matchup, and you guys were pointing out some critical things. The missiles, right, which could deny some value from scrapyard or help you win fights. It's a decision point, right? Maybe Dragon felt he really wanted to close out the game before some of the incremental Diona value, you know. Another thing I wanted to point to is that, like, we talked about tournament endurance, but I think there's also like match endurance too. You know, DeathShoott's deck requires a ton of decision points with the traps, and it can be really exhausting when you're, you know, in a 7+ minute game, and every card you place requires a really critical decision versus Rock Rival, Turtle, you know, range DPS behind it. I think that's something Dragon really champions as well. Like, he brings really smart decks to tournaments, and DeathShoott's an incredibly technical performer. Super close. Was really hard to say, you know, who was going to win that. Up until perk 3 for Milloween, it really looked like it was in DeathShoott's favor, but you guys were right to identify the power spike. You know, those level 5 turtles, the golems are fierce, and really close match. ATG got a lot of value. DeathShoott just does a really good job. You know, he brought the shock rock in there, resetting aggro, you know, using the taunt trap tools. It was great, and another use of scrapyard there, right, and just the ridiculous amount of value it can spit out. I would imagine if these guys face again, which it's a really real possibility that they fight again in the grand finals, that I would expect Dragon to ban the scrapyard.
DeathShoott
100%.
Did such a good. Yeah, DeathShoott did such a good job using the traps. You know, there was one where there was a fight happening on the doorstep of the scrapyard, but he was using the traps to keep the aggro off of it, and the scrapyard was just spitting out more units, and he did such a good job. And I think the ATG drone is one of those units that benefits hugely from the support of the taunt trap. It just absolutely shreds everything, and DeathShoott did such a good defensive job with so many big units on his face and just minimizing the face damage he took. It was incredible. And
another key card there, I think, was Whirly Scrap, right? Like, with the Rock Rivals, because of the taunt, it can be really hard to deal with the DPS units. We saw DeathShoott, you know, using the combination of Shock, but also Whirly to AoE the back line, you know, and not being thrown off by the taunt, right? Like, that's individual card ended up winning a lot of fights.
Yeah.
Again, the
absolutely.
ATG drone benefits from that as well, where it's not
Yep.
doesn't. I don't think it gets fully aggroed onto the golem.
It doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Whether it should or not, should
That's
the
a question, right? Like boom
should-
buggy and things like that. Yeah.
should the taunt suck
actually-
all those
Fire at
attacks
random
up?
I like the way that those interact. I think
Mhm.
that it's nice that that target selection is like fully random, and so not affected by things like taunt and previous targeting.
Yeah,
But yeah,
and yeah, as
So
we
it's
spoke
2-2
about,
in this matchup.
yeah, we
Yeah.
could
Oh,
see
baby.
Dragon was, when he started going face, that's when you felt like maybe he was beginning to feel like DeathShoott was getting the better of the trades, and that was his win condition. And of course, once he starts committing that mana to face and not really achieving much, again, when the missiles are getting blocked, when they're doing damage, but then Ruffles just heals up again, that's when he's diverted his attention from the trades, and then he's getting a worse trade, and then that just compounds itself. So we are on a knife edge here. We're in the winners bracket final of this event today, GGtoor Knights Duel number 6, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the developers. Thanks to those guys for supporting the event. We're in the winners bracket final, 2 games to all, Dragon versus DeathShoott. Winner goes to the grand final, loser drops down to the redemption bracket final. Still all to play for.
And so,
Okay.
right, conquest rules, I just want to remind everyone, right, DeathShoott cannot return to Diona. He won with Wrecked previously, if I'm correct. And who has Dragon won with?
Dragon won with Wrecked as well in the
Wrecked deck as
previous
well.
game.
Yeah.
So
and
They will-
APEP, I think, wasn't
And
it?
APEP, right, yeah.
I think that last game just shows how strong Diona can be and how technical the traps are. And it's really nice to see some of these masters that have a very high skill ceiling. And that's where some of these players can really express their ability by using them. We've seen Wrecked and Diona as well. Very, very nice to see. Of course, those traps getting powered up in the recent changes.
Yeah, definitely. Some people were sad to see like the traps not taking bridges anymore, but baked into that change was the change to the health and damage, and it's definitely a change for Diona. I think it's a change for the better, personally. Diona didn't really see all that much play, and I mean, still doesn't see much in 2v2 because it's sort of really, she's sort of a small trades centric master, so yeah, it definitely makes sense to be seeing her in 1v1 instead of 2v2, but yeah, like it's great to see her getting played at the top level and played so well.
Yeah, low play rate, high win rate with Diona, and you really see kind of the best players electing to choose her. Very, very difficult to get all the value. And like I mentioned before with like Setsu and Wrecked, there's just so many decision points, right? And it's hard to even evaluate them, after the fact and say what was the best decision. But yeah, those traps can just be used in a ton of ways to win fights, to do poke damage to the master, to save units with the taunt.
Like one misplaced
Right.
trap
And
in
the
that last
Ruffles
game.
value.
Yeah, one misplaced trap in that last game could have spelled disaster. So I think it just shows, how important it is to get them in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, it could have cost the life of an Annihilator, an ATG drone, one of those Tranquil monkeys, which was healing up constantly and generating that extra value. Definitely huge to see all of those plays.
I know the Tranquil Monkey is one of Disu's favourite cards, and you can see why, especially with Diona, because you can try to save it with a trap. And when it heals back from 0, that's almost a free form on a card, really.
Or King Puff, where you can bridge swap to either stun enemy units or split up the opposing push and win that trade on your terms.
And as I think we spoke about earlier, how it puts your opponent in the position where sometimes they have to decide, am I just going to sit there and watch it heal? Am I going to try to commit and kill it? And these are decisions that people have to make. And the more decisions you make your opponent make, the more chances there are for them to mess up. Okay, looks like we're going into game number 5. This is the final game of this winners bracket final.
Minion Masters.
The fish shirt's in the wash, Biddy. Okay, we've got Dragon playing Miliween again, sorry, god damn it. And DeathShoott playing Volko.
Another Volko. Interesting.
So although Dragon played Milo in the previous game, he can play it again because he didn't win that game.
And Rock Rivals here from DeathShoott. That's a really nice choice, I think, for a Volko deck where you're sacrificing a little bit early on that Rock Rivals, but when you're putting on that extra pressure later on, that extra 100 to 200 damage on the Rock Rivals is going to be such a huge difference. Ooh,
yeah.
Okay, DeathShoott splitting up his scrap board. I think he was probably hoping that scrap board was played after the Grenadier aggro, but still got the bottom bridge.
So it's
Well,
Rock Rival versus Rock Rival.
Wow, okay.
Who's
So
going to
it'll
come out on
down
top?
to, yeah, support.
The flyby is really nice because it slows the statue. The statue goes from a hasted statue to a slowed statue, so it becomes almost a shadow of its former self.
DeathShott's sitting on his bridge burn, but unfortunately, the way that this trade is working out, that value range backline never showed up to the bridge, so he had to use the Daggerfall instead of burning that bridge and winning the trade that way. But he's going to be able to burn any push which comes out. That's going to be a huge amount of value and deny the counter push from Dragon.
So both players have got their Rock Rivals out. I mean, if you're both playing Rock Rivals, then it makes sense just to use it as soon as your opponent uses it. You're probably going to cancel each other out. But that flyby was nice.
Yeah, it can depend on your support units. Okay, so DeathShoott choosing to counter push on the same lane as Dragon's Rock Rivals. Dragon's was played first, but
Flyby just slowing everything.
I'm not sure about this decision because there's a lot of strong support units.
Okay, a really interesting point there is the Golem could not get buffed by the Ember on the bridge. It was too far back, but DeathShoott played his Scrat Horde on the bridge, which then buffed it. You know, the area that it affects is far bigger than the area that can collect it. So that was nicely done.
And he's sitting on another bridge burn, so if Dragon does set up a big push on this top side with this Arcane Golem, DeathShott's going to be able to shut it down very effectively with that bridge burn.
XP in DeathShott's favour as well, so he'll be happy with the way this is going. Pushing straight into this, the Curse Bearer is going to be a frustrating thing to deal with. But this Golem's going to be a monster.
Bridge,
okay,
yeah.
Still holds that top bridge.
Yeah. And he's come out a fair way ahead. Both players working on the same sort of win conditions here with the late game pressure from the Rock Rivals going to be countered, you know, going to be completely symmetrical. But DeathShott's Rock Rivals just do more damage when they go into a bridge. Like doing 100% extra damage could potentially mean that his is just scarier at the
This
end
Horde
game.
as well.
And,
The Horde just absolutely shuts that down. The Grenadier, of course, is going to do a good job, but everything else has died.
Stint grabbing that top bridge is nice, but
Immediately taken back. Right, now we see DeathShoott pushing forward. Now he's got a Rage Golem this time. And this is where you're going to see the power of Rage against non-Rage. Okay.
yeah,
It was unfortunate that his Golem didn't just hit before the other one, denying a hit. But they did trade pretty well. Daggerfall to deny the bridge grab to add to his XP lead.
it's a substantial XP difference now, and Dragon's going to be waiting around for a little while before this Arcane Golem gets to go up to 5 stacks. It's not really going to make a difference on this this Arcane Golem.
I love to see the Scrat Horde in these kind of decks because people really just don't appreciate the DPS that a Raged and Berserker Raged Horde puts out.
Yeah. A Berserker Rage Scrat Horde is 200 DPS for 3 mana. That is absolutely ridiculous.
That is insane. That will shred everything. Right, DeathShoott ahead still, perk 3. We're going to get the power spike from Miliween soon.
Another
that
push
help?
now with that Daggerfall, but the Stint grabs it again, and yeah, this time the Arcane Golem is at 5 stacks, and so let's see what Dragon can do with it. But against little Scrats, it doesn't make any difference.
No. Deadshot ready to block that. Nicely done. Okay, and again, here we see the Horde absolutely melting everything.
Yeah.
That's the power of Volko. Rage and Berserker Rage on any melee minion makes a massive difference.
Yeah, and the fact that it buffs ranged minions, like that really was a huge difference maker in terms of bringing Volko back into being viable at all. Because Volko's downside of having no anti-air was really such a huge thing when you were very much incentivized to playing melee units. But now that air units no longer grab bridges and ranged units now get buffed from Volko's perk, I definitely think he's a lot more viable. And I mean, he's been extremely present in 2v2 for a long time, but it's good to see him in 1v1 as well.
His buff is so strong and
Mana Frenzy
can be applied to so much.
Yeah. If Dragon doesn't deny these bridges from here on out, he's just going to be facing up against Mana Frenzy. He's got to keep the pressure on.
We see that ranged unit at the bottom shredding.
Yeah. And there we go. Yeah. Dragon doesn't have the bridges, and they've just got Mana Frenzy.
Yeah. Having to spawn defensively.
Yeah.
And even those Marines just chewing through that Golem there. Berserker Rage now.
Anytime Dragon sits on this bridge, he's going to have to deal with the bridge burn as well.
That's going to be a problem at the bottom. That Berserker Rage is probably going to one-shot that. Oh my god. Okay.
Wow.
This is Deadshott's game here, I think. Looks like he's going to book his place in the grand final. That Golem is just going to take huge chunks. Deadshot is our first finalist of the day. And Volko, the power of Volko, the power of Rage and Berserker Rage there, tODDlife, even on the scrats, just devastating.
Yeah, you're right to identify the DPS spike that the Rage and Berserker Rage does there. But they're also, I mean, he had 2 Horde units, and that's just a really strong counter for, the Blue Golem. Interesting that, DeathShoott really didn't rely on his Golem that much after setting it up. He decided that he was just going to win a different way, held the bridges, was able to shut down those pushes, and even, perk 3 for Dragon wasn't enough to come back. Just fantastic performance, by these competitors to go to 5 games on a best of 5.
And also Arcane Golem. Again, you mentioned those Horde units that DeathShoott had, and having a Scrat Horde or a Skeleton Horde against an Arcane Golem is a great tool. Whether it's a 1-stack Golem or a 5-stack Golem or a 10-stack Golem, those units will just annihilate that very slow attacking unit. So yeah, getting great value off those.
Yeah, and I like the way that he was able to rage his units, even we saw that early on where the Golem wasn't able to get on the bridge, but he was able to put the Scrat Horde on the bridge, and then that raged everything. That was very nicely played. Yeah,
Dragon was the one with the Curse Bearer, but yeah, the Arcane Blue Golem trades were still going in the favor of Deadshot, mostly thanks to, as we said, the Hordes and the Rage.
Okay, right. That was quite a series, and that wasn't even the grand final. There is more action to come. We're getting set up for our next match. Next, we're going to be seeing Set versus Nataraja, and let's try to figure out where we are in the bracket. We'll put the bracket in the chat so you guys can follow along as well. We are waiting on the bands. So let's just make sure we've got this set up here. Okay, Set and Nataraja. Okay, so if we look at the brackets, so this is the match before the Redemption bracket final, I believe. So the winner of this will go through and play Dragon in the Redemption bracket final. So this is we're going to be back to best of 3. This is going to be our last best of 3 of the day, I think, and then we'll be back to best of 5. Let's just clarify this.
Yeah, it looks like that lower bracket really got through very quickly. So
yep. Normally we don't join it quite so deep.
Yeah, nice smooth tournament. Again, a big shout out to Sinobii for making sure all that runs efficiently. You know, Fish is handling the production side on his end, which is a headache, but you know, managing the players is a whole different thing to make sure everything runs smoothly. Okay.
Nice. Okay, so this is going to be the redemption bracket round of 8. Let's just make sure we've got our screen set up. So that's what it's bracket final. So we'll go back to redemption bracket 8, and this is best of 3. So just to remind you guys, the winner of this will go through to the redemption bracket final, where they will play Dragon, who was just beaten by DeathShoott, and then the winner of that will go through to the grand final. Hopefully that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, super clear. Thank you.
Super clear. So redemption bracket round 8, not round of 8, round 8. We're just waiting for the ban information. I'm going to take a quick bio break. If you get the ban information, perhaps you guys could go through that whilst I'm AFK.
Yeah, we'll be awaiting it. Nataraja bans Setsu, which I think Planky pointed out is something that Set really relies on. Marines and Defenso Chopper. So seem like pretty straightforward bans, maybe targeting his opponent, but you know, Plasma Marines and Defenso Chopper just being really strong staples in this format right now. And all these remaining players are a member of the Bridge Baddies Guild. You make anything of that, Planky?
Oh yeah, best guild in the game. Got to shout them out as well, right? Got my Bridge Baddies t-shirt on. Yeah, got to represent. But
yeah, just a ton of tournament experience across all these players. You know, helps with composure, helps with building decks. Obviously, they have a really developed skill set to perform highly here today.
Got some Bridge Baddies in the chat as well. So yeah, it's good to see everybody out in force, and going deep in the tournament as well. Here we go.
Set's bans have just arrived. He is banning APEP, Fanreal, and Avia. So kind of spreading out those bans to target a few different decks. We already talked about how Fanreal really goes hand in hand with Mordar. Doesn't mean we wouldn't necessarily expect a different Mordar.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Nataraja having a lot of success with the Fanreal Mordar earlier. So I think it's a good line. I don't know how much Nataraja has been using Avia, but I would trust from that ban that Set probably knows that's a potential tool that in Nataraja's wheelhouse. So
okay, I've returned.
Yeah.
Right, so Set against Nataraja.
Yes, Set has elected to ban Fanreal, which we saw Nataraja use to great success earlier. Fish.
Nice, okay. Nice targeted ban. Okay. Right, who's on this one with me?
I am going to join you.
Okay, good. Right, so we're just waiting for the players to get ready. So this is the last best of 3 of the game. Will be best of 5 from this point onwards. No conquest rules here. There will be in the next matches.
Just to mention,
this will decide 4th place, right? The loser of this will be 4th place.
Yeah.
And the winner will fight Dragon for a chance at the Grands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Set to get here, he knocked out Batowski. He knocked out... Batowski himself was the player who beat Nick Show, and Memfisto was on that side of the bracket. And then Nataraja knocked out Nerzel, who also beat Gia and Lazur earlier on. So definitely, very strong players. We've already seen Nataraja putting up a mighty fight against Dragon and Set against DeathShoott. So let's see how they do in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, let's see what they bring here. Let's see what Nataraja's bringing.
Looks like we're loading in.
Make this entertaining, guys.
Stormbringer versus Wrecked. And no one has banned Scrapyard.
I hope you come prepared.
Nata's deck has some tech in it, so I'm interested to see what expenditure he will be running. And yeah, set pop in the one spit. And yeah, we talked about this play before. Yeah, again, really nice play from high school players.
Okay. Players just feeling each other out, see what they've got.
Oh,
seeing Daggerfall
Infiltration getting stuffed by Daggerfall. Yeah, we have seen Daggerfall a lot today, which is surprising because I thought it was a little bit out of favor with some of the alternatives. But no, these experienced players still see that value there, and it is right. It can definitely punch above its mana cost.
Yeah, and remember, it's not just about the units it kills. You know, if you're preventing your opponent from taking a bridge, that's extra benefit. You know, you're going to get that XP,
Extra
or your opponent's going to have to spend more to try to take that bridge. Every little helps.
Plus the chip damage on phase 2, yep.
Wow.
I love Cannon Roller. You know, people talk about this game being pay to win or whatever, but Cannon Roller is a common card that can be very difficult to shut down.
Yep.
And yeah, really strong. When I say people talking about this game being pay to win, I mean people that don't understand the game, right?
This is true. This game is very free-to-play friendly. Remember, there's no way of making your cards stronger than anyone else's, so everything is on a complete level playing field. You can, of course, increase your card's glory value, so you get more rewards from battle passes and stuff like that, but actually in-game there is no extra benefits. It's always good to see.
Denying the bridge? Oh, yeah. The kind of delay on that spell makes it so he has to spend more mana to get this bridge. But it was still a good spell used to clear out the pesky backline. And again, we're seeing another brother of the Burning Fist. It does seem really strong. And that's another reason why I like to carry Shock Rock, because shocking it doesn't feel great, but you can deny the value from the Holy Fire.
Yeah, that makes it so difficult to deal with. No Holy Fire, you can just surround it by Horde, but the Holy Fire just shuts it down. But that Cannon Roller doing great work.
Yeah, able to get value because that was a wrecked clone and not able to deal the damage to take it out behind the coverage of the tank.
Set nearly got lucky there.
Fighting, yeah. Fighting
with
the bridges.
The Daggerfall. XP absolutely level right now. Set dancing around, trying to put pressure on the bridge, but of course the problem with Wrecked is that when you're not at home, you're really not at home.
Yep.
You know, Valorian.
That's doing that way.
Yep. Valorian with his perk 2, he can do that damage on the field, but he stays at home during it. Whereas Wrecked, you've got to be
careful.
Nata
thought that tank was going to go to the top bridge and use his Cannon Roller, yeah, and didn't get the value out of it he wanted. Looked like it was going to be close. And just, yeah. Jolo's a great tool here against the brother. And these Razor squads are really can be very threatening in terms of the damage they pump out.
Right, both players have taken a bit of damage. Nothing too terrifying at the moment.
Yeah, Nata in front of these Blood Imps and doesn't have any health recovery. So he's saying, yeah, I'm going to give up some health in exchange for these bridges.
But suddenly we have a situation where Set's previous push has only just been shut down and his next one's already coming.
And he was holding the bridges, right? So it's going to swing the XP farther in his favor
Again, the Cannon Roller's just exactly where Nataraja doesn't want it to be. That could be in the pocket shredding that brother. Instead, it just pushes and does nothing. So Set getting the upper hand of the trades at the moment.
There's a wolf up top. No real way to punish these Blood Imps. I guess Brother would do it, but there's nothing else that's really high damage to push a lot of tower damage off the Blood Pack.
Okay, there we go. Boom. Cannon Roller goes down.
That seems like a great use of One Punch Blast to, yeah, take out the Cannon Roller. That can be pesky. 30 XP-ish, 25-ish in Set's favor.
Yeah, he definitely feels like he's in control at the moment. But can Nataraja come back? It's by no means an insurmountable lead.
Outranging the tower again. We talked about the marksmanship buff from Stormbringer, right? I don't think that'll play a huge role, but the Marine was dealing chip damage.
Nice jump to the bottom to grab that bridge. But Nataraja's coming back on XP.
Nice punch.
Good value.
Yeah, really tight XP game, and they were fighting for these bridges earlier, and Nata still fighting using the Blood Imps here.
Yeah, the Blood Imps are so strong when there's no direct counter to them. You don't have to freak out about suddenly taking huge damage. You get really good bridge split capabilities, good DPS, and now Nataraja's putting some pressure on himself. He's come back now, 7 XP behind. This Cannon Roller being a pain, doing some good face damage. Okay, XP's about leveled up. This is super close, but the problem with Nataraja is Set has the presence at the moment when Mana Frenzy's about to tick over.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, Stormbringer's perks are passive here, where Wrecked is a card that goes in his deck, if I'm not mistaken, right? So as this game hits Mana Frenzy, he can probably extract more value out of the perk because he's going to be cycling his deck faster, right?
Yep.
He needs more dancing, more punching.
Right, what do we have? Mana Frenzy for Set has been
Both
in it
sides.
for a few seconds. Now Nataraja's called up, but look at all these clones on the field. Stormbringer will not shut them down. Needs support. What can he do to deal with this? Needs something to shut that brother down, but that brother is just stalling his defense, really.
Yeah, the defensive chopper is not a really adequate counter to brother, but anything to try and stall out the game.
This is going to be it. It's going to be game number 1 going to Set. Set taking it with the power of Wrecked. And he goes into a 1-0 lead. And yeah, it felt like he was ahead for the whole game. Nataraja was definitely coming back at the end there, Planky, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, that Stormbringer perk 3 did kick in, and it was kind of winning him some trades, getting that poke damage. But I think just those, I think it came down to some of maybe the cannon roller usage and just getting a lot of value. Getting a lot of pressure from early pushes. Set managed to really kind of make it so that Nata just couldn't get up in XP. It's surprising to see somebody playing Blood Imps, but yet being solidly behind in XP throughout the game. But that was just the extra pressure that he had. Yeah,
we saw a couple of occasions where the cannon roller was such a good counter to the brother, but it was played incorrectly a couple of times. It just felt like it was in the wrong place, and the brother was really difficult for him to shut it down. And at the end there, you could see the brother was just tanking everything whilst there was a push coming in behind it, and ultimately just too much. And Set able to take the first game with the power of Wrecked. Now remember, we are back to best of 3, no conquest, so Wrecked is still available for Set should he wish. But the players are going to have to make a decision now. Do they stick with what they've had? Are they going to switch to something else? But we will certainly find out as soon as humanly possible. We are ready to go. Set, of course, finalists from the previous GGtoor event. Unfortunately wasn't able to compete in the final due to a conflicting schedule. So he's looking to have a second chance at that here. Okay, here we go.
Always interested to see what they bring in the second fight here. If he's going to stay on Wrecked, maybe.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another exciting round of Minion Masters.
Yep, and he stays on Wrecked. It looks like a very similar matchup.
Okay, Wrecked again and Set. Sorry, and Stormbringer.
Nataraja flaunting his treasure vault arena.
A big spender. Okay, so there we see the Wharf transformed at the bottom. Gonna get shut down. Blood Imps do very good DPS.
Yeah, that was really nice to capture the bridge, you know, and win the fight. Jolo's still alive here, but lost a lot of his dodge ability. Definitely gonna lose a lot more in the holy fire there that goes tick 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 tick.
Yep. Anything that ticks a lot of times is gonna be bad news for Jolo. Right, Nataraja's got the XP lead to start with here, which we didn't see in the previous one. Cannon Roller doing a great job, doesn't quite get the last shot off.
Yeah, starting hands can be like super impactful in this game, right? For the early XP lead, and it really can cascade. You know, if your first perk breaks the game open, you know.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a case of just getting ahead, and then that allows you to get further ahead. I think the brother
this XP race is super tight.
I think the brother is really difficult for Nataraja to deal with, and the defensor is a little bit frustrating for Set to deal with. So it's going to be, you're going to see how they can deal with those efficiently. A lot of the times with the defensor, you'll see players just letting it hit face because it doesn't do big DPS, and then your range units can deal with it.
Infiltration is a card that I don't think we've seen a ton of value on, right? Like, in my mind, this is not exactly how you want to spend your infiltration to just, like, split 2 Marines in each lane.
Yeah.
But...
Oh, Cannonballer's...
Oh, no, not to abandon Marines. Yeah.
Just gets a shot off. Cannonballer did... I think it would have survived if there was more room for it to back up. Just got a little stuck there. Right. Set's got an XP lead. Nataraja took the lead early on with XP. Set's bringing it back.
Nata's giving up a lot of his health with these imps, though. You know, he is at half of his life total right now, right?
Yeah.
Or approaching half.
Sometimes you just got to be brave with them. You know, you don't need a lot of HP to win. Just 1 HP, sorry, to win.
Yeah. Well, each player controlling a bridge here, so they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna wait until you're full mana and you to make a move first, right? Reacting in this game is really what can help you generate a huge advantage. And the range on that Grenadier to hit like the top lane and then the bottom lane was pretty nice. It goes down to the Daggerfall. Dancing.
Okay, and when you talk about trying to react, that's why you see the players at the start of the game waiting for the last possible moment to spawn, because they want to try and force their opponent to spawn something first, and then they can react to it. Right, so look, XP is in Set's favour. Done quite a lot of face damage as well, so I would say he's in a strong position at the moment.
Yeah, each player must be really confident with their deck selection because, you know, they elected to choose the same thing.
I mean, especially if you play it and lose, you've got to be quite comfortable with it to play it again, I think. Oh, that's a misplay there.
Yeah, you know what? He just got his third perk.
Yeah,
he must have cycled cards and drawn that, and yeah, we've all been there before. That's really hard. When you're focusing on the game to then look at your XP and realize that, oh, that next card in your deck's going to change.
Yep, that was frustrating. But he'll have another one soonish.
9 to top bridge with the Daggerfall, getting face damage. You know, Nataraja at below 600.
He's getting further and further ahead, I think. And with that one-punch blast, Nataraja needs to be super careful. He can't really tank too many of those on his face. Cannon Roller goes down. This is problematic. This could be a 2-0 Set victory right now. Defenso doing what it can, but it's melting.
Sorry.
Ion Grenade, very small area that it hits. Everything's spread out. This is going to be GG to Set. Set and the power of Wrecked takes the 2-0 victory. Nataraja has been eliminated, and Set will move on to our Redemption Bracket final, where he will play against Dragon. That game there, again, we saw Nataraja do a better job at the start, Planky, there. He was ahead on XP, but ultimately as the game went on, Set was just able to wrestle control back.
Yeah, GG there, and I'm not surprised that Set is a real force to be reckoned with on Wrecked. It's really his type of master. He's always been big on Setsu with the skill expression, and yeah, it's definitely a dangerous master for him. You know, to be playing. I know he's very strong on things like Setsu and APEP as well, but yeah, definitely showing, you know, flexing his muscles there and getting a lot of value off of the Wrecked perks.
Okay, so now we know our second Redemption Bracket final finalist. It's going to be Set against Dragon. Let me restart my games, make sure we have no Laggy lag. Okay, so now from this point on, it's going to be best of fives the whole way. Conquest
Yeah, and
rules.
conquest rules. Yeah, it's a big deal. It's going to mean that people are going to be having to play varied decks, but yeah, between these players, Set, Dragon, and DeathShoott, they've got just a wealth of options. So definitely very familiar players to this type of format, and yeah, going this deep into tournaments as well.
Okay, we'll just get set up. We'll await the bans. The bans can be crucial when these games are going to be so close. Okay. Set and Dragon. Okay.
Yeah, we saw a player earlier ban Rock Rivals from Dragon, and that is a card, you know, I've seen him use previously, and then we've also seen it as well in this tournament, right? So again, if you're targeting bans for your opponent, that's something to consider. But then again, you know, we've seen how successful banning things like Grenadier and Plasma Marines can be too, and really disrupt someone's typical play, you know, taking out the staple cards. Whereas if you take Rock Rivals out, you know, Dragon's just going to switch to a different deck. So it's a tough decision when you face someone like this. You know, what do you want, you know, what do you want to see?
Yeah, the ban powers are very strong, but they've got to be used appropriately. It can really change how the outcome could potentially be. And I think that's one thing that the experienced players have over the new players, and the thing that the new players have to learn a lot is to understand the power of the bans and how to use them most appropriately. And we'll see if we get any targeted bans or if we get any meta bans. We will find out as soon as we can. Right. Thanks for joining us here today. This is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 6, presented with GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Thanks so much for those guys for supporting the event. I'm joined by tODDlife and Planky here. Sinobii, as always, behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly. Thanks for you guys joining at home. We are in the Redemption Bracket final. That means the winner of this best of 5 will go into the grand final, where they will play against DeathShoott, and they will duke it out to be crowned our champion in this event. But before we get to that stage, we've got to have Dragon versus Set in our Redemption Bracket final, best of 5. If you had to put money on one of these players, would you feel comfortable selecting one of them above the others?
It's just hard to bet against Dragon, right? Wait, yeah.
He's so experienced. He, as you said, he's the winningest player, at least in current rotation in Minion Masters in general, and he's just got so much tournament experience. But yeah, Set, very, very skilled player. I think he's a mouse clicker, but he takes his skills from, I think, Counter-Strike, where yeah, he makes these really, really precise plays and gets value.
Okay, we've got our first ban in, but we'll wait until we've got both bans before we reveal them.
Yeah, this is something I've mentioned in other tournaments I've casted for on Cosmic Vortex's channel, that there are so many different ways to play this game, right? Even at the top level, it's not like everyone is choosing, you know, clamoring over the same strategy. I recommend to players out there just like learn your strengths, you know, play a variety and then figure out what type of game you play. I tend to play a lot more control, where I'm just fighting for bridges. But aggro also can be very successful, and, you know, try a couple different masters, and when you make it to a tournament like this, then you have multiple things that you can show and, you know, give your opponents a challenge.
Yeah, and different styles from these players, but it looks like we've got very similar bans coming in, actually. Dragon banning Wrecked, Grenadier, and Stint, and Set banning Apep, Grenadier, and Stint. So, I mean, actually not really a big surprise. both players definitely getting good value off those cards. And yeah, Set was definitely sporting a very frightening wrecked deck in the previous round, so not surprising to see that banned at all. And
yeah, I totally agree with that. You know, it's hard to replace Grenadier and Stint for what they do. You know, we don't see people like switching to like Fire and Ball all of a sudden just because they can't play Grenadier. It's like the 2 mana is huge, even if the DPS is very different. So it'll be interesting to see what they bring in this situation, and if, you know, they each stick to what we expect to see out of them.
Okay.
Planky's doing coverage on this one, right?
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we are ready to go when the players are ready to go. This is the Redemption Bracket Final, best of 5, Dragon versus Set. Winner goes through to the Grand Final. Loser is our third placed player of the day. Money on the line. This is a $500 prize pool tournament, so there's some decent rewards available to these players. Set, of course, got to the final in the previous event, but was unable to play due to a scheduling issue, so he's trying to get his chance of redemption in the final. Can he get there? We shall find out soon. Brackets linked in the chat for you. Make sure we've got these players ready to go. Dragon is ready to go. Set is ready to go. Okay. Right. Now, Dragon would almost definitely have played Grenadier. If anyone's going to play Grenadier, it would be Dragon. So that's, I mean, it's kind of a meta ban, but it's also a targeted ban as well, because that's kind of the card that Dragon would use in almost every deck. Stint as well, maybe. So let's see how they adapt to these bans.
Yeah, definitely inclined to say that taking out Grenadier and Stint is like a big deal for Dragon, and perhaps a bigger deal than it would be for Set, although I think he's likely to be playing those cards as well. But on the other hand, taking out Wrecked from Set, I think is going to definitely help Dragon out a lot, and perhaps more so than removing APET from Dragon. Although he's a very strong APET player, he's got a lot of options, and we'll see, because now that we're into Conquest, we'll see what variety these guys can bring.
I'm sure Dragon would have been watching the previous game as well, and that's probably fed into the fact of why he's decided to ban Wrecked, even if he was on the fence of whether he was going to ban it or not. Set beating Nataraja 2-0, 2 Wrecked victories. Okay, hold on guys, we're going into our Redemption Bracket Final. It's Dragon versus Set. This is a best of 5. Let's see what we're going to see.
Wow, and it's a Diona mirror. Okay, so yeah, like banning Stint and Grenadier is definitely going to be a big deal in this matchup, since having those cheap cycle cards gives you so much more value from your perks. But interesting. So Dragon going for Rock Rivals and Set going for a Future, and he gets he gets potentially a very strong card in this matchup, actually, in a 2-mana Zeppelin Bomber, which is going to be always able to target that that blue golem with Taunt.
Did he just miss that smite? Did Set miss that smite?
Yeah,
like it didn't kill the Arcanist.
He could have just killed the Arcanist and didn't. I don't know.
The Zeppelin Bomber could be huge because it will attack the Taunted Golem, which can be massive.
Yeah, that definitely will be a big deal in this. But
and again, that it will taunt on the traps as well.
Yeah.
Won't take the bridge, but it will be a pain. Has received some buffs recently, so it does attack more quickly.
It's still a card that you really see very, very rarely, but I think in this matchup, it's not a bad pull at all, actually.
No. Okay. Golem spawn deep. Looking for the support. Doesn't have the mana golem that we've seen in previous setups to support it.
I think it was good to see Set making use of that Zeppelin Bomber before like before the second Rock Rivals came out, because he's already back to it. Like his deck is definitely cheaper than Dragon's, and so he's going to be getting you know, wanting to get extra value, extra plays on that Zeppelin Bomber every time he can. And again, using it to kill off this Alchemist, yeah, great.
We saw Set trying to use the...
Go get it, boy.
No, who was it? I think it was Dragon trying to use the Taunt Totem to keep his Golem alive, but there was kind of an interesting interaction because they were both taunting, so it didn't really affect it. So if you've got a unit that's affected by 2 taunts, I think it will just aggro on the closest. So
that's right.
So the Scrats were not pulled off of the Golem that time.
Yeah. Yeah, but a lot of pressure coming from Dragon now, and the XP is fairly close considering that Dragon has invested that Rock Rifles already.
Bear Trap's going to help out massively at the top though.
Yeah. And yeah, that Blue Golem's never going to see Set's face. But it's been taunting for those Marines for a while, and they've been chipping away. That's 500 damage. And Set's not going to get back again. Well,
Offen's going for a heal, but it doesn't get denied. Okay. Ghost from the box. It's pretty close right now.
It could latch onto face. No, it's going to die.
Oh, no, it's going to stun face. Doesn't really achieve much though.
Didn't do anything, yeah. Interesting, choosing to use the Zeppelin Bomber aggressively here to clear out the units and go to face rather than defensively against the Blue Golem. But I guess he does have a lot of tools at his disposal between the Scrat Horde and the Taunt Trap.
Okay.
He chooses to take it on face.
Oh, I wouldn't have done that. There was no reason to do that. Like, he's taken so much damage, and that was easily avoidable.
800 damage for free there from the Blue Golem. That was 4 hits on face, which he just didn't need to take.
And he could have prevented that just for the loss of 2, 3, 4 Scrats.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see. He is ahead on XP. Ruffles can give heals. So remember, health is a resource, but you've got to use it smartly.
Dragon now holding the, or choosing to use the flyby against the Zeppelin Bomber, which is enough damage to take out the Zeppelin Bomber. So if he can keep doing that, then he can keep denying the value. Great smite.
Yeah, very, very nice smite.
This Arcanist is going to be very difficult to kill under that Arcane Golem, Blue Golem.
Yeah,
and,
he's going to need to wait for everything to
has
aggro
to
on.
wait. Yeah. The
So,
Arcanist
yeah, this
is still aggro. Yeah, still not aggroed on face, so he's able to take out some stuff, but unfortunately, Set dealt with it.
Another heal from Ruffles. That helps Set.
Set is up solidly on XP still, but yeah, there's been a lot of pressure coming from Dragon. Dragon has
really,
help to work with.
That damage he took on his face earlier, that really bothered me. It was so unnecessary.
Again, Set taking a Blue Golem to face again takes another 2 hits and loses another 400 health.
Goodness
down to 300 health.
He needs to watch out because those traps will shred through that HP.
He is still up in XP, but like he's got no more to work with. He's gonna have to do something. He's gonna have to change the way that he plays a bit if he wants to even reach Mana Frenzy.
It's just strange because it was just completely unnecessary.
This time, Dragon fighting on the bridge with the against the brother, and he's going to win that trade. So
Set needs to pay attention to these traps because all Dragon's going to be looking to do is get Diona aggroed on something and then throw it. There we go, trap on face, Taunt Trap.
That's going to do huge damage.
Oh, okay, some Scrats wouldn't. Okay,
Flyby's going on face. Oh, but he got a heal.
The heal. Okay, Ruffles. XP. Mana Frenzy. Set is almost at Mana Frenzy. This is incredibly close right now. Ruffles going for a heal. Whose is who? Which one's going for the heal? Okay, he's going for some mana. Right. Set.
Getting a heal, but he does have Mana Frenzy.
He does have Mana Frenzy, but he's still in scary territory. He can't make a single mistake.
Dragon's going to have a really hard time contesting these bridges, though, when Set's got Mana Frenzy ahead of
that
him.
trap taking out those Marines was good, though, because those Marines would pretty quickly kill that Scrat Horde. Right. Set looking to close out this. Dragon racing to his...
Dragon is coming to Mana Frenzy, yeah.
He is, but look at the weight of the push that Set's got. 2 brothers up. He's already on face. Bridges are controlled. This is going to be too much for Dragon to hold. Mana Frenzy for Dragon, but it's irrelevant right now. Set's going to strike first here.
GG.
And Set taking the first in this Diona matchup. Woo! And
Wow.
did that need to be quite so close, tODDlife?
Oh man, you know, they're just putting on a good show for us and all the spectators. We saw Set. I think this is the same deck he was using before, where he pulled the Void Altar, and just the difference it makes between having a heavy card that's hard to use versus, you know, a cheap card that you could just throw out, let alone it being very good in this specific matchup, right? We didn't see it always used on the Golem, but it deals a lot of damage, you can clear a lot of hordes. Yeah, Set definitely didn't play optimally in some situations, I think, from our eyes, but I mean, it was enough to give Dragon trouble. And yeah, the health fight versus experience there.
Yeah, it was
really
interesting.
nice game.
It almost baited Dragon out into playing a little differently, perhaps near the end, where he was sort of sending stuff face and trying to push for that extra damage. When Set was just you know, kind of tantalizingly low, but the little ruffles heals here and there, and just a solid defense in the end was enough to get him over the line. So good job, Set.
It was, I think,
Arcanist made a good display here too, which explains why we've been seeing so much Frostfeather flyby used against it, right?
Yes.
And it kind of shows the support that's needed for a rock rival, like, because it's just, right, it's very vulnerable to Swarm, right? So without Grenadier, you need other tools to help support that, right? And even Plasma Marines, like, really aren't the best, you know? What you want is something that can deal AoE and counter a Scrat Horde or Skeleton Horde.
Yeah, I mean, they're both sort of very strong units, but both of which need sort of to get activated, and they complement one another very, very well. Arcanist, very, very vulnerable on her own, but that taunt from the Rock Rivals makes it much, much harder to deal with her.
Yeah, and there was that tight interaction when, like, the Rock Rivals was going to face, and Arcanist was, like, shooting at something else and not locked down to face. And it's so hard when you want to be patient, but, like, yeah, do you play the Horde and get it, you know, yeah, it was tough there.
Yeah, really tough to defend that sort of push. Yeah, but Set held and takes the first game, so Set won't be able to play Diona again. Don't know whether we'll be seeing Dragon bringing that back immediately, but yeah, definitely a big deal to get on the board first, and with a master. It's definitely a master that I would expect Set to be strong on, but not a master that I associate directly with Set. Definitely, he still has another sort of wealth of options between Setsu and Apep and other things that I know that he's very dangerous on. So we'll see what he ends up playing.
I think that Diona deck is something we've seen quite a lot on the ladder recently, and yeah, you do need a little bit of luck to get something out of that, something decent out of the future, and that Zeppelin really did help him out in a lot of setups. We saw some bad luck earlier with a Void Altar coming out of the future, but this time there's some good luck, and that Zeppelin really helping to clear some lanes. We kind of expected to see it played into the Blue Golem, for it just to sit on top of it and shred it, but it was played kind of around the Blue Golem. I guess the thinking behind that is the fact that all the range support's going to be behind the Blue Golem to shred it anyway. Okay! Game number 2. Redemption Bracket Final, best of 5, Dragon versus Set.
Okay, and Dragon playing Wrecked. I don't think I've seen Dragon play much Wrecked, so it'll be interesting. Set on Apep. It's both players playing the master that they banned from their opponent. Interesting.
I heard someone ping. I was wondering if they were trying to draw attention to something, but couldn't see what was happening. Okay.
I will assume that was Dragon because I didn't see a ping from Set. But yeah, in terms of early trades, Dragon took the early bridges, but Set has the counter push now. Let's see what this assassin can do. Does get to face.
Wallop.
And
Okay,
does a bit of damage. Yeah.
It's a good hit. Okay, so we got a Sewer Scrap from Set as his free perk 1 card.
Nice. I'm a big fan of Sewer Scrap, actually. I think it's an underused card, but you can get a lot of value out of it. Either as a defensive kind of anti-swarm tool, or even as a DPS. It puts out a lot of damage since it's constantly applying that poison.
Right. XP for Dragon ahead.
And Curse Bearer against an Assassin, that's a really nice matchup that I'm sure Dragon will be utilizing throughout the game. It's good to have a sort of target for that Curse Bearer, a good thing to get value off. In some matchups, like an APEP matchup, it often ends up just being a bit of a waste of mana.
This is quite a lot of damage coming out onto Set's face. He is APEP, so he will have a shield to prevent that as the game goes on. And we saw in the last game that, you know, he'll happily use every ounce of his HP. Right, so Dragon's still ahead with XP. Defensor's going to get some good value here. Here comes the Assassin, going to start shredding everything. Okay, Cursebearer, of course, dispatched to bring that Assassin out of stealth. Doesn't need to because the Horde's there. And here we go again. Now, in a very close game, it could be dependent on what Set gets as his perk 3 card. That could have a big impact on this. Vento's going to chug through everything at the top there. More damage coming out on Set's face. Okay, 800 HP left. Remember, Set does have a shield from APEP, so that can negate some of that. Okay, have you muted yourself, Planky? Or have I muted you?
I have muted myself, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Set taking massive face damage here. This is going to be too much.
Wow,
Dragon.
I was talking all the time.
Oh, yikes.
Didn't realize.
Okay. No
Yeah, you
problem.
don't really expect to see an APEP both go down in health and in experience there, and it really just again shows like how much you can manipulate Rekt to gain control of the field, right, and why it's so skillful. I agree with Planky. I like the Sewer Scrat there as well as a nice perk 2 pull or perk 1 pull for a 2 mana cost card. Can really do a lot, and something that we do see that is underused.
Okay, so
this
one
is
game
1-1. Yeah.
Yep. So Diona can no longer be played by Set. Dragon can't play Rekt, so their choices are becoming somewhat limited by the conquest rules. Okay, so Dragon fighting back. Best of 5, of course, so all still to play for. Redemption bracket final, so winner goes through to the grand final.
Well, I'm just realizing now on the replay, since I was spectating Dragon over here, is that Set had a Beam of Doom that just had no, there was no value to extract out of it in this match.
Yeah, sometimes you do end up with that just dead card in your hand.
Yeah.
But that's
Could have been
what you
teching
saw.
against a scrapyard or something like that.
Yeah, interesting to think what it was that he was trying to counter with that. But yeah, could possibly have been something like a scrapyard or
Rock Rivals again. I think it's a really good tool against Rock Rivals when you just
Yeah.
beam down the rival and all the backline. Yeah.
You can use it against like an ATG drone or something. But yeah, surprising. Don't tend to well, haven't seen very much of it at all. Haven't seen it used yet, but we've seen it played now. We'll have to see if well, what set chooses to bring next time.
Right.
Here
we go. So this is game number 3 in this best of 5. 1 game all. Very tightly balanced right now. Okay, I heard another ping. I don't know what you're pinging! He might be pinging the master, just like, oh, it's Apep again, or I don't know. Okay, so we got Milo against Apep.
Yeah, I expect that's right. I expect this is Dragon saying that he's not surprised to see Set bringing out the Apep, and yeah, potentially a master that he's very strong on.
Right, let's see what we've got going on. Again, we've got a Beam of Doom from Set. Is that going to be useful? Is this going to be a Rock Rivals? Let's find out.
Set's defensive chopper there really got eaten up by that drone walker, so didn't generate as much value as he'd hoped, and I think he's going to be playing catch up a little bit, where the XP at the moment is the same, but Dragon has just a lot more units in play. Oh, great use of a free screaming scrat there.
Yep. Good explosion, pressure on the bridge. Right, so Dragon's not playing a Rock Rivals deck, is he? What is his tanks? What is his plan for tanks, if any?
Yeah, I don't actually see his cards, but maybe he's just choosing to play some of these other cheap units and cycle
There's
out.
the beam.
Okay.
That's some good value. Takes the bridge immediately as well. Okay.
Yes. Decent.
I can get behind that. That's a lot of mana though, but of course he gets the free Screaming Scrat to grab the bridge, so that certainly helps.
I would definitely have been more inclined to use like Scrap Horde there to take the bridge and contest those units, but Set, yeah,
it was okay value, but it wasn't like, oh my god, that's incredible value. Right, XP basically dead level.
Yeah, I don't know who's favoured in this in the late game. Definitely could come down to what Apep is able to get out of the perk 3. We know that there's that constant reliable value from the Arcane Golem after perk 3. And okay, Set going aggressive with the beam.
Okay. The beam's nice, closes that lane down, so holds that bridge, does a bit of face damage. Only does 150 face damage now. So I'm not sure about that, because there's not much face damage. He hasn't done a lot of damage.
I'm really surprised to see this drone walker from Dragon. Does he have any other tech spending cards which he's utilizing? Because he doesn't have stint and he hasn't shown a scrapyard or anything so far.
No.
So yeah, just choosing to just play a drone walker. It's not a card that you see very often, but yeah, getting good value out of it. That first drone walker especially was huge. But yeah, now Set's just on the back foot constantly, and again choosing to sacrifice some health, defend with his master, and try to hold a little bit more XP
He's
as a result.
been pretty trigger happy with that beam. Let's see if that continues. It's a lot of mana
a bit of mana here.
Yeah, he's playing a lot of
mana. Yeah.
Oof.
Okay.
Okay, he's got a Blast Monster as his perk 3.
He's not happy with that.
It's another ranged unit.
Pretty decent, and Dragon is playing a Skeleton Hordes, as well as things like the Marine the Marines, which like Blastmancer can do a lot of work here.
Yep.
I don't think it's a bad pull at all. But we'll see.
Okay, set ahead on XP. Can he stay ahead? But now we've got perk 3 Dragon, so that Golem's going to be far superior to what it was previously. But again, see here the Blastmancer's going to have great chances at the bottom there.
Yeah. And Set defending in a slightly different way than I definitely would have done, but keeping that Arcane Golem off face I think is definitely worthwhile, and choosing to do it with a werewolf.
It's just unusual to see this kind of a Milo deck without a proper tank in it.
Yeah, for sure. We didn't see any cards banned like the Rock Rivals, but perhaps this was specifically related to the fact that Dragon in the previous game saw that Beam of Doom in Set's deck and didn't want to play something too high value for it to trade.
A very good point. Okay, let's look at the XP. Still in Set's favour.
Yeah.
Neither player doing much face damage, so this is looking like it could go the distance.
Yeah, it's close. And as we get towards Mana Frenzy and units start to flood out more and more, that Blastmancer I think is actually going to be a very difficult card for Dragon to deal with.
And that was a surprising amount of damage that Dragon took there from not really that much on his face. It just kept going.
Yeah.
About 1,000 damage.
Okay. Another Blastmancer. Not used defensively, but he's going to be able to guarantee a push on this top lane. And there's not really much Dragon can do to deny that for a little while. And he only needs a little bit more XP to get up to Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, this is super close right now. Screaming Scrat, getting value from that. Doesn't quite kill everything. He does have the shield if he needs
10 XP
it.
difference. Yeah. Uses the shield, but he's not going to get that bridge immediately. Okay, he does now. Able to take these units out before they do really any damage to him.
Right.
The Blastmancer on the bottom side is going to,
Dragon coming back on XP. This is such a crucial part. If Set can get Mana Frenzy and stamp the bridges down, he could be in a massively strong position.
Yeah. Both players coming up to Mana Frenzy. Set has both bridges.
Okay, Mana Frenzy. This is Set needs to stamp on the bridges and push now.
Yeah.
And that Blastmaster is going to become more and more valuable. The more units that are here, the more value that's going to get.
Dragon is on the back foot, already defending at his face, taking damage, 400 health remaining. Can he hold this?
Okay, that's a big beam. Just to clear units, doesn't want to go for face at the moment on that.
Get rid of that Arcane Golem. Stop
It's just going to be
getting value.
There's just going to be
on the face.
a flood of units now.
Constant pressure.
Dragon cannot stop this push.
150, GG coming out. Yeah, that's it.
Set takes it. 2 games to 1. Okay. So Set is 2 games to 1 up. This is best of 5, remember, so still all to play for. But the power of APEP there just too strong. And how do you feel tODDlife Dragon playing without a proper tank in that deck, which is not the setup we normally see?
You did draw attention to the fact that maybe he was playing around Beam.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
His most tanky unit there was the Curse Bearer. Once you get to perk 3 is when we started to see Dragon come back, and that is what you expect to see out of a Milloween. But APEP really just playing the game he wanted to play, holding the XP advantage, getting value out of the free cards, and rotating. The Screaming Scrat, I think, had key moments of impactfulness, but not a huge contributor to deciding the match. But the Blastmancer, it's very hard to deal with in Frenzy, right? And just, having to wait and adjust your timing around playing horde cards until it gets on face. So it was a tight match. It is hard to play without a tank, even like a Whirly Scrat or something like that. Curse Bearer is kind of less effective in that regard. So I guess we'll see how Dragon adjusts here. We see Dragon again. He hit a Cursed Ascension with no payoff cards. I guess Unholy Ground would be a payoff card. But we've seen Dragon use Ascension decks to win tournaments before, so I'm always excited to see what they bring in these future matches after playing that. Set looked very comfortable with that deck here this game.
It was interesting that Planky mentioned about the Outlander tech. It seemed like he had Outlander cards, but there was nothing that was going to consume the tech and get a benefit from it.
Yeah, maybe you just bump up to aimbot over Drone Walker there. But the 1 mana might not be worth it. Maybe Dragon just really likes how Drone Walker performs as a DPS ranged unit that isn't as squishy as some of the crystal units we've seen. Yeah.
I guess it fills a similar role to an Arcane Golem actually, where it'll sit behind those sort of horde units and generate value. And yeah, even in the first trade of the game where there was a defensor chopper sets on the bridge, it's just sitting at the back there, DPSing and taking out those big beefy units from a safe distance. So yeah, it was getting a lot of value, and it almost worked out for him.
Okay, so 2-1. Set is in the ascendancy at the moment. One more victory by him will put him in the grand final against DeathShoott. Dragon looking to pull himself back off the floor and get back into this. We'll see exactly what they go for momentarily.
Yeah, Seth heard us betting on Dragon, and he just was, has been hustling us. He wants to take the pot for himself. So, yeah, really good performance by Seth. Looking forward to seeing, how these guys adjust in the rest of this match.
Yeah, and Seth is limited now. So he won with APEP. He won with what was his first Iona. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what he chooses to bring out now. It could be a Setsu, it could be something else. But not able to play Rex thanks to the ban. So he's there's a slightly limited champion pool now for Seth. Whereas Dragon...
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Setsu here, and I would actually, love to see that play because we've only had one Setsu performance, so far, and I think Set really is a master of that master, right? And it could just do a lot, 2 mana, take a bridge, back up your push, go aggro on face. It really depends on the pacing and tempo of the matchup and what your opponent is doing.
Absolutely, yeah. And Dragon with a lot of tools left in the wheelhouse, just with the 1 win under his belt.
Overall, I'm still fairly surprised in the lack of diversity of spells we've seen. It makes sense that there's less overall being used because of the spell changes, right? And it being 1v1 and not 2v2, where spells are going to get more value. But people really having a narrow usage of spells and just opting not even to play many at all. I like Resonating Blast, I like Pincer a lot. Like Pincer Shot can do a lot. We haven't seen a lot of really heavy tank decks either. We've been seeing people use Brother of the Burning Fist, but no Colossi really, no Reckonators, no Harbingers. It's been interesting to see what people choose right now because I think the meta is really open for a lot of those to be viable. No Jahoons, Mardred's a little bit more of a niche pick, I feel like, but definitely a departure from some previous tournaments with what we've seen played.
Yeah, I think those big units are always a risk because if they get shut down, that's such a huge mana trade that you've lost. And I think that may be why people prefer these cheaper decks, the cycle decks, the control decks. It doesn't have that issue.
Yeah, every time you interact with the game, you have a chance to improve your position, right? So, play 3 units equal to 6 or 7 mana versus playing a 7 mana unit. You have a lot more control over the game and a lot more, tools and decision points, grab a bridge and, how you want to defend, right? Yeah, I agree with that. And that is more the playing style that, I think we mostly lean to.
Yeah,
definitely.
It's not saying that strat can't work, but it's just far riskier because, if you play a Colossus, your opponent just says, hey, Cursebearer, done. That's a massive trade that you've already, you've fallen behind on. Whereas, you're not going to have that risk with the cheaper cards. And as you say, the more interactions you have with the game, the more chances you have of turning it in your favor.
Another card that we haven't seen that I would maybe anticipate or would have anticipated seeing was Taz, because of the strength improvement on Hellfire that can just do a ridiculous amount of value. And again, maybe that is just more viable in 2v2 where you can get more value on that. But It's a nice little package, especially in tech decks, because you generate tech off every time you cycle the Hellfire.
Yeah, definitely. Like that DeathShoott Scrapyard deck. If you were playing with a task there to support, firstly you play a single rotation, you're going to generate a lot of extra tech for the Scrapyard, potentially be able to make that extra value push a little bit earlier on, but also then able to actually support the pushes with the marked buff and with the air support coming in from behind as well.
Okay, we've had a bit of a wait for this one. The players just deciding exactly what to do, but here we go. Logan into game number 3, 4, 5. No, 4. Counting is hard. Here we go. We've got Morelia. And we've got Miller.
Morelia versus Millerweed. Very similar looking skins as well, but definitely different masters. Don't get confused.
Hey, so let's have a look. We've got Dragon. He's got a Rock Rivals and a Red Golem. He's got some serious tanks in this one. Set has his own Rock Rivals, so they've both got Rock Rivals.
What is going on? There's a Rock Rivals pushing on one side for Dragon and a Rock Rivals pushing on the other side for Set. Looks like things are going slightly in Dragon's favour though, with the Curse Bearer.
He's going to win both of these trades.
Yeah, he's got the support on both sides.
Oh, the heal though.
Okay, a nice heal there, keeps his own Blue Golem alive. But he's going to have to defend this push. And something tells me this Blue Golem's going to be getting to face again. No, he actually defends it this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. That trade definitely worked out a lot better for Dragon. He won on both lanes, was more efficient, and ultimately he's ahead on XP right now.
Yeah, he didn't get ahead in health, but that XP differential is actually really significant in this early game. And that health, Dragon's not too worried about sacrificing it. He's playing another Blood Imps. He's going to have an active Red Golem very soon in this game, and that Red Golem could make mincemeat of a Rock Rivals, and if Set gets surprised by it, then yeah, he could get punished.
We definitely saw in an earlier match where the Red Golem was just unused, it was unnecessary, whereas this time it's looking like it's going to be active pretty soon. So remember, it's a Blue Golem until you drop under 50% HP, and then it's a Red Golem, which is far scarier.
So if Dragon doesn't take any more damage, it's probably going to be maybe 2 more activations from Blood Imps. But it looks like, yeah, he's just taking this on face and he's immediately going to get that activation.
Went for the heal as well, because he knew he was going to drop below it, even with the heal. Okay, here we see Red Golem.
Okay, yeah. Set pinging it with the exclamation marks. Does not like what he sees, I don't think. This is not a very difficult thing.
He does not want to tank this Golem on his face, that's for sure. Now the Red Golem, of course, is going to struggle against Horde, but that Horde has come and gone. The Red Golem's still substantially beefy. Red Golem against Blue Golem is not going to favour the Blue Golem.
Okay,
bam!
Yeah,
going for the heal. Nice heal. Oh, that's nicely timed.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, he does manage that trade very well, but still. You saw that damage that the Red Golem does, and any time that Blue Golem is faced up against the Red Golem, it's going to potentially just, get 3-shot just like that.
Here we go again, Red Golem, Blue Golem.
And this Blue Golem is actually going to tank for the Red Golem. It's kind of interesting. Red Golem, very, very high DPS.
The Horde doing a great job. But not enough. Okay, again. Oh, he's using that just to keep his golems alive. The mana golems. Okay, that was okay, I think, from Set.
Yeah, he
the Blue
Golem very
effectively kept the mana golems alive. Dragon is...
Yeah, perk 3.
Well, that's a nice heal as well. Okay, so now Dragon's got a bit of defending to do.
There's pressure here, but he does have that Dragon that he can choose to use at any time. If he wants to throw a Nivea down right here, he can do, or he can hold on to it for that extra
Here it comes.
Pressure. Yeah.
Spirit Fire just weakening everything, but it's taking some damage from that Golem. Right. This is a very important part, because this is the only Dragon we're going to see. The only Nivea we're going to see today in this game. The Spirit on the Red Golem and the Dragon.
Wow.
Massive extra. That's 400 XP on, extra HP on each unit.
Yeah.
Okay. Red Golem taking a lot of damage, but it's so stonks. Okay,
Wow, and this dragon is just, coming to his face with more than half health.
Yep, this is scary.
That's a huge push.
It's a huge push on both lanes. Now that Horde's going to help at the bottom, but that dragon still needs to be dealt with.
And whilst this is all going on, this is incredible pressure onto Seth. But also, both these bridges are in Dragon's favour.
Uh-oh.
Seth
Red
has to
Golem
defend. He has to keep the defence, keep the Red Golem off the face.
Okay.
He's still got to kill it. Is it going to hit face? It does hit once. 80 HP, 25. GG.
GG. Red Golem just far too strong. Holy cow.
Yeah, Dragon showing how to rock in this matchup with the two golems. Very good play there. And Set, on Milloween, bringing in more spells. We actually saw him use Sunburn very effectively. And on that last push that was problematic, Dragon kind of baited the Sunburn on the Marines and then used the Arcanist to support his Golem, which was very heads up. Set got some really good value out of those heal balls too, which they did just change. The timeliness of one of those was big in maintaining his units there. But just not enough, Morelia has some really nice tech built in with her book, and we saw Dragon, kind of choosing what he wanted to at the moment to get maximum value. It's really hard to just defend against a split push like that. I mean, just so much HP and DPS in both lanes.
We had the Spirit land both on Nivea and the Red Golem. 400 HP extra for each of those, I think, which was just so difficult. Plus everything else, and it is so difficult to defend against that split push. And he looked like he almost closed it down, but we see a lot of those Morelia decks where they do just win at that perk 3 with the Dragon, and those big units were just terrifying.
Yeah, and even if Dragon hadn't finished Set off there, he was well on the road to hitting Mana Frenzy in under a minute. And potentially swarming for the win at that point. That's another thing that those huge pushes were generating is bridge control for him. And
when you're having to defend for your life like that on both lanes, it's very difficult to put pressure on the bridges as well. He was doing it where he could, but goodness me. That was a lot of HP on the field for Dragon at the end there, and just too much. And once that Red Golem gets to face, you're just a few hits away from death.
Yeah.
Okay, so with 2 games all, Dragon just taking a quick break. So winner takes all from the next one. Whoever takes the next game is going to go and face DeathShoott in our grand final. So he's been waiting a little while for that. Do you think that's a benefit for DeathShoott, having to wait, just being able to watch and see what's going on and be fresh for the final?
Being able to spec, your opponent's decks, I think, is a big advantage. As far as like the freshness goes, I think that really varies player to player. Some people like being in a competitive groove and, they hit their stride and they just want to play. And other players might enjoy the downtime, right? So I'm not sure, DeathShoott's specific preference, but it's undeniable that being able to watch these matches, seeing the rotation through the Masters, what cards they're using, is big.
Yeah, it's interesting. I did pop up in my friends list a little while ago, and I noticed that DeathShoott was in a game as well. So I think he's probably kind of keeping warm on the side, maybe in between games or whatever, testing things out.
He's just ranking the ladder, He was, yeah.
Just getting that farm in.
Okay, so we just got a little bit of downtime. The players just take a moment.
Yeah, it's smart for Dragon to say, hey, I want to break. We don't really have any rules on the pacing, but I mean, if he needs it, it's good. And if he thinks it's going to offset his opponent, I think, it's good too, right?
Actually, I think I will take a moment as well. Leave you guys just for a minute.
Yeah.
No problem.
It's just been a great day out here. Lots of really good matches. very few, if any, being like one-sided. You know, we've seen a lot of give and take between opponents, and the state of the game is, I think it's leaning more on the skill side. You know, at one point I was a little discouraged. I thought, you know, matchups, you know, what cards you're playing are so important, but it seems to have been balanced out a little bit more in this patch. You know, again, just the amount of viable cards you can use and things like that. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the bear in upcoming tournaments and what that does. Okay, well, this match is kicking off. I'll fill in for Planky until he comes back.
Thank you. Okay, this is game number 5. Winner takes all.
To another exciting round of Minion Masters. Duel.
Right. What do we have, Todd?
We have Diona versus Milloween. So Seth's staying on his Milloween list. Dragon, again, we've talked about this. Dragon likes to maybe run a very similar deck with a different master. He's got all of his tools that he likes. He's got the Red Golem, he's got the Blood Imps, he has the Drone Walker, which we talked about, and the Arcanist. So yeah, it looks like the same thing. Still with the ability to recover health with Ruffles. Just a little less controllable than, you know, what we see out of Morelia.
We got a Rock Rivals deck from Set as well. So now the big difference for Dragon, he's taken a lot of damage at the start here. So the big difference for Dragon playing what looks like the same deck but with a different master is he doesn't get that power spike of the Dragon this time, and that double lane push potential that Dragon enables at perk 3 was something that really changed the game. Maybe won him the game. Won't have that potential this time.
You know, traps, you know, totally change fights, right? So instead of getting a big spike at one point, he's kind of going to be gaining incremental value throughout the game where he chooses to. So yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how this progresses. And we know that Set is getting a power spike at perk 3 when those Arcane Golems come out at level 5.
Okay, so both players have got their Rock Rivals off. Dragon will probably be happy with that because most of the fight was over on Set's side of the bridge, so Dragon getting that XP advantage. We have seen Dragon take quite a lot of face damage early on from really innocuous attacks.
Yeah, I think he's just wanting to juice up the Red Golem. He's deciding at this point in the game it's kind of low risk to take damage, and he wants to accelerate to the Golem. I mean, the question is, does Set realize that this is the same exact list? You know, I would imagine so, and that, you know, he knows he's up against the Red Golem. And I always struggle with the strategy. Like, when you know you're up against a Red Golem, like, what do? Do you, like, try and just control bridges, right? You know, it could be totally against your strategy.
Like, you almost don't want to do face damage, but sometimes it's inevitable.
Exactly. Right, you want to win on one push, right? So he's at 1625 here, but he has the Imps, right? Yeah, so the Imps let him control his own health. Super valuable.
Right, Red Golem available.
Yeah, we're going to see if he's going to use it yet to counter the Rock Rival push. Set has definitely been demonstrating his command of the emotes in this whole tournament. I think definitely the best use out of all of them.
Okay, that heal's going to help, but not for too long. That Golem's going to get squished.
Yeah, he's slow, though. Takes a little bit of damage approaching the turtle. And a heal pot up top for Ruffles to grab. Set maybe wanted to contest it, and the taunt totem denies that.
Nicely done. Okay. That Red Golem is looking fairly ominous at the bottom, though.
Yes. I'm trying to remember all the tools that Set has, right? So he's got the Skeleton Horde, which is really huge. And he was able to take out the Arcanist there, which will definitely help that.
That's the power of the Skeleton Horde versus the Scrat Horde, is that they can tank a couple of attacks rather than just get insta'd by things like the Grenadier or the Arcanist.
And we've seen Set try and punish Blood Imps over and over with the Golem. You know, that's his highest damage.
Dragon down to under 600 HP though, so...
Yeah, huge. Really smart. Okay.
That's
and
very
missions,
low.
again, are a good option to close out games. What's the XP like, though? Yeah, Dragon hit perk 3. Set is approaching it, right? So at this point in the game, you know, Set's looking to close out before Dragon hits Frenzy, I think, and really can apply a lot of pressure at perk 3.
Yeah. Every bit of face damage is going to be hugely important right now. Dragon's going to...
if I was Dragon, I would lay off the Blood Imps. Oh, another heal pot, though. That's going to be an easy recovery.
Well, he's going to shut it down, though, but he's going to rage that Golem.
But he rages the Golem. We'll see if that comes into play. You know, he's got the Horde, so it's not a huge thing, but it still is frightening. And yeah, he doesn't have the Sunburn now for the Arcanist.
That red golem is terrifying, though.
Crucial. Yep. And the taunt traps to help support it. Yeah. Nicely done by Set there to navigate that difficult situation.
Right, XP's closing up, I think. Set's coming back. Dragon is low on HP, but Set doesn't have a good way of punishing that at the moment. We'd love his golem to not take that punch, but it did. Okay.
Yeah, this is a choice if you want to send your missiles to face every cycle, you know. Or it's on a timer, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and he eats it with the golem, yep. Pretty big.
Right, XP still 10 XP in Dragon's favour. He's very low HP, but he's not taking any damage on his face at the moment.
Another heal. Is he going to get that heal? Ruffles again, coming in huge.
Yep.
3 very good heal potions secured by Dragon. You know, some of those required more effort, and it's really big to
Without Ruffles, he'd be
stay
almost
in this
dead.
game and push for Frenzy. Yeah, exactly.
Right, XP is about the same. That red golem going down. Okay, as we get
on before, you know, the value of like timer perks versus, you know, deck cards, right? So if we hit Frenzy, Dragon's gonna be able to use the value of his perks more often than Set. But this turtle is, yeah, okay. Has to use the
Mana
imps here
Frenzy
to deal the damage because he was behind on mana. And yeah, punished again with the...
Set knows he needs to put the pressure on the bridge right now because Mana Frenzy's about to tick over for both players.
Yeah,
that golem... Oh, those Blood Imps taking massive chunks! Oh, the Blood Imps!
Great. That was amazing. That was a fantastic game.
Set takes the set. Wow.
Wow.
Dragon was forced to use the imps there at the end because he wanted to deal with the arcane golem, and Set every single cycle was just punishing it with rock rivals. So I don't know. I mean, I guess the you know, what happens if Dragon doesn't use imps there and, you know, has to spend more mana, right? He's going to take more damage from the golem, but he doesn't, you know, open himself up to the blood pack damage. It was tight game.
Goodness me. That was close. And we saw Dragon, he really did drop down HP pretty quickly. He got that red golem activated pretty quickly. We saw a number of heals from Ruffles that really kept him in it. But it's those Blood Imps are maybe just a little bit too risky at the end there, especially into the golem. I think the blue golem hit 3 of them at the end there, and we could just see each punch was a huge chunk of his HP dropping. And wow, Dragon is our third place player of the day, and Set has booked himself his second in a row final appearance, where he'll meet DeathShoott, DeathShootty, DeathShoott, whatever you want to call him, in our grand final, and we'll be getting set up for that very soon. But as we've mentioned a few times, DeathShoott has had the benefit of sitting back, Planky, and watching the action unfold and gleaming what he can from what he's seeing.
Yeah, Set is well, a very, very strong opponent, but DeathShoott should be in a good position to have some perspective on what he might be playing and what he should be banning as a result. And
this is double elimination, and DeathShoott has not taken a match loss yet. So Set would have to beat him in 2 back-to-back best-of-5s with a rebanning period in between. I mean, DeathShoott has earned that advantage, but it is big to have that, you know, potential match loss to lean back on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it could allow him to be a little bit riskier than normal in this first best of 5, if he knows there's a second to, as you say, lean back on. Right.
It was, that last game was so touch and go, so close. Oh, hello. Who's this? Who have you got there, Todd?
This is Maddox, you know, who doesn't really know how to respect my personal space, but I thought I would show him off. Yeah, he's a good boy.
He's a friendly boy. Yeah, I was just thinking about the change they did to Blood Imps. I had to check the wiki, which is being so
meticulously
updated. Yeah, some people
by,
here who,
by people not tODDlife.
I
I'm
haven't
kind of
done
more
any
in like a
updating for a little while.
managerial capacity there, you know. Big
Yeah,
shout out to Jackia, who really does like the grunt end of the
he
work
does a
there,
great
but
job. Yeah,
yeah,
but
it's
yeah,
huge. It's so nice to be able to like look back on that and see like, okay, when did this change take place? What else was going on at the time?
yeah,
Um,
yeah. So it was in July that Blood Imps got changed from 66% recoil damage up to 75%, and like that little change, that little difference really does add up over the course of a match. But even at the end there, you know, that was very much on the line where that last Blood Imp was just enough damage to take Dragon down. But if it had been, you know, if it had only been 66%, maybe that wouldn't have been enough to actually kill him, and would have seen Mana Frenzy in that game.
Yep, very close. Ruffles got a lot of heals as well, which made it even closer than it potentially could have been.
There was a Ruffles heal. There was Ruffles was on his way. He was on a mission to the bot side bridge as the game finished there with a heal potion sitting on that bridge.
Yikes.
And just didn't quite make it in time.
Yep, sometimes these matches are really decided by very small margins. Okay,
Definitely.
so if you just joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 6, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. We are at our grand final stage. Many have come and gone, but only 2 remain. We have DeathShoott and Set, who will duke it out in this best of 5 conquest rules grand final potential reset if Set takes the first best of 5. The players are getting ready. The players are working on their bans, and we will see what they come up with. A lot of information to be gleaned from the matches that have taken place today, the matches that have been spectated today. All that information is going to be part and parcel of the thought process into what is going to be banned. We shall see.
Yeah, what are we expecting? What are we expecting to see in terms of bans and picks? Definitely think that
I would not let DeathShoott run Scrapyard. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Maybe King Puff
and
as
I don't
well.
think there's a correct master to pick, right? You know, we've seen him play really well with King Puff, but he could do just as much with Rekt or Diona or anyone, right? I mean, both of these players are really strong across the board.
Yeah. Scrapyard definitely was something that DeathShoott really punished Dragon with in the upper bracket. And then Set, I think if I was going to be banning away Set's master, I'd probably be looking towards Rekt. I think that was the thing that he looked the very scariest on. But he's demonstrated that he's very capable of other things. And yeah, I guess we have to wait until we see the bans from both sides before we announce them.
Yeah, we got bans coming in from DeathShoott so far. We're awaiting Set's ban. Remember, these bans are going to be done in private, so nobody's getting the benefit of banning first and then reacting to the ban. So we'll see. We'll wait until Set's bans comes in and then we will confirm them. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
All right, Planky and I are going to hang out. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, that game... was it game 4 where Dragon was pushing in with a dragon on one side and red golem on the other side? It really got me thinking about how much of a different game it would have felt like if the opponent had a Diplomancer.
right, yeah. Diplomancer can just do so much to shut down those type of pushes where you have multiple units stacking a lane, and any individual tank or even a dragon, right, is pretty easy for players of this skill level to dismantle when they're just by themselves, right? So you kind of either force people into the hypnosis lane or you force them into, attacking with a single unit, and both of those plays of Diplomancer gives you, a big advantage. Or even just threatening to play it, right? Having it and showing it once and forcing them to play around a card that you don't even need to use is crazy.
It's like having a lightning bolt in your deck, like your opponent just has to play differently for the entire rest of the game, and just having that tool would be huge. So it's interesting to see, you know. Like
And Rock Rivals really needs support as well, and we saw one match where Hypnotize was used against it, right? And we haven't seen much of that spell anymore, but I think that's an incredible high skill spell that really belongs in this type of tournament. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more of it. And again, just in general, overall spell selection is pretty significant in matches, right? Because it just lets you interact with the game on a whole different dynamic instead of just like playing minions, you know?
Yeah, we just haven't seen that much in the way of sort of higher mana removal spells, and as a result, I would say probably we haven't seen things like black hole kind of like defensive counters to things like that, which do exist, but just are not in the meta, just because these spells are also not so meta at the moment.
Yeah, the most unique thing we saw was the Lash of a Moon, and DeathShoott got like tremendous value out of it in the game he played. It's interesting that he, you know, what made him select that, you know, card in that matchup, and you know, will he lean back on that in this finals here?
I've definitely seen him use that quite a bit, and yeah, wouldn't be surprised if he brought it out at some moment again.
Okay, have we gone through the bans that have come in?
We have not.
Okay, so we've got some bans. We've got DeathShoott banning Wrecked, Grenadier, and Whirly Scrat. Set banning Apep, Stint, and Grenadier. So we see what they do ban. We also see what they haven't banned. And you know, we spoke about Scrapyard. That's not what we've seen. So DeathShoott may certainly pull that out.
And it's a card that can carry many different decks, right? It's not like, oh, I'm only using that on Stormbringer. So we'll see if that ban is, you know, really impactful for this match. And Grenadier has probably been the most banned individual card. Yeah, just because it's probably, you know, it's hard to say if it's overtuned, but it just provides so much value, right? So usable.
And it's not easy to replace.
Definitely,
it's not easy to replace. Exactly.
Okay, so we're going to be going into the grand final very shortly. We're going to switch casters per game. You guys want to do that? Who wants to take the first one?
I don't mind. Do you want to take it, Todd?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I'll start out here.
Okay, so we'll start with Todd, and then we'll switch to Planky and alternate back and forth as we go. Okay, we are ready to go into our grand final. We've got the ban information. Let's see what we see. Okay. Set has restarted his game. Okay, got that. Right. Okay, this is the grand final of GGtoor's Night's Duel number 6, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Thanks for everyone taking part in the event, whether you're watching, whether you're involved in the chat, whether you are participating, or if you're on the cast team or behind the scenes. Thanks so much for everyone taking part and making this an awesome event. So the players are...
thank you. I really appreciate you having me here. It's been a blast today, and to witness this performance firsthand.
Yeah, I appreciate yourself and Planky giving up your Saturday to help out. You guys are doing a great job.
Thanks. That's not what you said in my DMs, but no. I appreciate you.
This is where you say something nice about me.
You look great, and you don't smell like a fish. I'm surprised.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, this is you're doing a way better job than I normally expect from your casting.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So join us for the next tournament when we will have a different casting setup for sure.
Oh no.
Right.
These two still in deck building here.
Yep.
Last minute changes.
Message him ready when you are. Okay, Disu against Set. Both players that we would expect to be here or hereabouts at the end of the tournament, but it's all to fight for. Now, just a reminder that we do have a second life for DeathShoott as he has progressed through the winners bracket final. So should Set win the best of 5, we will have a second best of 5 reset. New bans, etc. So let's have a look. Where are we? We've seen DeathShoott, of course, beating Set 2-0 earlier in the tournament. And Set fight back.
Yeah, I would imagine Set's had a harder road to get here, right? You know, fighting through the lower bracket, you're typically facing more consistently strong players, you know, as that bracket develops, where DeathShoott's had a shorter road and has had to fight some tough matches, but not the diversity that Set's had to go through.
But yeah, that's a good point. The fact that Set has already faced off against DeathShoott earlier on, he's got a bit of a perspective on what he might be facing up against. Yeah, didn't influence the bounds in the way that I was perhaps expecting, but still, yeah, definitely he's going to be coming in prepared and with a decent idea of what he might be facing up against. Definitely, whether all the different decks that DeathShoott plays, he does definitely have a sort of a specific style that that you always see in his decks, and yeah, I mean, not so much with the aggression from something like Scrapyard, but that sort of those small trades and things. Oh, here we go.
Here we
Diona
go.
Diona, all right.
I know the way.
Grand final, game number 1. DeathShoott against Set. Diona against Diona.
Yeah, so you've been just looking at DeathShoott's hand here. I love Ravenous Swarmers, man. They can provide so much damage, right? And we see a Shock Rock, so I'm wondering what other activators he has, because you really want to play a spell before those, right? You got the Daggerfall is behind it next, so yeah, maybe a little different type of game plan from DeathShoott here.
Yeah, they're very high DPS units. They're weak though, so you need something to tank them.
From them to keep them alive, yeah.
They're not going to have a
They're
good
gonna go
time
down to
against
that
the brother
brother,
though. The Blood Imps we're seeing a lot of today.
Nothing like
Yeah. People decide, you know, they want to fight for bridges and have cheap units for damage, and it makes sense if you can account for it. And again, I think we've seen them most frequently in decks that have the opportunity to recover HP or defend it, whether that's Apep, Diona, or Aurelia.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that taunt was huge to try and recover, you know, have the battle or the Tranquil Shield recover health, but Set that denies the healing with the.
it does, but
smite.
that taunt trap forced the smite, so that's a real good trade.
Yep, absolutely. Big mana investment to deal with that. Did not want to have to fight that monkey later on. Okay, and Frostfeather Flyby is another activator, so these are all very usable spells, you know. Unlikely that any of them are going to like burn a hole through Deuce's hand, right? They're easy to use where you want to, especially if you're trying to get that activation.
Right, let's have a look. XP's about the same. Rammer. Gonna go straight in the bear trap though.
Really favor the Walking Blind Date, which is a card that I like would never put in a deck, you know. It's an interesting choice. The taunts can be huge.
Okay, nice use of the Shock Rock. Trap doing great DPS on the brother as well. Smite.
Might.
Okay, that brother's taking a lot of damage.
By that play. Yeah.
We'll heal a little bit.
Go, Ruffles!
Ruffle's going to get denied here. No extra mana.
Nice, nice.
Get that brother just dropping that Holy Fire, just surviving for a little bit longer than you'd expect.
Go, Ruffles!
It's like an assassin there on the Blood Imps. That could be fairly scary. Oh, he's
Yeah,
going to try to
definitely.
save the Ruffles there. Oh, he tried so hard to save the Ruffles, didn't quite get it, but he does clear the top bridge, and the Ravenous Swarmers will start wailing away on face for a little bit.
And dead even here.
Look
on,
at the monkey at the
XP.
bottom!
Yeah, huge
Oh, he
value.
forces out the
Forcing
smite.
again. Yeah.
It forces the smite, and he's got the bridges, and DeathShoot's going to heal as well behind that, so DeathShoott will be happy with that.
Go, Ruffles!
And there we
We kind of just see what the game, you know, how the game plays out with no Grenadiers. You know, you can play a lot of your horde more aggressively for damage and not have to worry about it getting blown out.
Yep. Okay, extra mana there from Ruffles. Shockrock trying to help the trade at the bottom. doing so perfectly. But again, that brother's really frustrating. Okay, one Ravenous Swarmer was just too far away from the Taunt Trap. So that worked out pretty well there for DeathShoott. Are we going to see this?
Again to pick up this,
are we going to see the smite again? No. Right, perk 3 coming for Set. A little bit ahead of on XP ahead of DeathShoott at the moment.
Great use of both of those traps by both players here. DeathShoott to secure the kill on the Plasma Marines and the bridge, and Set to also secure the kill on the Plasma Marines, deal some damage.
The Shock Rock's so nice there on the brother because it resets his Holy Fire, so he has to charge that back up, which means the Horde can just shred it. The trap support though kept it alive, so that was very nice.
Yeah, stun just has so many applications. It's so easy to get value out of Shock Rock, which is I'm surprised we haven't seen as much of it in this tournament.
Okay, here's the trap to support. Taunt Trap will be available for both players. Okay, again the Shock Rock denying the immediate Holy Fire, and then the DPS is going to shred it.
On that bridge with the skeletons and the arrows.
Oh, and the trap's a little bit late as well. That could be a mistake. Trap goes down without really achieving much. Whirly's going to start shredding everything. This is a nice interaction for DeathShoott. Now he's got the bridges. Ruffles grabs that bottom bridge as well. Who needs bridge grab when you've got Ruffles? DeathShoott noticed that. He gave it the thumbs up.
He's pretty dead even here with health and experience, right? They're both playing really well.
Again, the Shock Rock just in time to deny that brother. Ruffles getting it
like hit. Consistent play there.
Yeah, that's working out real nice. He's identified that that's a huge trade for him. Okay, well the Marine's gonna... Oh, goodness me, that Marine's just enough. I feel like DeathShott's getting the better of some of these trades the longer the game goes on.
I agree, but looking at the numbers, it has been close up until this point, right? He's able to drive home a little bit more damage there and, gain a little bit more XP advantage.
Yeah, the Shock Rock's denying the brother from dropping the Holy Fire has been huge. So we see at the top, the Holy Fire just melts everything around it. Okay. This is where it gets serious. When we start getting very close to Mana Frenzy, it's going to be very important who has the bridges at that time when it's this close. Oh, okay. Use the Blood Imps to take the bridge, force the reaction. Ruffles at the bottom getting some mana. Mana Frenzy is on the cusp for both players. Nice Shock Rock.
Yeah, just denying again though. And we haven't seen Smite used as much recently, only to kill, finish off the Tranquil a few times. But that is a tool that could be valuable in Mana Frenzy.
Okay, Mana Frenzy for both players. These interactions right here, right now, are potentially what's going to turn the match.
Yeah, Set is lower on HP. It's kind of curious if you want to use all those arrow traps at face to push damage. I mean, this taunt trap here, plus a couple of units there, is decent damage as well.
That's a lot of face damage, yep.
Yep, arrow trap on face.
Needs to keep the pressure on the bridges, though. There we go, 5 HP!
5 HP.
Flyby coming in! Set just has to look, and there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, well played. Wow, that was a really great match. DeathShoott, again, timing, positioning is what won that game out because it was really even, but just narrowly winning trades with, quick spells and fast placement of units, and yeah, it shows.
Yeah, like getting those Shock Rocks on the brother was really what started turning the game in his favor, I think, Planky.
Yeah, wow, that was huge. Yeah, and Set did change his play. You saw him near the end playing the brother like on top of the hordes, so that he was denying the possibility of doing those tiny little adjustments. But yeah, DeathShoott just getting those little extra bits of value, both hitting Mana Frenzy at the exact same time. Yeah, what a close game. What a great start to this Grand Finals.
Okay, so DeathShoott takes the first game. His Diona has come and gone. He can't play Diona again for this series. Set, of course, can play Diona again if he should wish. But yeah, that's
DeathShoott 2 wins away from securing the tournament, where
Yep.
Set would need about 6 wins here, so a lot harder.
yeah, it's
in
all
that
to play
situation.
for Set, especially losing this first game as well. DeathShoott straight away in the ascendancy. DeathShoott, of course, beating him 2-0 in the earlier stages of the tournament. So everything in Disu's favour at the moment. But you know, we've seen some incredible comebacks in these tournaments over the previous months, and you can really never count anyone out.
Yeah, Seb was in a really strong position in that game. You know, it's not as though it was a complete walkover for the first game. And some of these 2-0 results have been very, very close that we've seen already earlier in the day. So, yeah, definitely expect Set to put up a valiant effort, and I wouldn't be surprised if Set even took the first series off of DeathShoott if things go his way.
It's always interesting to see the players. You can see they identify that moment when they both tick on Mana Frenzy is such a crucial part in the game, and you can just see how they change and just put everything onto the bridge control, and just those few seconds as to who's got the bridge at that time can just snowball into an ultimate victory, and I think that's kind of what we saw there.
Yeah, it's just free money, printing mana just through that XP, and if you can get that little bit extra, just getting some extra units out, it doesn't matter if they're in the right place, it's just something that your opponent has to deal with, and that snowballs so quickly.
Saw Set having to use his smite a lot, especially in the early games, to deny the heal of that monkey, and that was interesting because it really forced his hand. He wasn't able to get huge value out of it. As the game went on, he kind of didn't do that quite so much, but I think those trades were always certainly in DeathShott's favour in those early stages. So
we haven't seen so much of Smite in general, but Set was bringing it out on Diona, and yeah, I mean, we have seen quite a bit of that Holy Fire through the Brother of Light.
Yeah,
Brother of Burning Fist, excuse me.
Yeah, that's one of its strengths, and you could see the power of the Shock Rock just denying that, and then it allows the Horde to shred it, and that really changed a lot of the way he was able to deal with that, because that brother can be really frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, that kind of swings that matchup from the Brother countering the Horde to the Horde countering the Brother, just with that 2 mana spell.
Yeah, definitely.
So.
And Ravenous Swarmer's playing a pretty large role in that match too.
Yeah. Especially when you have tools to support them, like the Taunt Trap and the Shock Rock.
Okay, here we go. Grand final game number 2.
Okay.
DeathShoott against Set.
Yeah, and Set bringing out the owner again. DeathShoott showing Millerine. Let's see.
Yeah, and I hear someone pinging. God damn these pings that I can't see. DeathShoott does this annoying thing sometimes when I play with him. He's figured out how you can ping like super far in the corner of the screen so you can hear it but can't see it. Probably doing that just to annoy me. Okay.
It's not DeathShoott actually. Oh, DeathShoott did
there we see some pings.
Did a once bitten. That was a once bitten there,
Okay.
which got denied. The Brother of the Burning Fist attacked the right target, picked out the wolf, and denied the
a little bit
extra value.
A little bit of bad luck. We see DeathShoott playing Millerine with the skin that's available in the Battle Pass.
So Set just rolled a future and then said GG. I don't see what that is, but does that mean he got bad luck?
He got a fan reel from it.
Oh, don't know whether that's.
This
what
is a
he wants to
massive
see.
push. This is going to be huge damage. That ATG drone's nowhere near dying. Set's HP dropping like a rock right now. Okay. Right, he's still alive. He takes 1500 damage. Of course, that's what happens when you spend some mana on a future. you're going to be behind for a little bit. Right, he's got a 7
Was that a
mana.
Future,
It's a future.
It was a future past, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 7 mana Fanriel,
Interesting.
which I think
Yeah,
can give him some
absolutely.
real pressure potential.
But he's opting not to use it at the moment.
Time to end.
Putting the pressure on with the smite there. Doesn't quite clear too much. Oof, almost saving that golem. Right. I mean, the power of the future is that you get the reduced cost and you want to use it as often as possible, but so far he hasn't used it at all, and that ATG drain's been a huge problem. The Shockrock looked like it was trying to deny Ruffles as well.
It denied Ruffles, yeah.
This is a problem!
Yeah, this ATG just needs to die. Set needs to deal with it, yeah.
Right, okay. Set
That's not
lives to
himself
fight
again.
another day. Set is ahead on XP. He does
Yeah.
have the heals that he can potentially get from Ruffles, so this is not over by a long shot.
He did sacrifice a lot. He sacrificed a lot of health to get that, get the future off and get ahead on XP, but now he just needs to try to stabilize, to work off of this extra pressure. Yeah, Set's emote game is on point, and a great smite there to support the Fanriel. So yeah, as you said, he was able to generate a huge amount of value off of that. Even if it is seven mana, it was definitely able to pay for itself there.
Yep. It's the ATG drain that's been the big problem for Set to deal with.
Yeah, yeah.
He would have loved something from that future to help him deal with it. Didn't get it. He's burning mana here, not sure what to do.
Interesting. Yeah.
The Unholy Ground played on face just to keep the Master busy whilst the ATG drain starts shredding everything. Oh, this is so difficult to deal with. Fanriel will not reach that. It has a long lance, but it can't reach the ATG drain. Set. We've said this before. He is still alive. Ruffles going in for a heal there.
Okay,
DeathShoott
that's
doesn't have a way to deny it. Okay, that's important. Perk 3 now for Set as well. Fanriel's still alive.
Counter push. Yeah. This ATG is going to rip through everything though. Okay,
Traps.
Let's see how much damage that can do.
I mean, it's done a
Did a
good.
bit.
Yeah, it's done good damage. ATG drain almost dead. Right.
Yeah.
This is close.
There's no way to heal that ATG drone. So
Set burning
it
mana
should
though.
go down pretty easily. Set really needs to be.
Ruffles going for extra mana at the top there. That's going to help. DeathShoott going for face. Set blocks most of it. That's a big golem though. He needs to deal with the golem. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
We got a Brother of the Burning Fist on DeathShott's face. That needs to be dealt with.
Fanriel's slowed now, and yeah, it's not really going to do too much. Oh wow, DeathShoott went really low in that time. I didn't actually realize, but like he's going to be under constant pressure now. This Fanriel can just like a Fanriel could just end the game very quickly. If,
Yep. This is a
Set's
close
able
one
to
for
get
sure.
face.
Ruffles going for a heal again. DeathShoott going for face. Shockrock to
wow.
deny the heal.
Unholy
This
Ground
golem-
denies the
Golem's
the,
on face.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Wow. That ended so quickly. God.
That's what
Yeah,
she
both
said.
players going very aggressive.
Okay. Wow. A close one there, but suddenly DeathShoott just able to close it out.
ATG is one of those units that can be very challenging to answer because most people are running, cheap anti-air with plasma marines, but a lot of times you have to kind of enter its kill zone to do that. And mixed with how DeathShoott was drawing aggro from the master, very effective at driving damage home. And I think maybe that's why he threw the GG, not necessarily from the spin of the future, but because he said, oh, I don't have any answers for this ATG.
Yep.
But Set did make a strong statement by pushing with Fanriel a few of those times as well.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean
he
that
would
was
have.
really close.
I think he would have loved to have got something out of the future that would have helped him deal with the ATG drain, but the Fanriel did give him a lot of pressure, and he did do a lot of damage to DeathShoott in the end there, and it was pretty close, pretty damn close. Okay, so DeathShoott 2-0 up. This is the best of 5. This is the grand final. So if DeathShoott takes the next game, he takes it all.
He does. Are we going to see him lean back on Scrapyard? I know I would if I was DeathShoott. I mean, it seems really potent. And the thing is Set going to stick to this Diona? I mean, this really seems like his bread and butter. He's been, you know, leaning on this deck for most of the tournament, it seems like. When he doesn't have the opportunity to play Racked, which we saw success with as well.
I think we were fairly surprised that the Scrapyard didn't get banned, but I mean, the DeathShoott had to take advantage of that. Just say, well, if you're not going to ban it, then I'm going to use it.
Yep.
But we've seen him, he's got these 2 games to 0 up. He hasn't used the Scrapyard yet, which we saw him use in the early stage of the tournament to very strong effect. So...
Or is he going to go back to Avia? Maybe he wants to showcase that. I'd be up for that game.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, APEP was banned, I think. And he did use Diona, right? Which those are really the 2 shells that Avia shines in. Maybe a Ratbow, potentially, as well.
I have to say the Avia from DeathShoott didn't shine quite as much as some of the Avia decks that I've seen. But
yeah, I agree.
But yeah, no, it would be interesting to see him pull that out again. Definitely.
Okay, here we go. This could be the last match of the day, guys. Grand final, game number 3. DeathShoott 2 games to 0 up in this best of 5.
Going back to King Puff, and yes, that is staying with Diona here. Let's see what that future will pull this game.
More pinging, I hear.
Those emotes.
Okay.
Spear thrower's huge. They're so good at winning that early bridge game, you know, because they just, you know, kill the plasma marines. Tough to deal with. And DeathShoott operating with Smite this game as well.
Okay. Nice shock rock. Trying to get some extra value out of that Scotty. Scotty does go down. Right. So this is a King Puff deck, but it's not a King Puff Scrapyard deck that we were potentially expecting.
Seems like a lot of rage in this deck, right? And he's got the Propeller Horde, which does benefit from rage. You know, some of that rage is baked into King Puff as well, so we'll see how that plays out with a little Empyrean vibe going on.
Yeah, we've seen how much DPS these Horde units can put out, especially when raged.
And obviously more difficult to answer when in the air.
And you see most of the flybys getting shut down there by the crossbows and the spear throwers. So not too much value coming back.
Pretty good early lead here. At full mana, what is he going to use to defend this push? Okay, he's like, I'm going to take this lane here, maybe a bridge swap.
Okay, bridge swap is nice, keeps that Scotty healthy. Does need to figure out what he's going to use to deal with his brother though.
Seems pretty effective using the Propeller Horde. Yeah,
it completely nullifies that Holy Fire, as it only hits ground units.
I'm waiting for DC to use this Smite as well. You know, there's going to be a really good opportunity coming up, I imagine.
This is a lot of pressure.
Approaching face. Yep. It's tough to deal with.
A lot of face damage coming out.
And King Puff is just going to get stronger, you know, especially after Perk 3.
Perk 3 is... I think if the game's relatively close, Perk 3 is just going to swing in DeathShott's favour.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
Yeah, Set has been using
Red
Walking Blind
Golem!
Gate, and a lot of times it does nothing. Oh, yeah, this is nice. Okay.
Okay,
I think DeathShoott has 2 rules to deal with this. The question is, does Set have anything to kind of counter the Propeller Horde?
Not sure if he was trying to switch that into the Scotty. It's kind of awkward. I think he could have switched it behind the Scotty.
Yeah.
Okay, that trap doing a great job at the bottom there, shredding the prop horde that was going to shred the red golem.
Yeah, I think that is his only tool really to deal with it.
Right.
And Raging Reinforcement, which is a, you know, a less commonly used card, but you see the value that, oh, you know, I'm just going to pull this Rage Imp out of here.
Yeah,
it could be tough to deal with.
Very good DPS. Okay, bridge switch available if he needs to deal with this. Could switch it into a Scotty, something like that.
Yep, looks like it's going to happen.
Oh, he messed it up though, I think.
Oh, yeah, he didn't realize Scotty was on the bridge, I think.
Oof.
I mean, the Scotty has to be answered on face, though, and again, the smite. Good opportunity to smite here.
Last monster at the
potentially
top.
when it was Helpus.
Okay, Scotty wailing away. But he needs to be so careful if this red golem does DeathShoott.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure coming from Set now. Perk 3 is going to be here almost for DeathShoott, but it doesn't really help you when you're defending. So the old King Puff Perk 3 was really defensive. Not so much anymore. So he's got those Night Puffs at the bottom, but that's not helping him defend his face at the moment. But it is putting more pressure on.
It is putting pressure on, yeah.
DeathShoott could close out the tournament here.
Bring the trap.
This is super close.
Off trap again coming in handy dealing with the prop ward. Bridge swap, more Night Puffs. They're going to push offensively. The red golem is going to, you know, pretty slow unit, so it's going to take a while before that can really apply pressure. Ruffle's going for a heal, though. So that golem's going to defend that heal potion. That's huge, actually.
He ghosted a Night Puff! Never seen that
Off the
before.
walking blind date. Yeah, wow.
Okay, XP's really close. Set has healed from Ruffles as well. He needs to be super careful. He can't really tank too much. More Night Puffs coming.
Yeah,
DeathShoott can't allow that red golem to hit face though. Okay. Oh, those Night Puffs are going to do a lot of damage here.
Oh, yes.
They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink. The rammer's not exactly what he needed.
150.
Okay.
That's good taunt there.
Nice taunt trap.
With his rammer.
It's 2 hits off. Both players dropping, but Set is so low. No direct face damage though from DeathShoott. Bridge switch coming to generate some Night Puffs now.
I expect this golem to get shredded here.
This golem is
Another
melting.
heal pot, though, which Ruffles is going to pick up, no problem.
Nope. Shockrock says nope.
Stun. Yeah.
This is going to be too much. This could be the tournament right here. Night Puffs are going to be too much. DeathShoott is the champion!
Yeah, incredible play by DeathShoott. You know, no surprise to see him come out ahead in this match and in the tournament. Again with King Puff, yeah, another great master with a lot of different ways to play. I really like the how they adjusted that master to open up his strategy more.
Yeah, his poke through is so strong there, Planky.
GG, yeah. Wow, that was incredible. Those Night Puffs. And what a great tournament. Well played to Set and well played to everybody.
DeathShoott is the champion, taking the final by 3-0. He is the GGtoor Knights Duel number 6 Grand Champion. Let's have some clapping. Very well played. And the red golem was scary, but he had a lot of split units, did DeathShoott, which helped him deal with that. And of course, he also has the shields as well from King Puff's ability, which can really help. Plus the bridge switch. I feel like we saw some fairly substandard bridge switches there from DeathShoott. It looked like he was trying to switch the Scotty a few times and messed up.
Yeah, I mean that
didn't end up mattering in this match. But I do like Set, you know, trying to throw a curveball with the red golem, and I think it was a surprise, and it did help him stay in the match.
Was that red golem the card that he got from the future? Because
I don't know. I wasn't watching from that side.
It was a surprising card to see.
I feel like it must have been, because I was surprised to see it. And I thought I didn't see that in his hand for a while.
Yeah, because it was another one where he threw up that GG when he played his future. I think that probably was the red golem, but it ended up
I'm watching the broadcast
working out
now.
okay
for him. Mana red golem, which is
Yeah.
kind of a pretty good pull, and did throw its weight around.
I think Set would have wanted something just like cheap value instead. Obviously he played around it very well, and it did a lot of work, but I wonder whether he would have been happier with just a 1 mana grenadier or something.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to get what you're given, and you got to make the best out of it. And the red golem can be terrifying, but it needs to be supported appropriately. And against lots of split units, it's not going to have a good time.
Yeah,
the
shield,
shield,
use things like that smite to support it, and
we got to see a Night Puff being ghosted. That's probably the first time I've ever seen that. So that was fairly exciting.
That was, yeah.
And those
I saw a lot of ghosts coming out of those walking blind dates. There was a match I called out 3, and I saw a previous match where 2 came out. It's just hard for me. It's hard to play around that, right? When you want a reliable unit, like the best thing it has going for it is the taunt. But we've seen Priestess comes out for no value. We've seen Ghost come out for no value, right? So it is tough to recover the 3 mana for that card when you don't know how to support the unit that's coming out.
Yeah, that priestess did a bit. It was healing up a grenadier. If it's the same priestess that I was thinking about a few games back, where there was a priestess which kept a grenadier alive, and and grenadier.
The problem is the way that card works is that because it's the damage that sets it off. Whatever spawns is going to spawn into a fight, and it's impossible to play around that sometimes. Sonny, you've got a bounty sniper just sitting in the middle of a fight, and it's just like, well, that's just wasted mana. But sometimes you get a tank out, and I guess it's gives and takes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to get DeathShoott on to say a few words when he's ready. He's just taking a moment, probably just to quieten his hamsters down. Right, looks like he's ready. Right, bring him into the chat here, and then we shall have a quick chat with him. Okay. Yeah, that was a very... I mean, it looks like a one-sided final, but it was very close the whole way through, for sure.
Yeah, all those games were neck and neck, right up to Mana Frenzy.
Okay, DeathShoott, Waniani, you are the GGtoor Knights Duel number 6 Grand Champion. Congratulations and welcome.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it was very good games. Kind of feel bad for Sat with those pulls he was getting from the RNG.
Yeah, we've seen that. I know in some of the tournaments before you've had some terrible RNG luck, and that's it's just what happens in the tournament scene. If you're going to rely on RNG, then sometimes you have to accept that bad RNG.
Yeah, I feel like overall there was a curse on this tournament from the APEP RNG. Because, I had the game where I pulled Zapshine, Illusionary Cleaver, and then Set pulls Fanrail, Void Altar, and Red Golem. So it was just a bunch of awkward stuff going on with APEP overall.
That sounds like something that FDM was probably involved in.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so...
Right. You guys want to hit me with some questions, or should I yabber on?
What was your hardest game of the day, would you say?
It was definitely the one against Dragon when I believe I was on I was on Diona and he was on Middlewing. It was that really long game. It was definitely that one. I had no clue I was winning on face damage. So when that happened, I was just as surprised as anyone else. And it was insane, insane bridge control back and forth. If the traps could still take bridges, I think it would have had it a lot sooner. But even nonetheless, they were still providing me with a ton of value. And since the Golem is on the timer, it sort of gave me an advantage since I had 2 perks that were cycled and he had 1 that was cycled, his Arcane Missiles. So I think that overall, it just gave me a nice advantage there from the cycled perk versus the timer perk.
We saw you a couple of times try to use Shield Captain Avea, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah.
Why do you think that was?
Well, the first game, I think that Dragon did an outstanding job holding control. I think he was on Vect the first time, and Vect he gets 3 natural bridge control cards, and he was doing an insanely good job of stopping my Avea from getting more than 1 proc per play. So whenever you're facing an Avea deck, you want to make sure it doesn't get that second proc whenever possible, and Dragon was doing an A-tier job of doing that. And overall, it's just, I don't think I could have beaten Vect with that. And then we had the APEP games. And the APEP games, again, Dragon did an amazing job with how he was playing it, because I got a Lone Archer from my perk 1, and I had one in my deck. And I think I could count on one hand the amount of times I actually got to use them on their discounted prices. He was doing such a good job, and I'm pretty sure this was on purpose, to where I was never able to just get a free moment to play my Lone Archer. So it really just, it was constantly losing me value. And then there's also the fact that I pulled an Illusionary Dragon Robe and a Zap Shrine for my perks.
Yep, that certainly doesn't help. So do you think Avea's viable then? It just didn't quite work out for you today.
I definitely do. I just think that I got kicked in the gut a few times in going for it. And I even think Valko's pretty good right now as an anti-meta master. And I only brought him out once, but I think that he is viable as a counter to what you mainly see right now.
Okay, tODDlife and Planky, do you have anything that you would like to say to our champion?
Yeah, well, first of all, congratulations. It was great
Thank you.
watching your matches,
Yeah.
and yeah, I didn't expect any less from you. We watched you have success earlier on with Scrapyard, and I was surprised initially to see Set not ban it, and then doubly surprised to see you not play it. Can you kind of reflect on why you chose not to bring it out in the grand finals?
I was kind of was purposely avoiding it because I didn't really want to run through the entire tournament with it. If I was getting in some tight positions, I definitely would have brought it out. But I wanted to win with some other stuff, and so not just be carried by Scrapyard all the way to the end. Like that Keen Puff deck, for example. That was more of my fun Keen Puff deck, although it is very powerful. And I figured that versus what Set was playing, I could have value from Propeller Horde because I figured he was going to be on something tanky. It's kind of classic Set, and so Propeller Horde was getting constant value throughout the entire match.
Really hard to shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And King Puff, right, is really fun. I was curious, yeah, is he your what you would consider the most fun master, or who do you enjoy playing the most right now?
It would definitely be Wrecked because I love fast-paced gameplay, and I think Wrecked brings a lot of problems. But when it comes to simply using masters, he would be my favorite, even over Diona, because I love the fast-paced gameplay. Because a lot of you know, we used to have one drops used to be very meta. You'd have 3 to 4, 2 to 4 in a deck, and the gameplay was faster than it is now. Despite, I mean, this is keep in mind that mana is now faster. But yeah, playing Vect reminds me of those days where you got these 3 really cheap 1-mana cards and you just play as fast as possible.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we saw in the picks and bans a lot of people who were kind of towards the end of the tournament prioritizing these like cheap 2-mana Stint, Grenadier, and cards like that. I don't think you were so much focusing on that yourself. You were like banning whirly scrats and things. But yeah, like what do you think about those cards in the current meta? And like, do you think they're overtuned? Do you think they're just where they should be?
Well, I'd say that they're currently forced to be overtuned because AoE spells got slaughtered with spell nerfs. You know, Fireball, Daggerfall is still available. I'd like to talk about that later on. But most AoE spells are no longer usable, and it pushed in a high tier gameplay. Anyways, you can still play pretty much whatever you want. But when it comes to building the best decks, Grenadier and Whirly Scrat got severely buffed for meta usage because they're now, in my opinion, the 2 main cards for AoE. You sort of lean on them for deck building now, that you can't just auto pick spells like Vortex and Blast Crystal and Fireball and Scratillery. They're just they're very solid, and so at the same time they are targeted bans, but they're just anti-meta bans as much, if not more. And yeah, and then Scrapyard. On the note of Scrapyard, I was banning that more than the AoE minions because I see it as an overpowered win condition. I didn't ban it versus Set. That was on purpose because I didn't think he was a Scrapyard player. It's the same thing with Keen Puff. I purposely didn't ban Keen Puff or Scrapyard versus Set because of what I know that he plays. Otherwise, I definitely would have gone for those 2. Yeah, overall, I'd say that Scrapyard is definitely overtuned, and that I'd hate to see Whirly Scrat and Grenadier get nerfed because we sort of need them right now. If they do get nerfed, I'd like to at least see a Skeleton Horde nerf.
Yeah, there's a difference between cards being used because they're like objectively strong / overpowered, or they're being used because they're so well positioned to fight what is commonly seen. Yeah.
Yeah, on that note, oh yeah, go ahead, Fish, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's what makes the balancing such a difficult thing to do, because a card's strong, so you make it weaker, but by making that weaker, you make other things much stronger. So you can have, you know, oh, well, nobody plays this anymore, but then other people start playing this because this doesn't exist anymore, and it's, you know, it's a real tricky thing to keep everything in check.
Yeah.
Like as you say, if things like the AoE stuff gets nerfed, then suddenly Horde stuff becomes out of control, and you know everything has a knock-on effect. So it's a very tricky thing, and I think we alluded to this earlier, that the game is in quite a very nice balanced state at the moment. There's not too much stuff that's, you know, kind of OP. We see a lot of different masters being played in the tournaments. We see a lot of different masters being banned, and I think that just shows that the game is in quite a healthy state right now. Would you agree with that, DeathShoott?
I think that deck building is kind of restrained right now, because if you were to tediously go through all the matches, the play rate for Plasma Marines and Stint and Whirly Scrat and Grenadier, it would skyrocket, and I think Flyby is pretty similar, because these answers feel necessary for 1v1 deck building with the nerfs that we've gotten lately. But overall, I do agree that we are in a healthy place right now. I really feel comfortable playing on ladder and in tournaments. I was a bit wary going into this tournament because I haven't been playing as much, and the meta feels very, very, I didn't really understand what people were going to be playing. So going into this, I was pretty nervous, but it did work out nicely. And on the note of anti-meta cards, I think that when it comes to spells, I give full props to Palm, who's a ladder player, and maybe will someday join tournaments, but he's a very good ladder player, #1 on the solo leaderboard right now. And I give full props to him for why I'm playing Daggerfall in this tournament. I think that it's a very wise anti-meta decision, because decks are filled with Stint, Plasma Marines, Skeleton Horde, Grenadier, and often with the 8 radius that Daggerfall has, you can get a multitude of those cards in one play, and it's very anti-meta, just like Whirly Scrat and Grenadier. So I'm very comfortable playing it, and yeah. I'm surprised it did not seem more scrappier throughout the tournament. Even Nataraja on his Stormbringer was playing Ion Grenade instead, and I found that pretty shocking.
I think it's good to see something that we didn't seem to see before was when wildcards were a thing in 1v1. We didn't really see a reflection in the tournament decks with regards to the ladder decks, but I think now we're seeing decks that are just translating from high level ladder play straight into tournament play, and that's quite interesting to see. We saw some Wrecked, I think. The Rock Rivals Wrecked for sure. We see the Diona with the Brother of the Burning Fist and the Future Past, sorry. And I think that just shows that I think it's a lot easier for tournament players to practice now on the ladder, because they can have tournament legal decks that will be able to compete with everything on the ladder, and I think that's a really important step forward from the game, because I know a lot of tournament players were previously getting frustrated where it was difficult for them to practice their decks when you play in solos and you play against 3 rammers or something. So I'm sure DeathShoott, you will agree. I'm hoping that it's a lot easier to practice your tournament decks now.
Yeah, I think that was a very good point. I didn't think about that until now, because we did see a lot of that. Like the Vex deck that Set was playing, pretty sure that's a modified version of Palm's deck, not certain on that. And then a few of the Mellow decks or maybe the main, Rock Rivals Mellowing deck that Dragon was bringing out. I know I saw him playing that on ladder, and I would have brought out my Slither Apep, but it just didn't seem like it was the right time, and I was hoping to bring it out in the finals, but then Set banned Apep, so that didn't work out. But I do agree with you on that, and it just feels so much easier to play ladder now, because you don't have to worry about a triple card, Like when I play ladder, I still sometimes instinctively think, okay, do I have to worry about if they have multiples of these? Even though they can't, it's still just something that I think about, and it does make playing 1v1 simply easier for tournament players.
Good. Okay, well, I think I've exhausted all of my questions. tODDlife and Planky, have you got anything else you would like to ask DeathShoott, our GGtoor Night's Duel #6 champion, before we get rid of him?
Yeah, well, he was alluding to Frostfeather Flyby, so I just definitely want to make sure that we address that, because I'm curious your viewpoint on that. DeathShoott.
Yeah, with how much Rock Rivals was being played, and the fact you see Grenadier a lot, I think that it's a nice answer. Not only that, but it is still 2 mana, because you compare it to a lot of the other spells, and now you can it's hard to get a mana benefit when you trade with spells. And I think Frostfeather Flyby, while being counterable as a minion spawning spell, is still very capable of giving you an up on mana. Unlike cards like Daggerfall, which is now 4 mana, you can still get some value with it, but it's a lot harder now. And the same with Fireball and all those general spells. Flyby got nerfed, but it's still the same cost. So I think it's still quite usable and compared to the other spells.
Okay.
And just before you go, what about the 2 cards we don't get to see in this tournament? What do you think Diplomancer and the new bear, the Stonebjorn? How do you think they fit in terms of balance right now?
Well, I think that if they were allowed in the tournament, we would have seen Dragon at some point pull out in the Curse deck. I'm not certain on that. I don't know who else would have used Coax, but I know that Dragon loves the Curse, and it wouldn't surprise me if he did pull out in a Curse deck, but without Coax, he might not have just wanted to go for it. And the Bear, I think we would have seen that in a general slew of decks if it was allowed in the game, simply because of the Warrior nerf and the fact that it's such a solid tank, minus the fact that it has that spawning sickness bug. But yeah, I definitely have a few decks where Bear was in it, but I had to replace it with something like Lost Legionnaires or Elite Swarmer. And I think that Bear would have been impactful, and Coach was probably something we wouldn't see that much, just because, like all Mancers, it's stronger in 2v2 than 1v1.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if there's any balance changes that come up with those cards, and then we'll see how they settle into the meta and whether we see them much in the next tournament or not. But yeah, thanks so much for joining us, DeathShoott. Congratulations once again. You are GGtoor Night's Duel number 6 Grand Champion.
Woohoo!
Woo.
Yeah, congrats, man. Yeah, great show.
Yeah.
You did
Great
not
games.
disappoint.
Thanks. Yeah,
Very well
I'm
played.
also proud of Set for how well he did, taking out
Oh,
Dragon
yeah.
and Nataraja. He did a very good job, and I feel bad for him by how much he got destroyed by RNG.
Oh, that's just what happens sometimes.
Yeah. All right. Nope. See you later.
Okay, thanks, DeathShoott.
Yeah, thank you.
So DeathShoott.
Okay, that was our Grand Champion, DeathShoott. GGtoor's Night's Duel number 6 Grand Champion. Wow. I had a great time, tODDlife and Planky. Hopefully you guys did too. Thanks so much for joining us today. And the only thing we need to do now is figure out who we're going to go raid, I think. Just a final thanks to GGtoor, Team Honor Friends in Betadwarf for supporting this event. Of course, a big thanks to you guys for joining me on the cast. A big thanks to Sinobii behind the scenes doing what Sinobii does. And a big shout out to everyone in the chat for joining us and all the participants. Thanks for making this event awesome, and we look forward to seeing you in the next one. We're going to have a look to see who we're going to raid now. And then we will do an awkward wave. You guys can join me in the awkward wave should you wish to.
That sounds great. Again, I'm really looking forward to this awkward wave. And again, thank you for inviting me to participate in this. It's just so much fun, hanging out with you guys, talking about the gameplay, watching, some of these really experienced players, perform at what they do best. And yeah.
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah. Some great
always a
games
good
we got to
time.
watch. Yeah.
Okay. Now, is there anything else we need to do? Is there anything else anyone else we need to thank? Someone's bound to have been forgotten, but if you've been
I would just
forgotten,
doubly
we love
thank
you.
Sinobii again.
Yeah,
for,
one
how
more
much
to
effort he put into
Sinobii.
this, and thanks for you for running all the logistical broadcast stuff while doing commentary work, because I know that issues can arise and it's just a lot to manage, and
we got through it as a team, and it's a real team effort, I think, and I couldn't pull this off alone, and you guys really helped me out, so I appreciate you guys jumping in and helping, and hopefully we'll have you on again in the future. We've got a few people involved in the event now, so that's always good, and hopefully there'll be another event soon. Now, if you're interested in tournament play, remember the Fish Tank runs 1v1 and 2v2 play over time events every month, so keep your eyes open for those. Keep your eyes open for the next GGtoor event as well. And I think that's all that we need to do. We'll get our raid message set up. Raid and sub-raid. Okay, so this is a little bit awkward because we have to wave a little bit here. So I'm doing my awkward wave now.
Is Maddox going to join in with the awkward wave?
that was Marty. He's already departed.
Marty.
Yikes.
Okay.
Yeah, my two boys, Marty and Maddox. Yeah, I'm awkward waving too. This is great. We get to do this for 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
I mean, there's a 3-minute delay, so we won't see ourselves waving until 3 minutes time.
Yeah.
And then we can cut the stream. But
Well, we could
thanks
just sit
again.
here waving, I don't mind.
Expect nothing else. Okay, I've got to type. I've changed my waving hand. Okay, change it again. Right. Yep. So a nice 3-minute delay. But yeah, that was a great event. We didn't have too many hiccups at all, I don't think. Everything seemed to run pretty smoothly.
Yeah.
Which is always nice. Hopefully the VOD is okay. If you missed any of the action, guys, this will be going up on YouTube soon, probably tomorrow evening, so look out for that, so you can catch up on any of the events you missed or go through anything you want to see again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching myself on that VOD.
That's fairly interesting. Hashtag ego.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
So we're going to raid Evo, I think. Get that raid ready to go.
Don't even see us waving yet. Gonna
No.
be a while.
Yeah,
be a
really
while.
awkward. Man, I'm exhausted and hungry. This is the perfect time to wrap up, man. This is
Yeah.
very draining for me. You know,
It
to be,
is.
like on it. Yeah. I find this very difficult.
It's a lot more draining than people realize.
Mhm.
Just having your attention on something for so long. I'm looking forward to getting some food. And standing
But
up.
yeah, it was a great tournament. I'm really glad to have taken part. So yeah,
Yeah, thanks so
appreciate
much.
everybody who came along and you for having us.
Oh, my pleasure. You guys definitely added different viewpoints that I wouldn't have seen, so that's always good to see.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. You start waving yet? Nope.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm watching for the awkward wave.
Oh yeah. We just sit here in silence and wait.
So as soon as we start waving, we'll raid, and I will cut the stream so that we'll upload the last 3 minutes. Oh, I've started waving.
Oh nice.
Oh, I see your awkward wave. Oh, buddy. Wait, where's mine coming in? It's
See that?
coming.
It's like you're cleaning your screen.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, we don't want
That's
to raid.
awkward. You asked for awkward.
It's perfect. We don't want to raid straight away because then people don't get to enjoy the awkward wave for too long.
Yeah.
But the good news is the full 3 minutes of the awkward wave will be in the VOD.
Great.
Excellent.
That's great.
Perfect.
Okay, here goes the raid. Trying to raid. It's the dashboard. Okay, here we go. Where's my raid button? And we are raiding now. Bam.
Great. Thank you.